He didn't set out to be a hero, just the greatest alchemist who ever lived. Reborn in a world of swords and sorcery, he chooses brains over brawn, pouring his talent into crafting potions, forging gear, and inventing tools no one's ever seen before. But when his creations start changing the balance of power, even kings take notice. This is a cozy yet thrilling journey of invention, adventure, and the unexpected fame that comes with being the best at what you do. Chapter 1. Left in a pure white room, I was being crushed by anxiety when, right before my eyes, a woman with a troubled expression watched me. Of course, even my dense self could understand that this situation was not normal, and I knew that this was not good. I'm sorry. It seems you've gotten involved. The woman in front of me says that she is the goddess of the world called Mildgard. She certainly seems like a goddess Sama that naturally descended as she sits. Even without doing anything, she was so full of dignity. What Goddess Sama said was that summoning magic that was supposed to be prohibited in Mildgard was used. However, it seems that as a result of using a spell with unreasonable conditions, multiple people were summoned, and I got dragged into it. Then, please send me back to Japan. Sorry, that's impossible. You see, different world summoning is a very dangerous magic. It's a summoning that randomly selects from innumerable targets of many worlds. The principles of some of those worlds are so different that at the moment of summoning, there is a risk of Mildgard collapsing. Although I rushed to intervene, there is nothing I could do about the summoning itself. So then, I looked around once more. If I was dragged into it, then there are other summoned people, right? Yes, like you, there were 3 other Japanese people summoned. There was no problem calling those children to the summoning magic circle of the Divine Empire of Sydnea. Then what will happen to me? When I asked that, Goddess Sama had an embarrassed expression as she apologized. You see, I applied a patch so that the forbidden technique of otherworldly summoning can no longer be used, but I made a slight mistake on its extent. It seems the goddess is saying that she altered the global specifications so that the summoning magic would be unusable in the world of Mildgard. With one hand on her head, she apologized for getting me, who got dragged into all this, involved. That manner of apologizing. 1. This is already the realm of the gods in the world of Mildgard, so you can no longer return to the world you lived in. Give up. No, to just give up. Then, will I also be summoned to the Divine Empire of Sydnea? That would be fine too, but I wanted to apologize to you, so I thought I should support you a little and called you here separately. Besides, speaking of the Divine Empire of Sydnea, it's a bit of a problematic country. It's clear that they would almost certainly treat you, who was dragged into the hero summoning, badly. What's with that country? Bad treatment for someone they summoned. According to Goddess Sama, Mildgard is similar to Earth in the 15th century with its civilization's advancements. It's been said there is a large variety of races that live in it, and that dangerous monsters exist. Divine Empire of Sydnea is a religious nation, but the deity they worship doesn't exist, so it seems they are, in various ways, a problematic country. To begin with, that hero summoning, there was no purpose for it. It wasn't to defeat the Demon King. Good grief, Goddess Sama shook her head. Apparently, Mazoka do exist in Mildgard, but they were said to be a race that specializes in magic, and it seems that the Demon King is just what the king of the Mazoka country is called. With all that said, the Divine Empire of Sydnea was quite fishy. Hey, since it's like that, you can thank me, And it's like the games and novels in Japan. You will go to a world similar to that. It's a fantasy world of swords and magic, with levels and skills. Isn't it exciting? No, I have nothing but worries. Goddess Sama was in high spirits as she said it, but as a 40-plus-year-old man, I think that a fantasy world of swords and magic is tough. Goblins and dragons are scary, but so are thieves and bandits. Now, thieves and bandits are fine to kill. Are my thoughts being heard? I get it. I'm still a goddess, Although this world might certainly be savage compared to the Japan you guys lived in, it is still similar to Japan in the 15th century, isn't it? Bearing in mind what you said, it would be fine since I will support you. Goddess Sama waved her hand, and my body was wrapped in light. Chant status in your mind. Just as Goddess Sama instructed, I chanted status in my mind. Then, a translucent pane appeared before my eyes. Vitality, 100. Magic power, 100. Strength, 50. Agility, 30. Stamina, 50. Dexterity, 50. Intelligence, 70. Unique skills. Passive skills. Active skills. I became 15 years old. That's also a service. Starting as a 40-year-old in a harsh environment would be an impossible game. No. What does job mean? I'm a salary worker though. As you would expect, salaryman doesn't exist in Mildgard, but the things called jobs here are swordsmen and magicians, knights and blacksmiths, thieves, hunters, and the like. In Mildgard, there are a variety of jobs you can take depending on your conduct, and the growth and behavior of your status are revised depending on that job. I see. Then I have no other option but to go to Mildgard, right? If that's the case, then a pharmacist, alchemist, smith master, or carpenter would be great. I never want to be a swordsman or a soldier. Well, rather than worrying about what's already decided, it's more productive to plan for what's ahead. So I will support you by etching the continent's language and brief general knowledge about the world of Mildgard into your soul. Is there anything else you want to request? I thought about what she said. From what I've heard, this world was certainly like a game. I will probably be near danger too. First, if I'm aiming for a production job, I wonder if I'll need a skill similar to appraisal. And a way to protect myself, at least. But I can't imagine myself being able to fight proactively. If it's a civilization in around the 15th century, then wounds and illnesses are scary. So, is there recovery magic? And if in a production job, I'll be collecting raw materials, so I wonder if there's anything similar to storage and item box. Appraisal, item box, and recovery magic, right? Also, although it would be a production job if you didn't want a combat job, the magic you chose is convenient for the production job. But wanting a production job instead of hero is plain, isn't it? I was thinking about it carefully when Goddess Sama said that and waved her hand again. Then the ball of light that was released from her hand went inside of me. Aga. The next instant, my head felt like it was going to split open as a sharp pain ran through. I immediately scrunched down. Well then, do your best to live, okay? Lightly being sent off by Goddess Sama's voice, my body was enveloped by the light. Then my consciousness faded. You sent him out, huh? Next to the goddess, Norn, a woman with white wings on her back like an angel, appeared unnoticed and talked to her. Oh, you were watching? That's because Norn-sama did something as complex as to especially send that man 3 years into the past from the time of Sydnia's hero summoning. Furthermore, Norn-sama even prepared a special body for him. It is likely to be much greater than those of the heroes summoned with the summoning magic circled. It's that. He would stand out in Mildgard if he was rejuvenated as he was. The people suspected of being connected to Sydnia's hero summoning may or may not come out in 3 years. Also, the heroes of Sydnia are 3 people. If he were to square off with Sydnia, I want him to be able to fight back. I understand. I will leave it at that. So, in the end, what do you expect from him? He was bestowed skills to an overprotective extent. The angel's pursuit did not stop. His soul was, by all means, obstinately gentle. I believe that if it's him, he would not use his powers mistakenly, and would even be a good influence to Mildgard. If he doesn't become prejudiced towards the races, he may be helpful in stabilizing Mildgard. Goddess Norn did not demand the duties of a hero from Takumi. She was aware it would only amount to throwing a pebble into the pond called Mildgard. She believed that the ripples that pebble will cause would extend greatly, though. Chapter 2. When my consciousness returned, I felt the sensation of solid ground on my back. Ugh, that was terrible. My body felt out of place immediately after I sat up. Did my stomach get smaller? I stood up at once so I could confirm it. My stomach clearly got smaller. Feeling delighted that my body that was overweight from having a lazy lifestyle in addition to being in my 40s has been refreshed. Though, I did not realize a much bigger change at this time. Looking around, I realized I was on a hill in a meadow. A forest behind me and meadows in front of me. I wonder if there's a river beyond that. A steep-looking mountain to my right, and to my left is a meadow all the way. I guess I have no choice but to head towards the river. Before I set out, I inspected myself. My attire was a stiff, unbleached shirt and light brown pants, a pair of sturdy-looking leather short boots, a short sword on my left hip, and there was a leather shoulder bag by my feet. Is there something inside this bag? When I checked inside the bag, knife, harvest knife, dried meat, water bag, hand towel, mantle, a small bag with money, 1 gold coin, 10 silver coins, 10 copper coins. The types of money and approximate value of the Asgard continent-wide coins are 1 platinum coin, 100 gold coins, 10 million yen. 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 100,000 yen. 1 silver coin, 10 copper coins, 1,000 yen. 1 copper coin, 10 iron, 100 yen. 1 iron, 10 yen. Thanks for the money. Oh yeah, I should confirm my status. Status. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, level 1. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 100. Magic power, 100. Strength, 50. Agility, 30. Stamina, 50. Dexterity, 50. Intelligence, 70. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX. Passive skills. Active skills. Light attribute magic LV1. Fire attribute magic LV1. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth attribute magic LV1. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Alchemy LV1. Smithing LV1. Divine protection of Goddess Norn. While walking with the spear in one hand, I appraised everything. Hirukuka grass. An herb used as an ingredient for heal potion. Recovers a little bit of vitality if eaten as is. Kuropopo grass. An herb used as an ingredient for stamina potion. Marrow grass. Its blue flower is used as an ingredient for mana potion. Yerk grass. The leaves and roots contain poison. Used as an ingredient for poison and antidote. Mamani mushroom. Causes paralysis if eaten. Used as an ingredient for paralysis poison. As it is a place people rarely come by, I was able to pick up a variety of raw materials. I stored everything in my item box. The foraging skill has been obtained. Upon acquiring the foraging skill, I felt my collecting speed and quality have both improved. Around an hour has passed since I started walking, but I don't feel tired yet. If I were my past self, I would already be exhausted by traveling on a hard-to-walk path that isn't path-like, so I don't know if it's because I've been rejuvenated into a 15 years old or some other factor. Also, I'm heading for the river right now, but, although it's a bit late, I thought it was strange that even though it wasn't that large, I saw it quite well from a distance. As I was nearing the river, I could hear a rustle from a thicket. I hurriedly readied my spear. What came out was a rabbit around the size of a medium-sized dog. But this rabbit, with a horn growing from its forehead and fangs I wouldn't have expected from a rabbit, bared its fangs and rushed at me. The rabbits in this world are carnivores. I thrust the spear forward. Gassa. By some coincidence, the spear I thrust pierced the neck of the horned rabbit that lunged at me. The sensation of stabbing an animal was unpleasant, but I understood that that thrust was fatal to the horned rabbit. The spear handling skill has been obtained. Horned rabbit LV5. Its horn is used as an ingredient for cold medicine. Its meat is preferably eaten. Using appraisal, it seems its name is horned rabbit. I thought it would be better if I dismantled it, but I threw it into the item box for the time being and headed towards the river. I finally reached the river. As I drew nearer the river to wash my face, I was at a loss for words. This is my face. The face being reflected on the water's surface was that of a completely different from when I was Japanese. I'm not sure if it's white or silver, but I'm certain that it's not black hair. Save for some traces of my old face, it's now that of a Westerner's. My eyes don't seem to be black either. It looks more handsome than my previous one, so, oh well. I gave up dwelling on it. It's not like I can do anything about it now. I washed my face and dried it off with a towel, took out the water bag from my satchel, and replenished it. Sitting on a large rock by the riverside, I gnawed on the dried meat as I took a break. Now then, I should hurry up. Moving along the riverside, I walked downstream. I earnestly searched for any village in the vicinity as I headed downstream. The sun gradually setting was making me flustered, so I quickened my pace. Around the time it was getting dark, I spotted what seems to be a village. I sprinted halfway to the village. Finally, I reached it. I was delighted for a moment, but it was a short-lived as the subsequent moment ended it. A deserted village, Hutta. It was an abandoned small village. The buildings were crumbling away. The fences encircling the village were already broken. There were no signs of monsters inside the village, but I readied my spear as I investigated the perimeter of the village. The enemy search skill has been obtained. The presence detection skill has been obtained. As soon as I gained enemy search skill and presence detection skill, I, intriguingly, was able to grasp the situation around me. I wonder, would the range extend as the skill levels up? Eventually, having detected no signs of monsters in the deserted village, I came across a house less derelict compared to the others, so I decided I would sleep here for tonight. I'll have to endure with dried meat for today. Once I finished eating my dinner of dried meat and water, I took out the mantle from the satchel and proceeded to sleep with it wrapped around me. I slept lightly and woke up repeatedly until morning dawned. Yuan. I stretched to loosen up, then searched for any presence of monsters in the village. Once I confirmed that there were no response, I looked at my status. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job. Level 1. Condition. Healthy. Vitality. 100. Magic power. 100. Strength. 50. Agility. 30. Stamina. 50. Dexterity. 50. Intelligence. 70. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX. Concealed. Passive skills. Active skills. Spearmanship LV1. Enemy search LV1. Presence detection LV1. Magic perception LV1. Light attribute magic LV1. Fire attribute magic LV1. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth attribute magic LV1. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Alchemy LV1. Smithing LV1. Forging LV1. Woodworking LV1. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. The skills have increased, but there were no changes. Upon storing the mantle, I gnawed the dried meat as I began walking downstream. I have a feeling that, even at the worst, I'd manage to get to a village before today is over. The reason that deserted village was abandoned was because of the damage done by wild animals and monsters. That's what I concluded when I saw how the houses and fence surrounding the village were broken. I believe that village was their initial village. With the information about this world that Goddess Norn has given me, I speculate that it's a far walk of 2 to 3 days. There should be a town or village that's close to a day's worth of walking. Sleeping outside, I don't wanna. Making free use of the physical prowess that have definitely improved since my time in Japan, I earnestly quickened my walking pace. Chapter 3. Around the time sun was gradually sinking on the day I had set out from the deserted village, I caught a glimpse of a small village enclosed in a fence. I picked up materials as I kept walking, and just when my anxiety was at its peak, I found the small village not much different in scale from the deserted one. Alright, I've finally reached a village. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, warrior LV3, mage LV1. Level 2. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 120. Magic power, 120. Strength, 55. Agility, 35. Stamina, 55. Dexterity, 55. Intelligence, 75. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Active skills. Spear handling LV2. Enemy search LV1. Presence detection LV1. Magic perception LV1. Light attribute magic LV1. Fire attribute magic LV1. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth attribute magic LV1. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Alchemy LV1. Smithing LV1. Woodworking LV1. Forging LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. On the way here, I was able to hunt 2 horned rabbits. I realized I leveled up at that time due to the strength that welled up from my body, but I didn't notice the jobs that appeared. I am aiming for a production job, if possible, as an alchemist. By the way, the maximum skill level is 10 and, depending on the skill, it could awaken to a superior skill. This skill thing is indeed a game-like system. It was evident as my handling and defense with the spear was much smoother the instant the spear handling skill leveled up from 1 to 2. The maximum job level is 100, but while lower rank type of jobs such as warrior and mage are easy to level up, the highest ranked jobs such as Master Swordsman of the Night and Swordsman series are exceedingly difficult to raise. Looking at the village closely, it's really a small village with around 10 houses. It is surrounded by a crude fence, and there is no one at the gate. No gatekeeper. Is that how it is? Niken needs something from this village. As I was talking to myself, a man in the prime of his life wearing a fur vest started talking to me. Yes, I left my hometown after I came of age, and I'm collecting raw materials as I travel. Also, my name is Takumi. I see. Takumi, is it? That's amazing for someone still so young. I am a hunter in this village, Vanga 1. Even so, collecting raw materials, This area is abundant in raw materials used as ingredients for medicine. Additionally, there is an ore vein near here, so this is a paradise for those with production jobs. Well, being so far in the out still has its flaws at times though. If there are a lot of materials here, then staying for a little while to practice the skills of the production jobs I'm aiming for would be good. Would it be possible for me to stay in this village? Sure, you're welcome to. Well, there's no inn in this village, but you can build the house you'll stay in. Vanga-san says that I can use the stockpiled timber for the house I'll build, then cut down trees to replenish the stock afterwards. As it was a godsend for me, I accepted his kind offer. The name of this village is Bode Village. It seems that the deserted village I stopped at was abandoned because of a monster stampede 5 years ago. This current village is located at the western end of Valkyria 3 Kingdom and on the northwest of the Asgard continent. As I was talking to Vongus-san, the villagers gathered in a bustle. Yo, this guy is Takumi. He said he was collecting herbs as he travels. He wants to stay in the village for a while, so one house will be built. Onaikin is a handsome guy, isn't he? You can stay for as long as you liked. There are no more than 40 people in the village. It seems almost everyone in the village is here, including a few small children too. I am called Takumi. For the short while I'll be here, please treat me well. The villagers were, surprisingly, very warm and welcoming to me. It might be because it is necessary to help each other in an environment that's harsh to live in. I ended up staying at Vongus-san's house that day. Vongus-san lives with his wife, Martha-san, and his son, Gambwa-san. It seems he has another son, but that son left the village when he became an adult. The next morning, Vongus-san guided me towards the edge of the village. Sorry, but this is the only vacant lot you can build a house on right now. It's great that it's pretty close to where the timber is being stored though, right? Vongus-san said so apologetically. Certainly, it's a vacant lot a bit distant from the other houses. I believe it was inevitable in this small village. No, I will only be staying for a short while, and I am grateful for being permitted to stay. Oh, okay, then let's get to building quickly. Yes, please. The villagers, not just Vongus-san, helped, so carrying the timber finished before long. I will be flattening the ground. I then flattened the ground in the area my house would be built on with Earth Attribute Magic. The Earth Attribute Magic skill has leveled up. The Magic Power Manipulation skill has been obtained. It took a bit more magic power than I had imagined. Enduring the slight dizziness of having my magic power almost run dry, I supported myself and looked at Vongus-san and the others. Everyone's mouths were agape. Takumi, you are a mage? Well, that aside, to use earth magic that way. Was it something unskillful? I don't know any other mages. And no, it's fine. Then, everyone, let's divide the work and build this quickly. Oh, that's right. Whoa, Onaikin. The children seemed to be delighted, but it seems that how I used earth magic to build a house was sort of unconventional. I should be careful. As for the dimensions of the house, the plan is 6x3 cabin that has 2 rooms on a dirt floor and with a hearth. It's a small cabin, so, with the villagers all helping, the exterior was almost completed by dusk. The carpentry skill has leveled up. The carpentry skill has been obtained. Until the hearth is ready, Martha-san will take care of my meals. I will be making my furniture little by little. Tomorrow I'll make a bed and chop down trees to replace the amount of timber I've used. Chapter 4. The exterior of the house is complete, but as there was no bed, I slept on a plank while covered in a mantle. Ugh. Oh, ouch. Telling myself that today is the last time I'll sleep on a hard plank, I loosened my body as I got up. After I washed my face and brushed my teeth at the only water well in the village, I did some light stretching, and I ate the sausage and bread that Vongus-san's wife, Martha-san, brought over last night. Now then, gotta chop down some trees first. Sometime yesterday, Vongus-san marked some trees needed for the periodic thinning. I will be logging those trees today, then I plan on making an assortment of furniture and tableware afterwards. Its cutting edge seems to be dull. Looking at the edge of the axe that I borrowed yesterday, I judged that chopping down trees with this would be difficult. Come to think of it, wouldn't smithing magic work somehow? Among the smithing magic, there is one that can freely manipulate the form, craft, and another for honing, sharp. I held the axe and invoked smithing magic. Since the level of my smithing skill is low, it was sharpened roughly, but because it is an axe, that isn't a problem. So with the axe on one hand, I exited the village gate and trudged my way into the mountain to fell some trees. I swung the axe into the marked trees. Cutting down a tree 30 centimeters in diameter was harder than I thought. But as I sweat buckets, I was able to cut down the tree. The logging skill has been obtained. The axe technique skill has been obtained. Right after I finished cutting down that one tree, I got some skills. But in reality, getting skills can't be this simple, right? Is what I thought as I chopped down one marked tree after the other with the skill, which increased my tree cutting speed, that I obtained. The benefits of the skills were tremendous. From second to third, and from third to fourth, my tree cutting speed increased several-fold each time the skill level went up. The log timber only needs to be stored in the item box, so I reached the quota of timber much faster than planned. I placed the timber stored in the item box into the timber storage space, took some timber for the furniture, and headed back to the house. With the tools I borrowed from Vonga-san, I will be making a bed. But first, checking my status. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, warrior LV4, mage LV3. Level 2. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 120. Magic power, 120. Strength, 55. Agility, 35. Stamina, 55. Dexterity, 55. Intelligence, 75. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Active skills. Spear handling, LV2. Axe technique, LV2. Enemy search, LV1. Presence detection, LV1. Magic perception, LV1. Magic power manipulation, LV1. Light attribute magic, LV1. Fire attribute magic, LV1. Water attribute magic, LV1. Wind attribute magic, LV1. Earth attribute magic, LV2. Time-space attribute magic, LV1. Alchemy, LV1. Smithing, LV1. Woodworking, LV1. Carpentry, LV2. Forging, LV2. Logging, LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Next is to see if I could change the job. So then, carpenter, blacksmith, alchemist, thief, priest. I saw I could select from 5 kinds of jobs. Therefore, I changed warrior to carpenter and mage to blacksmith so I could get a correction for furniture making, even if just a little bit. Like I thought, smithing magic is effective even if the material applied to is wood. I poured magic power into the wood, using craft to mold it. I used the nails given by Vonga-san for the construction of the house, but thanks to my woodworking skill, I was able to work on the furniture without having to use nails, so the amount of support from nails was kept down. The woodworking skill has leveled up. The carpentry skill has leveled up. The smithing skill has leveled up. The carpenter job has leveled up. The blacksmith job has leveled up. The magic power manipulation skill has leveled up. Once the bed was finished, several skills and jobs leveled up. Instead of a bed mattress, I was sold the fur of the village's sole livestock, a goat-like animal called a yak, for 10 silver coins. In addition to that, I received fabric as a substitute for a bedsheet from Martha-san. Since I discovered that production jobs levels up even without fighting, I am leaning more and more towards production jobs. I continued making a workbench, a stool, a dining table, and a chair until the sun came down. Dinner at Vonga-san's house became a feast since I presented the 2 horned rabbits that I forgot about in my item box to Martha-san. While I was learning how to dismantle it from Vonga-san, I challenged myself to dismantle one too. It would have been revolting or something in my life in Japan, but I was totally fine. Is this a specification of another world too? The skills of the production type jobs were improving steadily. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, carpenter LV7, blacksmith LV7. Level 2. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 120. Magic power, 120. Strength, 55. Agility, 35. Stamina, 55. Dexterity, 55. Intelligence, 75. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Active skills. Spear handling, LV2. Axe technique, LV2. Enemy search, LV1. Presence detection, LV1. Magic perception, LV1. Magic power manipulation, LV2. Light attribute magic, LV1. Fire attribute magic, LV1. Water attribute magic, LV1. Wind attribute magic, LV1. Earth attribute magic, LV2. Time-space attribute magic, LV1. Alchemy, LV1. Smithing, LV3. Woodworking, LV3. Carpentry, LV3. Forging, LV2. Logging, LV2. Dismantling, LV1. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Chapter 5. I've been staying at Bode Village for 3 days now, and although it was just the exterior, it's great that my house was built in 1 day. And on the morning of the 2nd day the house was built for me. I woke up soon after the sun had just risen, but because all the villagers were already awake, it seems they live a life of waking up when the sun rises and sleeping when the sun sets as a default. Now then, today let's mine the iron or vein I heard about from Vonga-san. As there is a blacksmith, Babon-san, who makes agricultural equipment and miscellaneous goods for daily living. I had made an agreement with Babon-san to dig up iron ore today. There seems to be magic iron ore too. Magic iron ore is an iron ore that's been permeated with magic power over a long period of time, refining it into magic iron. Weapons made with magic iron and steel can be clad in magic power when attacking. Yo, Takumi. We're leaving immediately. Yes. I look forward to working with you today. I met with Babon-san at the village gates, and we headed towards the vein. It's around a 2-hour walk to the vein, so I stored the pickaxe in my item box. With my self-made spear in hand, I followed after Babon-san. Takumi, over here. This is a good open pit to dig or from. Try digging at the right spot. The place Babon-san pointed to was an open pit mine where ores can be dug up. The ground was a reddish-brown rust color. Then, I'll be digging. Babon-san swung his pickaxe and started mining for ores. I imitated him, taking the pickaxe out of my item box, and dug at a place that I guessed likely has ores. Appraisal works well here too. Iron ore. High quality, or comprised mostly of iron. The mining skill has been obtained. It's mysterious how as soon as I got mining skill, I could vaguely grasp the spots where ores are. I was having fun, mining silently and storing one thing after another into my item box. Babon-san was surprised to see this. Normally, there are people who have item box type skills, but that is storage magic of time-space attribute, and it seems it can't store large quantities like my item box. Since it's now too late to hide it, I decided not to restrain myself when it comes to the item box. That's because the item box is convenient. Once Babon-san and I made a few mounds of mined ores, Babon-san informed me that we're done mining. Takumi, we're leaving for the day. Since both Babon-san and I were able to mine plenty of ores, he decided we should return to the village before it gets dark. Today, besides iron ores, and in addition to silver and copper ores, I was able to find a fair amount of magic iron ore. Babon-san said that ores apart from these, such as mithril and adamantite, could not be obtained here. I want to see mithril and adamantite. They're mysterious metals of a fantasy world. As a matter of course, I stored the ores mined by Babon-san in my item box as well. Incidentally, on the way back, we were able to hunt 4 horned rabbits, so Babon-san and I divided it, 2 each. Upon returning to the village, I deposited Babon-san's ores into his workshop and bid him farewell. Though I am called a blacksmith, I am but a simple blacksmith, so I do not have enough skill to teach you, Takumi. Especially since you can use earth magic and smithing magic. It's because I'm bad at magic. Anyway, see ya, Takumi. Let's go mining again sometime. Thank you very much. Yes, let's. I went back to my house and immediately sorted the mined ores by type. Refining these would originally be done in a furnace, but this is a fantasy world. Iron, copper, silver, and magic iron. I'll refine each into ingots. Placing the iron ore on my workbench, I invoked Alchemy's deconstruction and extraction. I picked out only the iron, Fe, from the iron ore's main component, iron oxide. On the workbench, it separated into a shiny silver-colored metal of near pure iron and slag. 1. I synthesized the iron with earth magic and made it into an ingot. The alchemist job has leveled up. The alchemy skill has leveled up. The earth attribute magic skill has leveled up. The magic power manipulation skill has leveled up. I steadily made progress in the refining process. When my magic power ran dry, I took a break, losing consciousness soon after, and when I regained consciousness, it was already the morning of the next day. I ate the breakfast Martha-san brought, then continued refining. It took 3 days to finish refining all the ores, and the level of my jobs rose considerably. I was able to extract iron, silver, copper, magic iron, and small amount gold, lead, tungsten, titanium, tin, and so forth. Aside from the job level and skill levels that I've already mentioned went up, these are the values of my status. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, alchemist LV 32, blacksmith LV 36. Level, 3. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 150. Magic power, 160. Strength, 60. Agility, 40. Stamina, 70. Dexterity, 70. Intelligence, 80. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV1. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Enemy search LV1. Presence detection LV1. Magic perception LV1. Magic power manipulation LV4. Light attribute magic LV1. Fire attribute magic LV1. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth Attribute Magic LV4. Time-Space Attribute Magic LV1. Alchemy LV4. Smithing LV4. Woodworking LV3. Carpentry LV3. Forging LV2. Logging LV2. Dismantling LV1. Mining LV3. Divine Protection of Goddess Norn, Concealed. Because I frequently changed my job to mage and used Earth Attribute Magic when I made the metals into ingots, the level of my Earth Attribute Magic skill rose greatly, and my mage level became 10 too. I appraised the job levels and skill levels of the other villagers, but, as I thought, it seems my levels and skills rise much faster. Since I've finished refining the ores I had mined, I can make my own tools by tomorrow. Chapter 6. It's the morning after I finished refining all the mined ores. I plan on making tools today, starting with a pickaxe and shovel for mining, an axe for lumbering, then a pot, a kitchen knife, and a utility knife afterwards. Then, should I start with steel? Mixing a small amount of carbon with the iron ingot, I produced several kinds of alloys. Just this much had exhausted my magic power, so I rested for 2 hours. But maybe because I experienced magic power depletion numerous times and had gotten used to it, I didn't lose consciousness like the first time. Upon recovering my magic power, I modified the steel using the smithing magic, craft. It seems I can modify the metal using Earth Attribute Magic too, but the cost of magic power when using smithing magic is definitely lower. I am able to shape with just a little bit of magic power. I'll first make the pickaxe, then the shovel, and lastly, the axe. While making these, I expect that my smith job and smithing skill levels to rise. For the axe that was last, I raised my job level and skill level as much as I could to make the iron stick to the core and make the exterior more solid. But since my job level passed 30, it became much harder to raise even though I was doing the same routine. Nevertheless, by the time I finished the axe, it passed 40, so I actually really feel that I had been given favorable treatment. Various items such as a hammer and nails, a crowbar, a chisel, a kitchen knife were made. I couldn't have made these this fast without magic. When the skill level goes up, so does the manufacturing speed. It reached the point where I am easily able to make minute adjustments to the form and composition of the item. This is an unreasonable speed even for the blacksmiths of this world, and in addition to my smith and alchemy skills, I also possess Earth Attribute Magic, so I imagine I could substitute the whole metal tempering process with magic. Differing from the blacksmiths in this world, I think my implementation of magic into the construction of martensite, 1, in the forged blade is heresy in this world. After I finished making a pot, ladle, and silverware, the interior of my house had already dimmed. A uniform rhythmic sound of striking metal was audible. Takumi, when forging magic iron and steel, it's crucial that you continuously charge magic power while hammering it. The day after I made my tools, I went to Baban-san's workshop. The reason for this is so I could be taught how to handle magic iron since there was no magic power in Earth. This, too, was welcomed by Baban-san. The truth is, Baban-san is a person who had very little magic power, so he has to expend it over several days to forge magic iron. Ordinary people that doesn't have a magic job seldom fight, so since they have few chances to raise their level, they don't even have 100 magic power. Baban-san himself has around 50. So my request to be taught about magic iron is more than I could hope to ask for from Baban-san. The thing I have to be careful about when forging magic metals is the magic power I put into it while striking it. When a blacksmith puts in magic power while forging, the metal to shape becomes extremely pliable. Making alloy becomes easier with smithing magic's craft and sharpen and alchemy. Can. I swung the magic power charged hammer at the spots Baban-san pointed at with a mallet. When I forge magic iron, I don't actually need a furnace, an anvil, and a hammer, but since I found my smithing skill and blacksmith level difficult to raise today, I smithied manually. I had no problem swinging the heavy hammer with the passive skill I learned, superhuman strength. Baban-san shaped it with a mallet and placed it in the well-regulated furnace. Alright, Takumi, raise the temperature by heating it with fire magic. I will check. Look at the color closely. I used appraisal to check its detailed condition as I watched the magic steel in the furnace intently. Okay, now, Baban-san quenched the item he took out. It's a short sword of magic steel with a tinge of black. It's awfully beautiful, but is it really alright for me to have it? Yeah, magic iron is too much for me. Also, Takumi, you carried the ore for me, so I'm satisfied. Thank you very much. That short sword is the best among what I've made. By all rights, with 2 at the minimum, A sword of that class can be granted 2 or 3 abilities. However, as Takumi already knows, I am bad at magic, so enchanting is impossible. Enchant. Yeah, magic stones and magic crystals are catalysts that can grant abilities and increase the strength of the sword. Enchant seems to be a magic skill of a job called Magic Bestower. As for the skill, there is one called Magic Bestowal skill, and that only when a mage that uses an attribute magic reaches a certain level could he attain that job. This is what Baban-san taught me. 2. You can ask for the details in the Magician's Guild in a town. It's probably ridiculously expensive, but they should be selling a spell book on Magic Bestowal. I wanted to see a spell book, even just once. I used alchemy without training camp either, but even if I did go to training camp, I would be training the same way, just inserting magic power many times over. It's sometimes convenient working in large quantities. Now then, watch carefully as I sharpen it by hand this time. The image is important when you use the smithing magic, sharpen. Saying so, Baban-san sharpened the magic steel short sword with a rough grind medium sharpening finishing polish, using several kinds of whetstones. Making the handle and guard, Baban-san told me to swing the short sword. Swing it to try out the balance. I don't have the swordplay skill. It doesn't matter, so hurry up and swing. Doing as I was told, I reluctantly swung the sword in front of Baban-san. Not bad. Okay, it will be complete after the scabbard is made. Takumi, you will help. Because it is precious, I reinforced the tip of the scabbard with silver while trying to adorn it at the same time. The metalworking skill has been obtained. The earth attribute magic skill has leveled up. The magic power manipulation skill has leveled up. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, alchemist LV 33, blacksmith LV 40. Level, 3. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 150. Magic power, 180. Strength, 64. Agility, 40. Stamina, 75. Dexterity, 72. Intelligence, 80. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV1. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Enemy search LV1. Presence detection LV1. Magic perception LV2. Magic power manipulation LV5. Light attribute magic LV1. Fire attribute magic LV2. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Alchemy LV4. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV3. Carpentry LV3. Forging LV2. Logging LV2. Dismantling LV1. Mining LV3. Metalworking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Confirming my status, both the level and skills of blacksmith are already on par with an average blacksmith. I'm aiming for alchemist, and yet, I don't get it. Since there are no monsters to hunt, my level doesn't rise, but maybe because it was influenced by the manual labor and abuse of magic power I've done lately, my status improved a bit. Chapter 7. At Baban-san's place. After having had difficulty leveling up blacksmith and making the short sword, I replaced the head of the spear I always used to magic steel. Vanga-san, since you are a hunter, you have potions in case of an emergency, correct? Pardon me, but would it be alright to show it to me? Yep, there's nothing but basic grade potions at my house though. That is more than enough. I decided to try my hands on potion production and somehow used the large quantities of medicinal plants in my item box. And there it hit me. If I use appraisal on a genuine article, I could figure out the recipe, right? And so, since Vanga-san might have some, I intruded at his house. Basic heal potion. Quality, normal grade. Hirukuku grass plus water, 2. 8. Heal potion produced by pharmacist. It looks like I'll manage somehow. Thank you very much. Sure. If you make potions, sell me some. Yes, please wait without expectations. Upon returning home, I sat in front of the workbench, and just when I was about to make potions, I realized I forgot something important. I don't have bottles to pour the potions into. Eventually, I ended up going to the river near the village to collect sand. The river is approximately a 30-minute walk from the village. I went to collect sand there, alone. In order to guarantee a large amount of glass bottles for the future, I steadily shoveled sand into the item box. I wonder if it would be better to make this without a furnace. As an experiment, I tried extracting, heating, and shaping the silica sand. My magic power whittled away, but it doesn't seem impossible. Eventually returning to my house, I relied on my magic power to make all the glass bottles. In doing so, I know my magic power would increase. Therefore, I chose to make it with magic as training. I continued to make glass bottles even as I ate lunch from Martha-san, and was able to make 500 potion bottles. The day after, I heard from Vonga-san that there was a cork-like wood that could serve as a bottle cap, so I took the opportunity of joining him for his hunt. In the forest, walking behind Vonga-san who erased his presence, I too endeavored to erase my presence while simultaneously searching for enemies. The stealth skill has been obtained. The presence detection skill has leveled up. The enemy search skill has leveled up. Shoo, it's a blade deer. Takumi, after I shoot an arrow, you strike. Understood. What Vonga-san spotted was a large deer monster with sharp-edged tool-like horn. Since it was just eating the bait, it hasn't noticed us yet. Shoo. I leaped out with spear in hand before checking where the arrow Vonga-san shot went. Not deviating from where he aimed, the arrow Vonga-san fired pierced the blade deer's neck. The creature then flinched, and I charged, pushing out my spear. Guh! The spear I thrust with all my might pierced the throat of the blade deer, and the large body of the blade deer fell to the ground. Ooh, it's been a while since the last big game, Takumi. This being the case, the meat will be shared throughout the village. Takumi, sorry, but could you store this? I understand. Draining the blood will be done after we return to the village, so I stored the blade deer into the item box. Look, there's a cork tree just over there. Vonga-san pointed at a tree said to be cork-like, a cork tree. I was able to peel enough cork tree bark to ensure the portions for potion bottle caps. We caught big game today, so I plan on going back already. Takumi, what about you? My errand is finished, so let's go back. Luckily, it didn't take much time from when we entered the forest to hunting the big game, so I decided to go back to the village early today. Well then, Takumi, I'll deliver the meat to you afterwards. Alright, thank you very much for today. We brought the blade deer to Vonga-san's house and parted ways. I immediately matched the size of the potion bottle's opening and made the caps from the cork-like cork bark peeled from a cork tree. I'll shape it partly by hand. Then I'll continue it with magic afterwards to make 500 caps for potion bottles. I don't want to do this. Fu. 3, 2, OUCH. Heal. I stabbed my own finger with a knife, and after that, I repeatedly cast the light attribute magic, heal on it. I am not particularly an M. This is necessity for improving the light attribute magic skills. There is a purifying magic among the light attribute magic called purification. Though it was originally to purify undead-type monsters, there are actually other uses for this magic. The purifying magic purification is even able to clean impurities. For instance, if I use purification on my body, it would be cleaner than taking a bath. Even if I am covered in the blood of a monster I fought, purification is able to remove the impurities. Given that the people suited to light attribute magic are few and valuable, there's no one that would use it to clean such impurities. And I need a purification spell to purify the potion bottles and caps before the heal potion is poured into them. The light attribute magic skill has leveled up. The light attribute magic skill has leveled up. The light attribute magic skill became level 3. The groundwork for making the heal potions has finally been completed. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, alchemist LV42, blacksmith LV40. Carpenter LV7, warrior LV7, mage LV26. Level 4. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 180. Magic power, 220. Strength, 72. Agility, 45. Stamina, 80. Dexterity, 77. Intelligence, 85. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV1. Magic perception LV2. Magic power manipulation LV5. Light attribute magic LV3. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Alchemy LV5. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV4. Carpentry LV3. Forging LV2. Logging LV2. Dismantling LV1. Mining LV3. Metalworking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Chapter 8. With the preparations for making the heal potions complete, I used the magic pulverize on Hirukuka grass and then placed it in the washed and dried large pot. The pot was then filled by water attribute magic and stirred while heating it. Furthermore, synthesized magic blended the water and the Hirukuku grass extract completely. I was being prudent so as not to burn it while heating it. Then for a second, the inside of the pot shone. Hurriedly turning off the heat, I tried appraising it. Was it a failure? Basic heal potion. Quality, superior. Hirukuku grass plus magic water, 2. 8. Heal potion produced by an alchemist. A basic heal potion of the highest quality. It has a restorative effect close to intermediate heal potion. The alchemy skill has leveled up. The alchemist job has leveled up. The alchemist job has leveled up. It was successful, right? I proceeded to portion the completed basic heal potion from the pot into the glass bottles. In conclusion, I made 100 basic heal potions. The colors are clearly different. Though the basic heal potion Vongasen showed me had the same blue color, the basic heal potion I made was definitely a more beautiful shade. Moreover, I can sense magic power. The cause is most likely the water I prepared with water attribute magic. The water became magic watered. The difference between the potion that the pharmacist brewed manually and the potion I freely used alchemy on is simply due to the water I prepared with magic, and the process of pulverization and synthesis substituted with magic. I sure want the recipes for intermediate and advanced heal potions, as well as try to make stamina and mana potions too. I pondered if I should start preparing to go to the next place soon. I must train my job level and skill level a bit more, practice magic, as well as prepare equipment. And thinking about it properly, only now did I realize that I don't have any decent armor. Therefore, I decided to set a mid-term and long-term goal. First, at the bare minimum, to set up countermeasures against monsters. Specifically, to prepare armor, and to make and master weapons apart from the spear. After that, go to a much larger town, preferably a place with a likelihood of obtaining of spell books and magic potion recipes. Thereafter, I headed to the river several times to collect materials for potion bottles, set out for the spot where there were cork trees to harvest materials for bottle caps, and manufactured a large amount of potion bottles. Being vigilant for monsters, I used presence detection and enemy search when I entered the forest, and at that time, I noticed how, albeit limited to monsters, magic perception was also helpful in detecting monsters. Given that monsters have magic stones, and, compared normal animals, they possess magic power, I believe that the magic perception skill is able to sense that. The stamina potion and mana potion failed a bunch of times since I fumbled over the recipe, but I was eventually able to produce 100 basic stamina potions and 100 basic mana potions. Basic stamina potion. Quality, superior. Kuropopo grass plus magic water, 2. 8. Stamina potion produced by an alchemist. A basic stamina potion of the highest quality. It has a restorative effect close to intermediate stamina potion. Basic mana potion. Quality, superior. Marrow grass plus magic water, 3. 7. Mana potion produced by an alchemist. A basic mana potion of the highest quality. It has a restorative effect close to intermediate mana potion. The level of my alchemist job has gotten quite high. Vongasan says that growth dulls once the job level exceeds 40. From there, one enters the stage of the top class. Oh yeah, can I improve the heal potion in my own way? Differing from a pharmacist, Vongasan says that the potion an alchemist brews is an original that the alchemist comes up with. So, in the appraised recipe for make heal potions, I decided to try altering the magic water that was included in the procedure into magic water charged with light attribute magic. I'll try charging the water taken from water attribute magic with heal magic. This is quite difficult, and slowly charging the heal into it will continue for a while. The bestowal magic skill has been obtained. This is bestowal magic? The bestowal magic skill has leveled up. A change appeared in the water that I kept charging with heal. The water shined faintly. Special intermediate heal potion. Quality, superior. Hirukuku grass plus magic water, 2. 8. Intermediate heal potion produced by a skilled alchemist with a special formula. An intermediate heal potion of the highest quality. It has a restorative effect close to an advanced heal potion. Unable to heal defects. This will be placed inside the item box. Leaving this on the table would be bad. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, alchemist LV42, blacksmith LV42. Carpenter LV7, warrior LV7, mage LV26. Level 4. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 180. Magic power, 240. Strength, 74. Agility, 45. Stamina, 85. Dexterity, 77. Intelligence, 88. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Swordplay LV1. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Magic perception LV2. Magic power manipulation LV5. Light attribute magic LV3. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV1. Wind attribute magic LV1. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Bestowal magic LV1. Alchemy LV6. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV4. Carpentry LV3. Forging LV3. Logging LV2. Dismantling LV2. Mining LV3. Metalworking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Chapter 9. It's been 3 months since I began staying in Bode Village. I've decided it's time to make preparations to leave for the next place. Internally, I thought about the stuff I needed for the journey. This is a world where one lives close to death. Dangerous monsters hunt people, bandits and thieves exist, such as the norm of this world. Certainly, just like Goddess Sama had said, slave trade was normal even for Japan in its period of warring states during the 15th century. It's not that I don't understand that this world isn't especially dangerous, but this is undoubtedly a world far different from the current Japan. Nevertheless, what's strange is that since coming to this world, even though my opponents were monsters, I was not perturbed upon taking their lives. There was never a time in my life in Japan where I had to do things such as dismantling, and yet, unjustifiably, I have no feelings of repulsion for it at present. Were the standards of this world something the Goddess Sama tampered with in my soul? Well, it can't be helped that my so-called soul can't be left as is, since there's a possibility that I will have to fight not just monsters, but people as well. Magic training's got to be first, isn't it? Afterwards, trying out weapons besides the spear, huh? I wonder if the protective gear would turn out to be leather armor. Let's consult with Babon Sendai. I had in mind a few ideas on how to fight using my production jobs, but even then, I still lack a lot of things. After that, I constructed a target at the side of my house and began throwing practice. In the beginning, I'll throw stones. Then once my accuracy and power increase due to the acquisition of the throwing skill, I'll make free use of the large quantity of throwing knives I'll make with steel and the smithing skill, craft. Can, hammering, kaka, kakaka, throwing sounds. It took me 10 days of throwing who knows how many knives before I could do it with ease. Alright, now to go out and level up warrior and mage. With the magic steel short sword on my left hip and a magic steel spear in hand, I headed towards the forest. However, there weren't any powerful monsters in the vicinity of Bode Village. At best, the monsters should be as strong as the blade deer that Vongasan hunted recently. I did not realize that I had just raised a flag for myself. I nibbled on grass and mushrooms while advancing into the forest. I took care not to eat too much at once. Cure Purification Heal. The poison resistance skill has been obtained. The paralysis resistance skill has been obtained. As one could guess from the announcement, what I'm nibbling on are the poisonous plant, York grass, and the fungi with a paralytic toxin, Mamani mushroom. Ingest a small amount, recover with magic, then repeat. I thought since I had skill acquisition and level up correction, 1, I should learn resistance skills as one way to defend myself. Well, I'm doing this while walking in the forest because it's not like I could do this in front of Bungasan and the others. While raising my resistance skills as I walk in the forest, I came across a chance to acquire the confusion resistance skill. Gurururu. Gasagasagaza Gasa. I was caught completely off guard. I was negligent in enemy search, presence detection, and magic perception. There's no way a thing like that would be in this forest. What came charging into my view were red, bloodshot eyes, with 2 gigantic tusks. Its body is likely around the size of a K-car, too. Huge armored boar LV-25. Its tusks can pierce through even iron. A ferocious monster with a body clad in steel-like armor. Its meat is a delicacy and can be sold for a large sum. A ridiculously large wild boar clad in armor is charging right at me. Do-do-do. The earth shook as the huge, armored boar charged. I can say with certainty that I will die if I get caught by its more than a meter-long tusk. Kakaka. I immediately took out the throwing knives from my item box and threw them at it, but it didn't seem to have left even a scratch on it as it approached without losing any speed. Think. There's got to be a way. I fired off fireballs one after another. It looked like it faltered a little bit from this, but it doesn't seem like there was any damage. Dawa. The insight skill has been obtained. The evasion skill has been obtained. I jumped to the side, avoiding the charge of the huge armored boar by a hair's breadth. As I was muddied by tumbling on the ground, I somehow recovered. Spitz heel. I thought I dodged by a hair's breadth, but it seems I was grazed. It was just a graze, but the pain that assaulted me was causing me to lose heart. It would have been preferable if this place was densely populated by trees, but, unfortunately, it is wide enough for something of a large build could charge in. The irritated huge armored boar that I dodged changed its course, intending to charge. What can I do? Think. Do. The earth rumbled as the huge armored boar approached. If this were to hit, it'd definitely be a traffic accident. I've already dropped my spear. The things I could do are limited. Throwing knives can't even scratch it. The spear and sword I made wouldn't work either, I think. My only high-level magic is earth magic. The next high-level skill, fire magic LV4, is ineffective. There is my highest level magic. I immediately moved in preparation. I enveloped myself in magic power. Slipping by the long tusk of the huge armored boar in front of me in a blink of an eye, I leapt sideways as I hit its large head with the palm heel of my hand. Bagun. The opposite side of where my palm hit had ruptured. Gorogoro checking what happened to the fallen huge armored boar, it had collapsed in a crater on the ground that ran several meters. The taijutsu skill has been obtained. The matajutsu skill has been obtained. Phew, was I scared. What I had released was, of course, not just a simple palm strike. I gathered magic power in my palm and invoked the alchemist's skill decomposition as I struck the boar. Since there were a variety of targets to decompose, it took the entirety of my magic power, but I believe that snap decision was a job well done. My head's all fuzzy. Straightening my aching body, I approached the huge armored boar. I checked the wound on its head. Its surface didn't change much, but I think that its brain is probably all mushy. Draining the blood and dismantling it at this spot would be difficult, so I gave up on that and stored its as big as a Isekai body in the item box. Using purification magic, I cleaned off my muddied body and continued walking through the forest while inserting a few breaks in between. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, warrior LV26, mage LV32. Carpenter LV7, alchemist LV44, blacksmith LV42. Level, 14. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 280. Magic power, 340. Strength, 124. Agility, 95. Stamina, 185. Dexterity, 127. Intelligence, 188. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV1. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Swordplay LV1. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV1. Matajutsu LV1-3. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Evasion LV1-4. Magic perception LV2. Magic power manipulation LV5. Light attribute magic LV3. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV2. Wind attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV1. Bestowal magic LV2. Alchemy LV6. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV4. Carpentry LV3. Forging LV3. Logging LV2. Dismantling LV2. Mining LV3. Metalworking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Chapter 10. Making camp. As I explored the inside of the forest, I met it. A black mass around 30 centimeters. It has a faint response to presence detection and magic perception, but there was none to enemy search. Thinking it was strange, I approached it cautiously. Let's see a spider. It's a monster spider curling its legs close to its body. However, there was no feeling of danger. Yuri dying. The monster spider is weakened and about to die. I could also see that one of its legs was torn off. It must have fought with another monster and lost. Poison spider unique species LV19. A monster spider possessing paralysis poison and a slow-acting poison. A unique species born from the poison spiders. As it is a rare specimen, it has the potential to evolve. Condition: dying. As a result of appraisal, I now know what kind of monster it is, but, well, finishing it off is not something I want to do. It won't live even if I leave it alone, though. For some reason, I don't know why, but I couldn't take my eyes off it. A strange mood that makes it difficult for me to leave it as it is. I'm not that good with bugs and spiders, but it looked rather cute. Does it have demon eyes of charming, I wonder? But there wasn't any sort of feeling of resistance, so that's not it. At that moment, I felt the sensation of a path of magic power from the spider I was watching closely connect to me. It felt as if my insight skill had brought something up. If this spider becomes healthy, it won't be defeated anymore. So, I healed this spider several times. Its missing leg wasn't restored, but appraisal shows that it was no longer dying, so it's okay now. Well then, I'll be leaving now. The taming skill has been obtained. Tame poison spider? Y/N. Yeah, what is tame? So, insects can be made into a familiar one? No, spiders are not insects. No, that's not the problem here. While I was being indecisive, the spider watched me with its 8 crimson eyes. It looks like it wants to be taken along. You want to come with me? The poison spider has been tamed. Toj, there. At that moment, I knew that we, the poison spider and I, were definitely connected by a path of magic power. Not having a name would be inconvenient, right? Let's see. I, who isn't really confident in my naming sense, pondered over a name for the spider. Then, incidentally, the pattern on the back of the spider came into view. That's it. I see a leaf of the maple tree. I don't know if this world has maple trees, but do you think the name Keyed 2 is good enough? Yeah, it looks like it's pleased. The moment I gave the poison spider its name, a large amount of magic power from within me flowed into the poison spider. This must be because of naming it. Then Keed's body was wrapped in light and started molting. Keed grew one size larger when it finished molting. Even its leg was healed to how it was before. Could it be that you didn't grow but evolve? Killer spider unique species, LV1. A monster spider that possesses paralysis poison and deadly poison. A rare species that evolved from the poison spider. There was a different species name when I appraised it. It seems like it really did evolve. Evolved, keyed, happy. The words sent telepathically have become a bit more fluent. Yeah, since I could see the status of a contracted familiar monster, I decided to check it. Name, keyed, Takumi Iruma's familiar. Race, killer spider. Age, 5. Level 1. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 140. Magic power, 160. Strength, 60. Agility, 80. Stamina, 70. Dexterity, 90. Intelligence, 60. Unique skills. Spider thread creation. Passive skills. Poison resistance, LV4. Paralysis resistance, LV4. Spatial understanding, LV2. Active skills. Thread manipulation, LV6. Poison creation, LV5. Presence detection, LV4. Magic perception, LV5. Stealth, LV5. It seems its level was reset upon evolving. Even so, this one seems strong, doesn't it? Spider thread creation. The ability to create strong threads. Its strength can cut even steel. Thread manipulation. The art of freely manipulating and fighting with thread. Looking at the details of the unique skill together with thread manipulation, it becomes a formidable weapon. Spatial understanding skill is to make use of thread for nimble, three-dimensional movement distinctive to spiders. Poison creation. The ability to create poisons such as paralysis poison, neurotoxins, slow-acting poison, to comply to a situation. It seems that its poison is much stronger than when it was a poison spider. This might be tough on my poison resistance. Since the level of the skill's magic perception, presence detection, and stealth are quite high, it's like the configuration of an assassin. Now then, I'll be going back to the village soon, but is your body alright? Can you keep up? Am alright, can follow master. Given that its exoskeleton has now settled after molting, I told Keed of my return to the village. 1. On the way back to the village, I had some leeway in returning since Keed's legs were back to how they were before. Keed would hop around while following me. Sometimes, it would leap from tree to tree with its threads like Tarzan. It was a long time after I had named Keed did I realize that I had not asked if it was a boy or a girl. Chapter 11. Starting from the time I had encountered the huge armored boar, nothing as big as that had turned up. So I reflected, training presence detection, enemy search, magic perception, and stealth while walking through the forest. Presence detection and enemy search have subtle differences in their roles. Presence detection is a skill that searches for presences of living things regardless of whether they're big or small, or friend or foe. Enemy search is a skill that, like its name says, searches for hostility in living things. Magic perception is much broader. It perceives targets with magic power. Improving resistance skills and training were done at the same time as I hunt for monsters. In the end, it took me 3 days to return to Bode Village. Oh, Takumi, you're back safe and sound. I've somehow returned safely. Upon returning to the village, I went to Vonga-san's house before I went back to my place. Naturally, it was about the huge armored boar. Dismantling it alone is just simply impossible. Furthermore, it is something that can't be done without receiving the cooperation of the blacksmith, Babon-san. Done. I took out the huge armored boar from my item box. Wah, so big. So this is a huge armored boar. Takumi, did you kill this? Yes, I thought I was going to be killed. Well, yeah. Oi, Kachin. Kachin 1. Vonga-san called out to Martha-san. What is it? You're so noisy, talking so low, ugly. Kachin, hurry and call that bastard, Babon, over here. Dismantling this is too much for just me and Takumi. Why, yeah, got it. Martha-san quickly went to call Babon-san over. During that time, all of the citizens of Bode Village had gathered and were looking at the huge armored boar from a distance. Oi, you done killed something so amazing. Look at these tusks. This armor like hide too. These make some excellent leather armored. Babon-san, who was called over by Martha-san, stopped whatever he was doing in his den and started talking on in an excited tone when he saw the huge armored boar. Though everyone was talking loudly in a hubbub, not a single person brought up the fact that Keed was clinging onto my back. It seems that the impact of huge armored boar was so strong that they didn't even notice Keed. At that moment, children noticed that Keed was on my back. Listen, Onaikin, there's a huge spider on Takumi Onaikin's back. What you saying? This, hi. It's alright. This one here is my tamed monster. I hurriedly diffused the situation that could have caused a panic. Takumi, people would normally have known that insect species can't be tamed, but it seems they can be. Observing how docile Keed was being on my back, even Vonga-san was slightly shocked. However, the villagers soon recognized that Keed was not dangerous. Guys, aren't you too quick to accept this? Oh, Vonga. Dismantle this before anything else. Dismantle. Babon-san smacks the huge armored boar and hurried us. It seems he's in a hurry to make weapons and armor from its materials. The desire of a candid man. Now then, time to dismantle. With an engaging shout from Vonga-san, altogether the villagers began to dismantle the monster. Naturally, at Vonga-san and Babon-san's instructions, I also helped. Takumi-san, please purify the viscera. Yes, purification. The instructions for me to purify the viscera came from a village wife. Fresh monster viscera is something the villagers consider a feast. However, those parts having miasma and parasites is a problem. That is resolved with the use of my light attribute magic purification. The convenience of purification through my frequent use of it in everyday life is something that the village wives had come to know about. Thanks to that, it's purification over baths, purification of trash that can't be turned into fertilizer, purification of laundry that fell and got dirty, and other convenient uses is how things currently stand. This method of using purification magic is probably something only I do. The number of people suitable for the light attribute are few, and those that work as priests under the church, is what Martha-san informed me. Use it in a way that won't make you stand out in town, she says. After I, who unreservedly uses purification and takes it for granted, leave the village, I'm worried if the village will be troubled by the difference in their way of life. The village wives quickly started cooking the viscera I had cleansed. The men were doing physical labor under Vonga-san and Babon-san's instructions. Everyone was coming by for meat and taking the initiative to help. It's a small village, so even after distributing meat to everyone, there's still a large amount of it that remained. My item box stops time, so it's alright though. Takumi, look at this harder-than-steel exoskeleton-like hide. This will be a great material for excellent leather armor. Babon had so much enthusiasm, he'd likely rub his cheeks against the huge armored boar. The materials of this huge armored boar that will be mine are hide for my complete set of leather armor, 1 tusk, the soft hide near the belly, the magic stone, and the leftover meat. For Babon-san, I plan on presenting a bit of the armor-like hide, 1 tusk, and the bones. A small village it may be, but with everyone making progress with dismantling, the process finished surprisingly fast. Maybe due to the location of this village, almost everyone has the dismantling skill. Isn't it amazing? Even kids were helping with it. Alright, Takumi. These are the materials for the leather armor and tusk, your portion of the meat, and the remaining hide. The hide will sell for a high price in town, so take it. Yes, I understand. I stored my portion of the divided materials into the item box. Alright, all that's left is for everyone to eat the meat. You will though. From there, the whole village broke into a large festivity. Apparently, once a year, this village performs a harvest festival, but the chances to fill up on meat are few. So as a reaction to that, both the adults and the children wolfed down the meat, and the adults took out and drank the alcohol, bought from peddlers that visit a few times a year, that they've been keeping. The children fed Keed some meat. There, Vonga-san was sitting next to me. It's because of Takumi that Bode village became cheerful again. Really, thank you very much. That's not true, Vonga-san. This is because I'm so grateful to everyone in the village. In actuality, I was so lucky that the first people I've met in this world were Vonga-san, Martha-san, and the villagers, but I didn't say that. Thanks to not having been exposed to ill will, and having received the kindness of everyone in the village, I have a feeling that I gained the resolution to live in this world. That night, the villagers all continued festivities until late. Next chapter. The killer spider known as Keed is a dangerous monster spider, but it is popular amongst the wives in Bode village. Honestly, rather than just okay, I actually think it's cute, but since it was of a size that was impossible on Earth, I wanted everyone to at least feel that I wish you won't be afraid of it. But when it was made public, lo and behold, it was popular amongst the Bode village wives. If I had to say why things turned out this way, it's because of the threads that Keed produces. I've heard that cloth woven from threads of a monster spider called spider silk is a super high-class item. It is more durable than cheap leather armor. It doesn't get dirty easily, and the feel of it is the best. They say that nobles would buy spider silk cloth. 2 days after the large banquet where I had brought Keed back to the village, Martha-san enthusiastically asked something of Keed. Naturally, with us being connected by magic power, no one but I can communicate telepathically with it. However, maybe because of Martha-san's persistence, or because Keed is clever, they had agreed to exchange a fixed amount of thread for meals. Martha-san is incredible. The village had but 3 looms used in turns, and the wives were ecstatic to weave spider silk cloth. From there, I made my own thread spinning wheel and loom, learned how to weave from Martha-san, weaved spider silk cloth, and challenged myself to sew my own clothes. Keed-san is impressive. With just my magic power and meals being given, it produces as much thread as it wants. Keed, can you make the thread just a bit more elastic? Kinda. I decided to try to weave some cloth using the slightly elastic thread, weaving it crosswise with durable thread. Cow. This, fun. Skillfully manipulating the thread in the thread spinning wheel with 2 arms, Keed spun thread. My Keed is so clever I couldn't believe it's a spider. Dickenbatten, the sounds of weaving resounded from Bode village. Martha-san dyed the threads with dye I had adjusted with alchemy. With this, it's goodbye to stiff underwear. My, Takumi-san, you're making even your underwear with spider silk? I wonder if we should do the same. Please don't tire Keed out too much. The wives' response to my muttering to self was extreme. It resulted in Keed's burden increasing. However, using Keed's special elastic thread, the band for underwear can be made. It seems I can make cloth have the elasticity that's close to the underwear I wore when I was still in Japan. After I finished weaving the spider silk for my clothes, I started weaving an elastic cloth for underwear. Making sure not to forget the elastic band for the underwear, my aim is boxer briefs. Takumi-chan, that has to be backstitched. Ah, yes. Takumi-kun, is there any of the stretchy cloth remaining? Oh, I have some. I was surrounded by the village wives and was sewing clothes. Takumi-kun, the pants being black is alright, but wouldn't the shirt be better if it was a bit lighter in color? I have a reason for making it a darker color. To make it harder for monsters to spot me in the forest, it has to be a dark color. Well, that's limited only to the surroundings of the dark forest though. So Takumi-chan has also been thinking this through. I've been behaving awfully cute to the villagers here. I believe that since the 40-plus-year-old me had obviously turned into a handsome 15-year-old, the villagers would think of me like a younger brother or son and treat me as such. Prior to this, despite not even having 3 months pass since I had come to this world, I hadn't been self-conscious that I was in my 40s. I also think that putting an old soul into a young body was extreme. This is definitely Norn-sama's doing. Takumi-kun, would it be possible to request fine thread for the shell from Ki-chan? For the shell? Right, for covering the coat. Duh. A coat with a shell of spider silk would be too conspicuous, wouldn't it? Also, if it's you, Takumi-kun, you could enchant the shell of the coat with temperature control. Spider silk cloth has very good compatibility with bestowal magic. Since, at the very least, 2 enchantments are possible, it's only natural that my clothes and underwear would have enchantments. I understand. A magic stone as a catalyst, please. A small one will be enough. Oh my, us too, please. Yes. I haven't even enchanted my short sword and spear yet. Bestowal magic is magic that turns a magic stone into a catalyst for the purpose of writing a magic circle. Or a magic bestower actually uses that intended magic. I don't understand magic circles, but I do use a diversity of magic, so I could probably enchant. For example, let's say fire magic to increase offensive power, and wind magic to increase sharpness and cut through bone. In order to fulfill the village wife's request, I have to practice bestowal magic more. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, warrior LV30, mage LV38. Carpenter LV7, alchemist LV44, blacksmith LV42, magic bestower LV20, tailor LV16. Level, 18. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 320. Magic power, 420. Strength, 144. Agility, 115. Stamina, 205. Dexterity, 142. Intelligence, 196. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV1. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Swordplay LV1. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV1. Mata Jutsu LV1. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Tame LV1. Magic perception LV4. Magic power manipulation LV6. Light attribute magic LV5. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV4. Wind attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV2. Bestowal magic LV3. Alchemy LV6. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV5. Carpentry LV3. Forging LV3. Logging LV2. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV3. Metalworking LV2. Sewing LV3. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiar. Killer spider unique species, keyed. Next chapter. Around the time the keyed fever started to settle down, I decided to make the full set of armor for myself while receiving help from Babon-san. Babon-san's suggestion is to use the huge armored boar's hard-as-steel hide for the helmet, breastplate, shoulder pads, and gauntlet, and the flexible yet sturdy blade deer pelt for the lining and moving parts. For enchantments, it'd only have automatic temperature regulation for now. The plan is that, if I find the magic circles in a spell book in town, I'll add self-repair and automatic size adjustment. Takumi, I'll take your measurements, so don't move. But how would you make an armor from the hide of huge armored boar that's this hard? I don't think it would heat up like metal in a furnace. It's kind of the same as how an insect species would its exoskeleton. That's the reason for the smithing magic, craft. Though, before you mold it with craft, it's necessary to pour enough magic power into it to adapt it to yourself. I think that if it's you, your magic power will be enough. Under Babon-san's tutelage, I molded the parts. Its consumption of magic power is definitely much larger compared to magic steel, but it was much easier when I started molding it with craft. The design of the helm is simple, and the interior is affixed with shock-absorbing cushioning. Babon-san cut the hide into parts and sewed them. The huge armored boar's hide was dark brown, and yet it's now close to black, isn't it? It probably changed in color because of Takumi's magic power adhering to it. Stories of actual color tones of the materials and colors of finished products differing are something I often heard. The hard metal-like parts, ones unthinkable as a monster's hide, were given a surface finishing, and the black became close to gray when it settled. Additionally, to match, the other parts were hide parts dyed black, but a bit brighter. Given that my concept is to not stand out, it should be difficult to find me at night and in dark forests. Takumi, while we're at it, want to make new boots too? Yuri right. To make new ones now. I've given it a little thought too. Then, I'll give you the materials I've been holding on to. Saying that, Boban-san went into his workshop. Boban-san came back before long, and in his hand was a bluish-gray hide. This is of the skin of a kelpie one. A kelpie's skin is exceedingly waterproof, very sturdy yet flexible. It's a first-class material for boots. It's such a valuable material. Would that really be all right with you? When I said so, Boban-san laughed it off. Listen, Takumi, it might not look like it, but taking the materials from the huge armored boar that I've received from you into consideration, I'll be making a considerable profit. Then it's good if that is the case. The tips and soles of the boot need some reinforcement. For when you need to kick, right? No, I am an artisan though. Boban-san scoffed as I said that. There ain't an artisan that can walk in the forest alone. Normally, when an artisan goes out to harvest and mine, he'd go and hire an escort. It would seem that although Bode Village has few dangerous monsters nearby, the blade deer is one of those dangerous monsters. Also, Boban-san told me to take the huge armored boar from the other day as an example. Such a strong, irregular monster appearing is strange even for this world. I think you are already at a level where you can make a living as a competent enough adventurer. No, I am unable to make a living with that. Certainly, the me who took down the blade deer to huge armored boar calling myself an artisan might be branded a fraud by adventurers. After that, I heard that to subjugate a huge armored boar, it takes at least a B-rank party of 4 to 5 adventurers. Yeah, it was hard to attack. However, the fact is that I increased the levels of my combat-type jobs for it to be useful to my artisan jobs. Thanks to switching to mage in fights, my magic power increased, and the skill insight that I learned in the middle of the fight is useful to both fighting and crafting. Well, Takumi is Takumi. Isn't that a good thing? As you say, the people of this village are truly genial. They accepted me and treated me like family. Though, I certainly have made contributions to the village as well. The influence I had in this village might not have been small. Supplying potions, information on sanitation, using earth magic to form the protective walls of the village. Especially the hand pump Boban-san and I made for the water well. I'm sure it made the villagers' day-to-day life much easier. I tried wearing the completed set of armor. The spider silk used on the durable black cargo pants is stretchable, so it doesn't inhibit mobility. Since the shirt is also made of spider silk, on top of being durable, it is also smooth to the touch because of the thin threads used. Furthermore, I wore the breastplate and shoulder pads together for my upper torso. Wearing the gauntlets, kelpie boots, and putting on the helmet, my presence could be mistaken for as an assassin with these black and gray tones. Fumu, it doesn't seem like we need to do any adjustments. Yes, there are no problems. I moved while wearing the equipment, confirming that it didn't inhibit my movement. Don't feel so lonely, said Boban-san. Everyone said that it would be better if I leave the village by the time that my armor is completed. Since it's just around the time a peddler would visit, I should head to town by hitchhiking with the peddler, they said. Though it was only for a short while, saying goodbye to the people I've come to know well is sad, but staying here indefinitely doesn't feel right either. So, like Vonga-san and Martha-san said, I decided that this is the right time to leave the village. Next chapter. Lined up by the road close to the gate of Bode Village was the entirety of the villagers. As for me, in order to camouflage the boar leather armor and gauntlets and kelpie boots on top of the spider silk shirt and cargo pants that I was wearing, I put on a plain-looking overcoat. And snuggling up beside me, growing up to around 50 centimeters from measuring just its torso, is Keed. With Keed and I actively hunting in the forest, we raised our level. Thanks to that, Keed got bigger, legs included. Boban-san says that while there are some largely built species that exceed 10 meters within the monster spider family, since Keed is of the assassination species that stealthily uses poison to kill, it seems it's the type that will not grow too much. Vonga-san and Martha-san approached, hugging me tightly. You had better come show yourself here again. That's right, because Takumi-kun is kind of like our child already. Thank you very much. I will definitely come back someday. Take care. Come back again. Takumi Onaya-kun. Oh, polish your skills. Ban, Boban-san urging me on with a pat on the back. I walked towards the peddler's carriage. Everyone, though it was for a short while, thank you very much. Take care. Holding in the tears, I hurried to the peddler's carriage. I believe that my first encounter since coming to Mildgard being with good people and parting with them is an experience I likely wouldn't ever have in Japan, where people's relationships were faint. Having boarded the peddler's carriage and taking the seat beside the coachman, I continued to wave as the carriage began to move. The villagers waved their hands until I was out of sight. Takumi-sama, you are very much loved in Bode Village, aren't you? I've been coming and going to Bode Village for many years, but... The one who called out to me is the peddler controlling the carriage from the coachman's seat, Peipeck-san. Peipeck-san, a man with a prominent stomach in his 40s or 50s. Vonga-san had asked Peipeck-san if he could give me a ride until town, to which Peipeck-san readily agreed to. Also, this might have also been influenced by the fact that Babon-san sold some of the materials from the huge armored boar to Peipeck-san. It's true, we've done a few escorts to Bode Village, but it's like Takumi Dano is part of the family to the villagers there. Peipeck-san and Heath-san, please address me casually as Takumi. I am but a greenhorn who's only recently become an adult, after all. Hiya. That's 'cause Heath stinks like an old man. What did you just say? Lyle, you're the same age as me though. The one speaking from inside the carriage is an adventurer escort, Heath-san. He has short blonde hair, is almost 2 meters tall, and has burly muscles, a battle axe-wielding warrior. I was surprised to hear his age though. He looked like he was still in his mid-20s. While I looked surprised, the one who made fun of Heath-san was Lyle-san, a long red-haired bow-wielding scout. He looks like an effeminate man, but he's likely very skilled. And one more person, the silent skinhead, Boga-san, is a giant even larger than Heath-san, wielding a large shield and mace. He is probably the tank of the party. These three are the members of the C-ranked adventurer party Lions Fong, the escorts that Peipeck-san often comes with to Bode Village, it seems. Still, in the short time since I last came to Bode Village, it was surprising to see that the village has changed completely. Well, it's a development. Since I was very well under their care, even if it was just a little bit, I did it for sake of the villagers. When I first arrived at Bode Village, there was only a crude fence that surrounded that village. That can now be called defensive walls. A 2 meters high, 30 centimeters thick stone wall enclosing the village. Furthermore, with the likelihood of the village growing larger in the future, the defensive wall was built much wider. A moat has been dug outside of the wall, and while it borders the abandoned village, it doesn't seem to be visible. This was something I made as part of my earth magic training, wanting to make it even a little bit safer for the kids. Also, though it would sooner or later be exposed, a hand pump was installed in the village water well. The pump that Babon-san and I made together was installed inside one of the 2 water wells of the village. But if a merchant or a tax collector were to discover such a groundbreaking invention, it might become troublesome for me. So a new water well with a pump installed was dug up in a hard-to-notice place. And then Peipeck-san noticed that the attires of the village housewives were made of spider silk, but since I had introduced Keed, I couldn't hide it. Also, Takumi-sama, how many basic potions do you have left stocked? Since the potion bottles I have are limited, excluding the ones for my personal use, I have around 100 pieces of each potion right now. Since potions were also made every time I made potion bottles, I made a fair amount, but these were reserves for the village which were entrusted to Vonga-san. When I'm staying in the village, illnesses and injuries could be healed with potions or recovery magic, but I can't say the same for when I'm gone, so I supported them as much as I could. Though I think it's hypocritical if it's only to the extent where my hands can reach, but it is natural to favor those who have treated me kindly. Would it be possible to buy all of those? If there is no issue related to rights, then I don't mind. Since potions and the like can be bought from any magician guild, pharmacist guild, commerce guild, adventurers guild, there will be no issues selling it to me. From Peipeck-san's explanation, it seems that the recipes for standard potions are monopolized by the pharmacist guild and magician guild, and one must register to either guild to be taught the recipes and practice to make potions. In my case, knowing the recipe thanks to Appraisal EX, I produce it using Alchemy, improving its quality. Peipeck-san said that the kinds of potions I made exceeded the limits of basic potions, so similar ones could not be made by the Pharmacist Guild or the Magician Guild. It appears that since the method and recipe would be recognized as my original, there would be no problem selling to Peipeck-san or the Adventurers Guild. Incidentally, it seems that Peipeck-san also has the appraisal skill, but it is different from my unique skill Appraisal EX, since it can only find out up to the description of people and items. Appraisal is ineffective at finding out the composition of medicine and its recipe. Peipeck-san had appraised the potions I left in the village and was surprised by its effectiveness, and by all means wanted to buy some from me, even if just a small amount. Then, Would you be willing to sell everything to me? Yes, that would be alright. Well then, how does 10 silver coins apiece for basic heal potions, 10 silver for basic stamina potion as well, and 50 silver for basic mana potion sound? Isn't that expensive? These are basic potions, you know. Heal potion and stamina potions were 10,000 yen each. Mana potions at 50,000 yen. I couldn't believe my ears at Paypex-san's suggested prices. This is not at all expensive. Rather, since Takumi-sama is nameless, I'm sorry, but what I'm offering is a bit cheap. That's right, Takumi. Hearing that although it's basic grade, it's of the highest quality. If the amount it restores comes close to intermediate potions, its selling price would be many times that price. Yeah, it's as Heath says, Takumi. Because, to us adventurers, potions are our lifeline. There's no one here who would die because of stinginess. There you have it. It will be 70 gold coins for everything. The trade of merchandise and money will be at my shop in the town of Voltan. Pleased. I couldn't help but be dumbfounded. In this world where you can live off of 1 gold coin per month, to suddenly have 70 gold coins. That is equivalent to 7 million in Japanese yen. Harvesting the medicinal plants, collecting the materials for the potions bottles, creating the bottles, and, of course, brewing the potions inside were all done by me. So isn't this almost pure profit? Though, since it's medicine that can heal injuries at once, it's inevitable that prices are high, I suppose. Also, it seems that the huge armored boar materials from Babon-san were bought at a very high price. I couldn't say I have more. Next chapter. On an ordinary carriage, it's a 3-day trip to the town of Voltan. So if one were to ask if there were unordinary carriages, there actually are. A horse that has turned into a monster, a demon horse, boasts a remarkable difference in ability from a normal horse in both speed and stamina. In this world where the roads and distances traversable in a day are bad, a normal carriage can travel less than 100 kilometers, whereas a demon horse-drawn carriage is able to travel twice that distance. On our way to Voltan, we had encountered goblins and forest wolves a number of times, but Heath-san and his party kept us safe by killing all of them. Nevertheless, it was my first time seeing the classic small fry enemy, the goblins, in fantasies. They were around 120 to 140 centimeters tall. Their bodies were completely green, and 2 horns grew on their ugly faces. It seems that while they are certainly recognized as small fry by adventurers, they are threatening enough to ordinary people. So if they were to form and attack in groups, it would turn out like the deserted village I had seen. Forest wolf isn't an animal, but a full-fledged monster. I heard that monsters are determined by whether they have magic stones within their body or not. On the 3rd day after leaving Bode village, the town of Voltan could be seen in the distance. Voltan is a fortress town encircled by tall ramparts. The gate facing Bode village had a sparse queue of people, so it's likely that entering will be a short wait. It's a splendid town for the border, isn't it? Voltan is located on the western edge of Valkyria Kingdom. This town has an excellent feudal lord governing it, and there are plenty of mid to high-level adventurers like Heath-san active here. From what Paypex-san said, with a vast forest where monsters run rampant northeast of the town, to a mine that yields rare ores in the northwest, and with various monsters inhabiting areas from the grasslands in the south to the wetlands in the southeast, it is an ideal place for adventurers to work at. Taking into consideration Takumi-sama's material collection, I believe this place would be a suitable base for you. Yeah, it loses in comparison to the kinds of medicinal plants around Bode village, but even then, the variety and amount are still aplenty here. From Paypex-san and Heath-san's words, it might be a good to make Voltan my base of operation for a little while. Okay, next. Oh, if it isn't Paypex-dano. Are you on your way back from peddling? Yes, the escorts are the 3 members of the C-rank party Lions Fong, and this is Takumi-sama. He traveled with me from Bode village. On Takumi-sama's knee is Takumi-sama's familiar. Our turn came after a while, and it seems that the gatekeeper soldier and Paypex-san are acquaintances. The gatekeeper approached me. So you are Takumi. What is your purpose for coming to Voltan? Yes, I practiced alchemy and smithing while harvesting materials in Bode village, but I thought it would be better to go to a large town to further my studies on alchemy. Alchemy, huh? That's rare. Yeah, Voltan certainly has a books and spell books that feudal Lord Sama had gathered from around the continent in the large library. It might be the best place for you to learn. So then, do you have identification papers? No, I do not have one. Then, there's no problem if I collect 5 silver coins. Yes, 5 silver coins, correct. I took 5 silver coins from my bag and handed it over. I was then handed a permit of stay, and advised to pay for identification papers to be issued at the government office or to register at a guild somewhere. If you register at a guild, deducting the handling fee, 3 silver coins will be returned to you, so bring your permit of stay or guild card to this gate again. And because you are obligated to register that spider familiar in the Adventurers Guild or government office, please go to either one and register your familiar. Yes, I understand. Is everything good now? Thank you for the wait. Papex-san's carriage advanced. Inside the fortress town past the sturdy gate is a main street paved with flagstone that continues up to the castle in the middle. Stone buildings lined up on both sides, and the townscape had overwhelmed me. Takumi-sama appears to be pleased with Voltan. That is what's important to me. Watching me look around, Papex-san was smiling at me as he said so, and my face turned red when I realized. Totally like a kid. As a middle-aged man, I can definitely feel my mental age is turning into the age of my appearance. But it can't be helped that I look around. After all, this is my first time seeing races other than humans since coming to this world. Right, in the town of Voltan, there are a variety of races aside from humans living here. There were no races other than humans in Bode Village, but Valkyria Kingdom is a country that encourages interracial harmony, and it seems there is a diversity of people of different races living in this country. On the main street were humans, beastkin that have animalistic traits, short and stout physique dwarves, elves that are a race of beautiful men and women with tapered ears, and Mizoku whose individual traits are different, so there isn't a way to distinguish them from their outward appearances. Papex-san informed me detailedly. In rural areas, there are many people like Takumi-sama who have not had an opportunity to meet other races until they reached adulthood. I see. I think that's true. If I had been born in Bode Village, it wouldn't be strange to live my whole life and die in that village, far from the other races. 5 minutes from having passed through the gate, we had arrived at Adventurers Guild of Voltan, a 3-story stone building, as expected of an adventurer town. It's very imposing. Now then, this is the Adventurers Guild. Hifdano's party must report the completion of their request, so we will be parting with them here. But Takumi-sama, wouldn't it be better if you take this opportunity to register yourself as an adventurer while subsequently registering your familiar? Are other guilds not allowed? Since I don't want to become an adventurer, wouldn't the Alchemist Guild or Blacksmith Guild be better? If Takumi-sama is only going to take the blacksmith job, then there is no problem with the Blacksmith Guild. The Commerce Guild requires an annual fee, therefore I cannot recommend it. The Magician Guild is corrupt, so it would be better to give up now, and unfortunately there is no Alchemist Guild. There is no Alchemist Guild. I thought that because alchemy is convenient, whether it be in smithing or in potion making, there would be an Alchemist Guild. While there are a number of alchemists, it seems that there are more who main as a mage that dabble a little bit at alchemy. Then the Adventurers Guild is the only option, isn't it? There's also Keyd's registration. I had not realized it at the time, but I had forgotten that it is thanks to Appraisal EX that I could say alchemy is convenient. And even if it's just extracting iron from iron ore, for the mages of this world who have no scientific knowledge, it would be impossible if they are not flexible with their usage of either earth magic or alchemy. At this point in time, there are few people studying and training to become alchemists, even though it's so useful. Well, I will be waiting outside, so, Hifdano, may I leave him to you? Yeah, I got him. Takumi, let's go. Getting off the carriage, I was led by Heath-san and his party to the Adventurers Guild. I wonder if there will be a template development or something like it. Next chapter. Heath-san walked briskly to the reception desk, while Lyle-san and Boga-san went to the bar. I trailed after Heath-san to one of the counters. Hey, I'm reporting the completion of a request. Oh, Heath. It's the escort request by Papek Company, isn't it? There was a line at the beautiful receptionist, so Heath-san lined up in the shorter queue at the counter a male receptionist attended to. When his turn came, Heath-san reported and handed over the proof of completion of Papex-san's request to the receptionist. Yes, it has been validated. Would you like to deposit the rewards to your card, as per usual? Yeah, in the card please. Heath-san presented 3 business card-sized cards to the receptionist. Very well, the rewards have been deposited. Thank you for your hard work. The guild staff returned the cards to Heath-san. Also, this is a separate matter. This here is Takumi. I'd like you to help him register as an adventurer and register his familiar. Well then, Takumi-sama, please fill out the necessary forms. And where is your familiar? Hi. Seeing what was stuck on my torso when I had spread my overcoat, the guild receptionist let out a small shriek. I apologize for startling you. This is what I have to fill out, right? Fumu, Name, age, job, preferred weapon, huh? Writing anything is fine, isn't it? It's not like this information will be used when joining someone's party. For my name, just Takumi should be fine. For job, alchemist seems questionable, so would mage be good? For preferred weapon, a mage with a spear would be weird, so leaving it blank would be better? Is this fine? Well, there are some who only fill out their name, so there is no problem. Well then, pour some magic power into this magic device, or a drop of blood, please. Yes, will this be fine? When I touched the specified area and poured magic power, a card came out of the magic device. Rank, H. Title, none. 0G. Looking at the guild card, the written information is very simple. The Adventurers Guild's rules and explanation will be, we've taken care of the explanation. I understand. Then on to the familiar registration. Heath Sand interrupted the male receptionist. 1. Since we had a lot of time inside the carriage from Bode Village, I listened to the explanation about the Adventurers Guild. There are 11 ranks, from H, SSS. Points are determined by the request, and the rank is raised when enough points have been accumulated. You can accept requests up to 1 rank higher than your rank. Promotion to D rank requires a battle exam. In addition, so as to not be used simply as in proof of identity, if an H rank does not at least accept 1 request per month, the guild card will be rendered invalid. 1 every 2 months for G rank, 1 every 3 months for F rank, 1 every 6 months for E rank, 1 every year for D rank, and C rank and above are no longer bound by that regulation. Well, I'll be careful so my guild card isn't invalidated. While I was recalling that, the guild receptionist brought some sort of magic device close to Keed and was measuring something. I wonder if it was a magic device to measure Keed's magic power. Alright, the familiar has been registered into Takumi-sama's card with this. Please confirmed. Like he said, there was a killer spider familiar entry written on the presented card that wasn't there before. Name, Takumi. Job, mage. Rank, H. Title, none. Familiar, killer spider. 0G. With this, Takumi-sama's registration at the Adventurers Guild has finished successfully. Since Takumi-sama is currently H rank, you are required to accept no less than 1 request per month. It hasn't been long since Takumi-sama had reached adulthood, so I recommend permanent requests such as collecting medicinal plants. Are medicinal plants already on hand not allowed? There are a lot of Hirukuku grass, Kuropopo grass, marrow grass, York grass that haven't been made into potions stored in my item box. That's alright. Hirukuku grass and Kuropopo grass are permanent requests at 5 bunches for 2 silver coins. Marrow grass is a common G rank request at 5 bunches for 5 silver coins. Well then, I wonder how much is within the acceptable range. If it's 5 bunches each, would handing over 50 each be good? Then, these please. Pretended to take it out from the leather bag I got from Norn-sama. I withdrew 50 of each medicinal plant from the item box. I took out 10 sets of 5 bunches. I'll count them immediately. The male guild staff was stunned by the amount of medicinal plants I took out. It seems it really was too much. These Hirukuku grass, Kuropopo grass, and marrow grass are satisfactory since they all certainly look like they've just been freshly picked. It is 20 silver coins for 10 sets of 5 bunches of Hirukuku grass, 20 silver coins for 10 sets of 5 bunches of Kuropopo grass, and 50 silver coins for 10 sets of 5 bunches of marrow grass. It will be 90 silver coins in total. Would depositing the payment to your card be fine? Recovering immediately, guild receptionist San quickly finished checking their quality and calculated the fee. The Adventurers Guild card is able to record the rewards into it. Since this is usable in almost all stores and inns, it isn't necessary to carry around heavy coins. Given that I had the money that I received from Goddess Norn-sama on hand, I asked for the payment to be deposited into my card. I handed over my card and waited for the request completion and payment processing to finish. Okay, the completion of the request has been validated. With this, Takumi-sama has been promoted to F rank. I only registered at the guild just now, Isn't it weird to be promoted 2 ranks higher all of a sudden? No, originally, H rank would be promoted after completing 10 requests of the same rank. So Takumi-sama was raised to G rank. Then there is the common request for marrow grass. But because this is an F rank request, it is considered the completion of a request 1 rank higher than yours. Thus you have been promoted to F ranked. I don't really get it, but it's 1 request every 3 months for F rank, isn't it? If that's the case, then this is fine. I understand. I received the guild card that has been revised to F rank. Oh, that took a while. This is our stop. Papex-san is waiting outside. Heath-san, thank you very much. I bowed to Heath-san and said goodbye, waved my hand at Lyle-san and Bogus-san, and hurried out of the guild to where Papex-san was waiting. Papex-san was waiting for me to come out. Now then, I'll guide you to my company. Please come on board. I sat beside Papex-san and he operated his carriage, driving towards the center of Voltan. Next chapter. So huge. The building of the Papek company sat right before my eyes. It is a building that doesn't lose to the Adventurers Guild in size. Papex-san, he wasn't just some old peddler? Now then, Takumi-sama, please come in. Leaving the wagon to an employee, Papex-san guided me into the company building. Although this was a talk I had with Papex-san at a later time, I wondered, why is the president of a large company peddling at Bode Village, a small village at the border? Papex-san said that it's because he doesn't want to forget the feeling he had when he first started out as a merchant. It seems that because it's relatively safe up to Bode Village as long as he isn't being reckless, the company tolerates it. Led to an extravagant parlor, I sat uncomfortably on the sofa. As a middle-aged salaryman without connections to many extravagant furnishing and works of arts, I was feeling self-conscious of how I was lower middle class. The door made a sound as it opened, and in came Papex-san and one more person, a man in his prime. My apologies for the wait. Takumi-sama, this is our head clerk, Thomas. My name is Thomas. Takumi-sama, I look forward to working with you in the future. Why yes, please bear with me. As a 15-year-old juvenile suddenly being greeted very courteously by the head clerk, I ended up acting strangely. Let us now proceed with the trade of potions. Why yes, I will take it out right away. While pretending to take it out of my bag, I took out 100 pieces of each type of basic potion. Thomas then stored them in what was likely a magic bag as he counted them. I have accurately confirmed 100 basic heal potions, 100 basic stamina potions, and 100 basic mana potions. Therefore, here is the payment of 70 gold coins. Please confirmed. Pretending to put the bag of gold coins as it was into my bag, I stored it in my item box. Oh, is it all right for you to not check? Thomas-san, seemingly surprised, asked, but I've decided on my answer. It's because I see no reason for such a large and prominent company to cheat a young greenhorn such as myself of money. Not at all. It is only natural to check what you receive, so, Takumi-sama, please check and receive the money agreed upon next time. I see. If there was a discrepancy with the amount because of a mistake, it might become an issue for the Papek company's credibility. I understand. I will do so next time. And with that, the trade has successfully come to a close. This is off topic, but may I hear your plans from here on, Takumi-sama? At the end of the potion trade, Papex-san asked me about my plans for the future. I wonder what to do. The vicinity is different from Bode Village, so getting a fixed amount of medicinal plants for potions would be difficult. And can potion bottles be bought? Because I more or less came to this town to search for books related to magic about alchemy and the like in the library. Maybe to the library first? After that, while accepting requests at the Adventurers Guild so that my guild card doesn't expire, I will try to do things that I wasn't able to in Bode Village. Takumi-sama, your armor, those are made out of huge armored boar materials, correct? The design has been refined from what Babandano had created. This is most likely a joint project with Takumi-sama. Since Takumi-sama is an alchemist who can make potions, you are likely a craftsman that can make excellent armor as well. Therefore, would it be possible for the Papek company to sell the things that you've made? For example, the magic device in the well at Bode Village. The hand pump had been found out. It must have been inspected before I realized it. It can't be helped if it's come to this. What is installed in the well is not a magic device. That is a device that doesn't need magic power called a hand pump. What? I don't mind letting the Papek company sell that, but please return a part of the proceeds to Bode Village. Also, since I taught Baban-san how to make the hand pump, I think it would be better to learn from Baban-san who made it without using magic. Thomas, send a blacksmith to Babandano's workshop in Bode Village. Don't forget the contract either. With Takumi-sama's consent too. Certainly. I will make preparations immediately. Papex-san immediately gave instructions, and Thomas-san left the room. Takumi-sama might not realize this, but water is particularly important to this town, other towns, and villages. Aside from nobility with money and wealthy merchants who have magic items that produce water, even procuring water for drinking is heavy labor for ordinary people. Now if they had that device, just how many people would be freed from that heavy labor? Wouldn't they have valuable time from that time freed? That having been said, If the spread of the hand pump is for the good of the people in this world, then I concede. But there is one thing I will not yield on. Papex-san, I am fine with spreading the hand pump. However, please conceal the parts about me. Let's see, I think that will be fine. With Papex-san's understanding, he will proceed with the production behind closed doors, my name not being revealed. Because there would be imitations as soon as the technical hurdles of the hand pump are crossed. The plan is that a large number of the product will be made at the start, so by the time the other companies enter the market, if one were to say hand pump, it would already be associated with the image of the Papek company. Although the truth is that I would like to continue dealing in potions as well, there is a balance between the Pharmacists Guild and the Magicians Guild. Therefore, let's not be greedy. Leaving Papek company, I headed for the inn that Papex-san had referred to. It really does stink. The townscape is clean, so cleaning might be thorough. There's no fallen garbage, but even though I think it's better than medieval Europe, the smell of fecal matter is terrible. Papex-san told me that the town's cleanup is a slum countermeasure by paying poor people. Nobility and wealthy merchants have purifying magic devices for dealing with sewage. A sewage system runs underneath Volton, and they say that priests would periodically purify the area where sewage accumulates. When I asked Papex-san, using magic devices, he said that there were relatively a lot of purifying magic devices among the magic devices found. However, because it basically relies on excavations in dungeons and ancient ruins, it is too expensive to buy for the sake of cleaning the town's sewage. Although, if it's at the level of purifying magic device, it'd be impossible with just a bit of studying, but if I can raise my skill level, then I think I can make it. I think that it's correct to say that there are definitely issues with unfettered flow of money to priests that could be called an exploitation. Because the only ones who can use purifying magic are the priests of the church. This depends on what kind of person the Lord of Volton is, but it would be better to consult with Papex-san about this matter. In the meantime, I've arrived at the inn Papex-san told me about. Let's see, Golden Wheat Pavilion. It's this. I wonder if it's a grade in between luxury inns and cheap hotels. It has a nice feel to it. I went into the Golden Wheat Pavilion. Next chapter. Welcome to the Golden Wheat Pavilion. Will you be dining or lodging? The one who greeted me is a kind-looking human woman in her mid-30s. Is she the landlady of this inn? Papex-san told me of this place when I asked for a recommendation. May I please stay 10 days for the time being? Oh, a referral from the president of the Papek company. A night in a single room with meals in the morning and in the evening will be 5 silver coins. One night stay with meals included costs around 5,000 yen. I don't really understand the prices in this world, but this is cheap. So that will be 50 silver coins. By depositing 1 gold coin, if you prolong your stay, then it would be deducted from that. I handed over 1 gold coin to the landlady. Thank you. I will hold on to it. Could you please to add your name into the inn registry? I filled out my name onto the registry that the landlady held out. The landlady's name is Morris-san, and it seems that she and her husband manage the Golden Wheat Pavilion. So it's Takumi-sama. Your room will be number 205 on the 2nd floor. I took the key and went to my room. The room has a bed and a small closet. It's small, but it has a clean feel to it, so it's a good room. Lying in bed, I sighed loudly. Keed came crawling out of my overcoat. Keed, want eat. Cutting up some monster meat for Keed, I served it on a large plate I made for its use, then put on the floor. I took off my overcoat, then hung it in the closet, and unfastened the armored boar leather armor. I applied the purifying magic, purification, on the leather armor and everything I had on my body, then stored them in my item box. Whoops, I also applied purification on the bed. Incidentally, even if the purifying magic, purification, isn't chanted as purification, the magic formula can still be invoked. After all, if it's chantless, then the image is everything. When I asked Papex-san about purifying magic, it seemed that the purifying magic that the priest used only purified undead and miasma. He said that it is unable to clean dirt the way I use it. I think this is because of the preconception and image. As far as my current self is concerned, purifying magic is a useful magic that I can't give up. Having Keed house sit, I ate dinner on the 1st floor. There were no complex dishes in Bode Village, but this being a large town, dishes that used various spices were served, and it was very delicious. I was able to sleep last night. I finished eating breakfast on the 1st floor, and I'm going to the library, which is my primary reason for coming to this town. I asked Morris-san where the library is and walked towards it. A building with a solemn presence could be seen after walking 10 minutes on foot. Keed is not staying at the inn. In fact, my time-space magic skill level finally increased to 3, so I became able to use a magic that doesn't demand much of a tamer, called subspace. This magic called subspace is different from the inside of the item box, but the flow of time inside is the same as the outer world and living things can enter it. Its capacity is also dependent on the user. It is similar to storage magic, but it is a completely different magic. Storage magic is a downgrade of the item box. Magic power is necessary when depositing or withdrawing items, and a large amount of magic power is necessary when the storage space is first created. It is said that a normal user can create a storage space up to around the size of a 6 tatami room. The magic power required when opening subspace is little, but it's at a level where it can be ignored when natural magic power recovery is taken into consideration. The magic power it takes when the space is first created is identical, but that cost is much cheaper. Incidentally, the size of the space Keed is currently in is as wide as 4 baseball stadiums combined. Keed's thoughts concerning the interior of the space is that it's filled with my magic power and that it was cozy. At the library's reception desk, I paid for the establishment fee and the insurance fee. These seem to be for the cost of the maintenance of valuable books and library management cost. I have received 30 silver coins. 20 silver coins will be returned at the time of your departure. Expensive. The usage fee is 10,000 yen. They said that because the books are collected to be appended, if the book is dirted, the 20 silver will not be returned, so they sincerely ask that it be handled carefully. I'll handle it carefully even if they didn't say so. When I entered the library, it had a collection of books that wouldn't lose to a library in Japan, and the aged leather-bound books had a profound feeling to it. Because searching blindly seemed unreasonable, I quickly gave up searching by myself and asked the librarian for books related to magic circles and alchemy. There's surprisingly few. From the vast collection of books in the library, there were only 4 books on what I had requested. While there was a fairly large number of books relating to spell casting, it seems that matters relating to alchemy and magic circles were minor fields of research. If I had to say, then this is why. By relying on items discovered in ancient ruins and dungeons, the current situation on magic devices will not improve. I see. Deconstruction, extraction, reconstruction, synthesis. The analysis of an alchemy magic circle can be done. Alchemy magic circles can be deciphered. If it's like this, then arranging might also be possible. Automatic size adjustment is a complex magic, Size alteration, how fantasy-like. Self-repair is a light and time-space attribute, so it's a rare enchantment. Enhanced agility and strong slash are wind attribute. Enhanced strength and enhanced attack are fire attribute. I see. I understand the general method, so if it's like this, I might be able to enchant without a magic circle. I wondered why these simple and easily understandable magic circles for alchemy and bestowal magic are obsolete. Although I was thinking this, I realized later on that the reason I could say this was because the goddess Norn-sama had gifted me the ability to understand all languages of this world. In actuality, the people of this world have yet to decipher the characters and magic circles of the age of the ancient magic civilization. This was something I had not yet realized at this time. I continued reading the books, even forgetting to eat lunch. Buying parchment and a pen from the library, I kept taking memos, and, by the end of the day, I was able to obtain the necessary information. Next chapter. The progress of my investigation was surprisingly smooth. I could understand the magic circles, to the point that I could apply it effectively in different aspects. Until now, I, who couldn't manufacture even simple items like a light magic device or an ignition magic device, am now able to manufacture artifacts at the level of those from ancient ruins and dungeons. On bestowing magic on armor and weapons, aside from the dwarven country Namstol Kingdom, I might be able to make magic weapons. No, since I've already been successful at simple enchants. With the research I did on magic circles and magic letters and symbols in the library yesterday, and my analysis on the magic formulas of ancient magic finished, I might surpass the dwarves before long if I practice. As for my current status, because I haven't been fighting, my level hasn't risen even once. Aside from magic perception and magic power manipulation, which I constantly practice, the skill level of time-space attribute magic and the job level of magic bestower have gone up. Magic, whether it be alchemy or attribute magic, fails to invoke advanced magic if your skill level is not enough, so training every day is essential. After changing to the magic bestower and practicing enchanting, it was clear to see that constructing magic formulas became much easier. Given how that sense grows with each increase in job level, I could tell in an instant that it is quite a lot, even though the numbers of the job correction doesn't show. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, Magic Bestower LV26, Mage LV38. Warrior LV30, Carpenter LV7, Alchemist LV44, Blacksmith LV42, Tailor LV16. Level, 18. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 320. Magic power, 460. Strength, 144. Agility, 115. Stamina, 205. Dexterity, 142. Intelligence, 198. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV1. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Fencing LV1. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV1. Mata Jutsu LV1. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Tame LV1. Magic perception LV6. Magic power manipulation LV8. Light attribute magic LV5. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV3. Wind attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV3. Bestowal magic LV3. Alchemy LV6. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV5. Carpentry LV3. Harvesting LV5. Logging LV3. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV4. Metalworking LV2. Sewing LV3. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiar. Killer spider unique species, keyed. Be it bestowal magic or attribute magic. I think the cruxes lie in the skills magic perception and magic power manipulation. If you can control magic power precisely, then constructing a magic formula would become easy. And because adding an image has a large effect, there is an endlessly large divide in images between me, a man from Japan, and the people of Mildgard, whose science and civilization is equal to that of the 15th century. Between these two, the people of this world fail and can't smoothly invoke alchemy's fundamentals, decomposition, reconstruction, extraction. It won't work unless decomposition is used to put magic power into the magic formula. That really will make alchemy obsolete. Bestowal magic is ready and all, but my current problem is more basic than that. I don't have a place to work at. In Bode Village, I could work from alchemy to smithing to woodworking in my house, so it slipped my mind. But as one would expect, I can't do that in the room of the inn. What to do? Should I consult with Papek-san? I had keyed enter the other dimension and proceeded to the Papek company. He might not meet me without an appointment, but I don't know anyone else in this town. Yep, it's hard to enter, isn't it? I arrived at the entrance of the Papek company building, but the lower middle class me is hesitating. Oh my, if it isn't Takumi-sama. You've come. Please come into the shop. Ah, Thomas-san, good morning. The one who greeted me is the Papek company's head clerk, Thomas-san. I felt relief as Thomas-san guided me into the building. Led into the same room as the other day, I drank tea while waiting for Thomas-san. Apologies for the wait. Knocking on the door, Thomas-san entered. Papek-san will be here shortly, so please enjoy your tea while waiting. I thanked Thomas-san for the referral to the Golden Wheat Pavilion, and we chatted about my impression of my visit to the library. Thank you for waiting. Papek-san entered the parlor. What business do you have with me today? Standing up to greet one another, Papek-san then asked about the matter. As expected of a president that handles a company, he manages time efficiently. The truth is, I was planning on renting a place like a workshop or something similar where I can work on various things, but because I don't know anyone in this town, even though I think it might be an annoyance, I would inquire and consult with Papek-san. Oh my, I have been careless. This Papek is ashamed, too ecstatic about the hand pump. He was. A workshop is a matter of course for Takumi-sama's production, and yet, I am very much ashamed. Papek-san, aware that a workshop is necessary for my activities in this town, seemed to have forgotten. I myself had thoughtlessly forgotten, so I have no words. No, I had also forgotten. The workshop is for Takumi-sama's solitary use, correct? Yes, since I think my smithing and alchemy are unique. I can't hire someone who could do the same, so I'd like to work alone for now. I said so, and Papek-san pondered over it. Hiring someone unskilled would be risky, wouldn't it? That having been said, It would be troubling if Takumi-sama can't concentrate solely on production. Someone from our place. Is not possible. President, in my humble opinion, wouldn't purchasing a slave be acceptable? Towards Papex-san, who was muttering to himself, Thomas-san dropped a bombshell. Well, it seems I'm the only one who thought that about slave. That's true. That might be the best option for Takumi-sama, who has many secrets. No, it's the only option at present. To hide my use of alchemy and smithing magic, Papex-san and Thomas-san are saying that it is best to buy a slave to protect that secret. But I have one thing I must say before that. Papex-san and Thomas-san too. I came here today for a referral on a workshop where I could do my production in though. And my apologies. Again, I have become excited and digressed. Then, I will list down properties suitable for Takumi-sama's workshop from the ones that the company manage and guide you to them. Please do. As expected of the Papek company, they even have real estates. Thomas-san left to pick up the property files. Papex-san had worked. In the rear garden of the wide plot is a storehouse-type building. How about remodeling that storehouse into a workshop? Like Thomas-san says, the storehouse is more than big enough for a workshop. I worked in my house in Bode Village, after all. Now then, I will show you the rooms inside. In the central part of the concavity was an elegant door. Thomas-san opened it with a key and went inside. Past the door was an atrium hall and staircase. On the right side of the first floor are the dining room, kitchen, and one servant's room. On the left side of the first floor are a spacious parlor room and a restroom. On the second floor, there is one large bedroom and 3 small bedrooms, and on opposite side of the large bedroom are a restroom and a really spacious bathroom. A bath. Yes, there is a derisory of houses that have bathrooms in the town of Voltan. The previous owner was very particular about bathrooms and seemed to have spent quite a bit of money on this bathroom. As Thomas-san says, the bathroom in this house is spacious enough to accommodate 5 to 6 adults. The bathtub is made of marble-like stone, and the walls and floor were tiled. This is terribly attractive, but just like this residence, the price is also quite high, isn't it? Frankly, this house is too big for just Keed and I, but it having a bath is enticing. In reality, I clean my body and my clothes with purifying magic, but this and that are different. Maybe it's because the Japanese love baths. The price of this property is 20 platinum if purchasing, and 1 gold 50 silver per month if renting. I assent that cheap. I think this house is incredibly cheap at 200 million in Japanese yen. I could never afford this if I were still in Japan, though. And isn't the 150,000 yen monthly rent equivalent to a normal condominium in a metropolitan city? Yes, it is quite cheap considering the market price. The truth is that although there are water and fire magic devices installed in the bathroom and kitchen in the first floor, their magic stones were removed. Therefore, it would be necessary to purchase magic stones for those as well as for the light magic devices. Furthermore, regarding the maintenance of this residence, cleaning and tending to the garden are done periodically. However, there are still some touch-ups that need to be done here and there. If I can do the repairs myself, would it be cheaper? Frankly speaking, it is as you say. Once Takumi-sama has touched up the residence, its value would become higher too. I don't know why his evaluation of me is this high even though we just met the other day, but if the monthly rent is 1 gold 50 silver, then the current me can pay for it. Thomas-san, this one please. Certainly. Also, I have a request. I would like some wood and clay. Could you please see to it? We will bring it in 2 days. Then I will hand over 20 gold for 1 year's worth of rent, and for the wood and clay. I paid Thomas-san 20 gold. Yes, I have received it. When will you be moving in? Let's see. I need to prepare the furniture and interior as maintenance for the mansion. There are some parts I'd like to renovate, so, including a number of days to secure raw materials, I think I will move in 7 days from now. Understood. Then let us return to the company and draft a contract. Returning to the Papek company, a residential lease was made, and I received the key. I came back to the Golden Wheat Pavilion and talked to Morris-san about the house with a workshop that I had rented. I'll be returning the remainder of the money you entrusted to me then. No, Morris-san. Could you please make a variety of lunchboxes with the money? That will be quite a lot, you know. I have a magic bag, so it's okay. Since the leftover 50 silver is around 50,000 yen, that's like having 50,000 yen worth of lunchboxes, so I understand Morris-san's concern over the large amount. I see. Takumi-sama has a high-class magic bag. I understand. Then I will give 50 silver's worth of lunchboxes with a different menu for each day in 7 days. Please do. I received the key from Morris-san, returned to my room, then had Keed leave the subspace and fed it. All right, So the first thing I need to repair in that mansion is the restroom. Now then, the first thing I absolutely have to work on in that mansion. The toilet reform. I pondered over the structure in order to make a purifying magic device that will clean up the toilet after use. Although Golden Wheat Pavilion is a clean inn, their restroom is no different from a squat toilet. It's thanks to Morisan and her husband's hard work that the inn is kept clean. As I am a city kid, I am not accustomed to squat toilets. In Bode Village, ever since I could use purifying magic, I could clean up each time after going to the toilet, so I wasn't bothered by it. As Keed ate dinner in silence, I thought seriously about toilets. Previous TOC next. The day after I rented out a mansion with a storehouse, I promptly came to renovate the mansion. Keed, you can play in the garden. Play. Alright, let's fix the perimeter wall first. It seems that it was cleaned properly, but there was no maintenance on the outer wall and house. I repaired the walls with earth magic as I did a lap on the grounds. Once my lap around the grounds was finished, the exterior of the perimeter wall was redecorated to a hardened white clay. It's cleaner than before. Just when the repair of the outer wall finished, the wood and clay from Papek Company arrived and was brought to the storehouse. The current state of the storehouse isn't too bad, so with a bit of repairing, it was done. There is a lighting magic device installed in the storehouse, so I inserted a magic stone I had on hand into it, and the interior of the storehouse turned workshop brightened. I set up the workbench and stool I brought along from my house in Bode Village, something I thought would be an obstruction if left behind. I took out the soil and stones from when I had mined ores from the item box. Using pulverized quartz and clay that arrived from Papek Company, I mixed them together with magic while moistening the mixture with water magic. It's safer to shape it into a familiar form. The first thing I made from the clay is a daily necessity made of porcelain. Its name is Western Toilet. In this case, should it be otherworld-style toilet? The toilet in this world is close to the Japanese style. It's just a hole. It's easier to duplicate something once one has been completed. 2 will be enough for the mansion, but I'll make around 5 more. Also because I mixed too much clay at one time. I heat it up with magic, making it into a bisque, too. Next, using wood ash as the main component, feldspar and silica are combined with it to make the glaze 3. The glaze was put on the surfaces of the 7 completed toilet bowls. Lastly, once the bisque is baked in high temperature, I check to see if its surface has turned glassy. The alchemist job has leveled up. Up until now, I've been thinking that this world is amazing since everything could be done with magic, but when Papek-san came for an inspection, his mouth was agape after seeing me work. It seems I'm the strange one. This toilet bowl isn't just your run-of-the-mill Western-style toilet. That's because I will add a purifying magic device into it. After using the toilet, the switch of the magic device is pressed, and the contents of the toilet are purified by water and broken down. Correct? This magic device is a magic device engraved with the magic formulas of purification and decomposition. I stored the completed toilets in the item box, then installed them in the restrooms on the 1st and 2nd floor. While I was there, I replaced the water magic device of the bathtub with a hot and cold water magic device. After that, I checked the condition of the mansion itself, confirming that there are damaged places. I'll fix those. Deciding that the large room on the 2nd floor will be my room, I returned to the workshop to make a bed, closet, chest, chairs, and table that I'd put in there. The carpentry skill has leveled up. The woodworking skill has leveled up. I should make a bed, closet, chairs, and a small table for each room. I worked until evening, and since I finished placing the furniture for each room, I decided to go back to the Golden Wheat Pavilion. Kid, we're going back. Yees, Master. I stopped by the furniture store on the way back. Sorry, I ended up buying a sofa for the living room. I also ended up buying mattresses for the beds and a futon. I couldn't help it. I had no fur in stock. Searching for which furs are good, hunting those monsters, and then making it takes too much time, so I abandoned the idea. I'll be sure to try making my own sofa at some point. After that, I bought a bunch of daily necessities at a general store, then returned to the Golden Wheat Pavilion. The next day, with Keed's help, I installed the loom I brought from Bode Village into the workshop. Having Keed spin its thread into the loom, I weaved the spider silk into bed sheets. Do I need covers for the futon too? Though nobles would faint at hearing those words, for me who doesn't know the value of spider silk, I've been associating cloth with spider silk lately. The sewing skill has leveled up. The tailor job has leveled up. The tailor job has leveled up. Just when I finished the sheets, there was a visitor. How is it? The one visiting the workshop was Papek-san. Seeing Keed in front of a loom, Nimbly spinning its thread, he froze. Papex-san, are you alright? Papex-san. Huh. Takumi-sama, that monster is... Ah. It seems he was surprised at seeing Keed. It is my familiar. Its name is Keed. No, that's a killer spider, isn't it? Ooh, as expected of Papex-san. He knows the names of monsters well. Yes, it is. The killer spider, Keed. Keed, this is Papex-san. When I introduced Papex-san to Keed, Keed waved one leg at Papex-san. Huh. Ha ha. It seems to understand Takumi-sama's words. Ha ha ha, am I dreaming? Huh. Wouldn't you normally have mutual understanding with a familiar? Oh, right. Should I show you the inside of the house? There isn't much there, but I've tampered with a few things. That's right. Please show me. Yes. The color of Papex-san's eyes changed as soon as we went in the mansion. When Papex-san asked to use the restroom and went in the restroom on the first floor, this happened. Takumi-sama, what is that toilet? Why dash, Papex-san, you're too close to. Papex-san, who had exited the toilet, approached me with a frightening expression. My apologies. I lost my self-control. And so, what is that toilet? That's a toilet bowl with a purifying magic device. It's a toilet with a magic device that purifies your bottom and the discharge things, and disintegrates the cleaning water and imperceptible inorganic waste. Takumi-sama, you have an aptitude for light attribute magic? For a while, Papex-san looked serious as he thought over something. And then he suddenly talked. Could you please make 50, no, 100 of that toilet magic device? Apart from that, I would also like a purifying magic device that would invoke after a set amount of time. For the toilet bowl, if you can prepare a number of magic stones, clay, and stones from a volcanic area, then you can make it. But as for a magic device that would routinely invoke purifying magic, some testing will be necessary. I understand. Those will be prepared immediately, so please make the toilet with a magic device. In the end, Papex-san went back in a hurry after that. Just as he was leaving, he forbade me from speaking about this magic device to anyone. Vitality, 320. Magic power, 460. Strength, 144. Agility, 115. Stamina, 205. Dexterity, 142. Intelligence, 198. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV1. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Fencing LV1. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV1. Mata Jutsu LV1. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Tame LV1. Magic perception LV6. Magic power manipulation LV8. Light attribute magic LV5. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV3. Wind attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV5. Time-space attribute magic LV3. Bestowal magic LV3. Alchemy LV6. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV6. Carpentry LV4. Forging LV5. Logging LV3. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV4. Metalworking LV2. Sewing LV3. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiars. Killer spider unique species, Keed. Next chapter. As I repair the mansion and make the things I'm still missing, the place slowly started to become easier to live in. The clay and stone from the Papek company arrived during that time. Extracting what's needed from the stones, mixing it with the clay, I kept working on and on. I'm so glad I'm not working on this manually. From the bottom of my heart, I am so glad that this world has magic. I could have asked the Papek company to make the toilets. The alchemy skill has leveled up. The alchemist job has leveled up. The light attribute magic skill has leveled up. The light attribute magic skill has leveled up. It was only after I finished 100 toilets that I realized. I completely forgot to do the same as with the hand pump. There, the crestfallen me was comforted by Keed. To be comforted by a spider. The magic device that invokes purifying magic at set intervals that Papex-san had requested was surprisingly easy to make. Using time-space attribute magic, I could easily set a specific time interval for invocation. Having made 100 toilets and 5 timed purifying magic devices, I headed for the Papek company to deliver them to Papex-san. I arrived at the company and Thomas-san immediately showed me to the parlor. It's like I'm being treated even more courteously, or maybe it's just my imagination. Paypek-san arrived immediately. Takumi-sama, are you delivering the goods already? Yes, because it was only making the same things. Then, I will first hand over the money for the hand pump. The hand pumps are in such great demand in towns and villages. Supply is currently not enough of it, even with help of Babandano in Bode village. I'm crying for joy. As Paypek-san said that, he received a bag from Thomas-san and held it out in front of me. 20 gold. This sum is only from the advanced orders these past few days. We will pay you at fixed intervals after this. I accepted the bag of 20 gold coins. It hasn't even been a month since I came to Volton, and yet I've already earned such a large amount of money that it's like I'm losing touch of reality. For the toilet magic device, I'm still considering its price. Therefore, please allow for your remuneration to be paid at a later date, Takumi-sama. And for the timed purifying magic devices, it will be sold to the feudal lord. Therefore, please allow for payment to be deferred to a later date as well. Given that I have enough funds in hand right now to be fine without working for a while, I told Paypek-san that there would be no problem with that. And then, I requested that if they wanted a large quantity of toilets with a purifying feature, then I'll teach them the whole recipe, from the materials needed for the toilet and glaze to the finished product, and that anything besides the parts with the magic device will be manufactured by the Paypek company. No matter how much of an artisan I am, I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over. This is what the work entails, but it hasn't even been a year since I came to this world. There's still many things I want to try and a variety of things I want to make. Moving out of the Golden Wheat Pavilion, Morrison gave me the lunch boxes and I moved into my new home. A few days after I had moved in, Paypek-san visited my house. Really, the toilet magic device we had Takumi-sama make are flying off the shelves, and since preparing the toilet manufacturing facilities is taking the Paypek company some time, could we please ask you to make 200 more toilets and 10 timed purifying magic devices? Well, I was expecting this though. But will that be fine? To be selling purifying magic devices so extensively, Paypek-san, you're being vigilant around the church, right? Paypek-san was popularizing the purifying magic device cautiously at first. The circumstances behind this is because the divine empire of Sidnia exists. Purifying magic is a light attribute magic. Rather than the divine empire of Sidnia, it is the light god church that claims that the people who use light attribute magic are the god's chosen ones. The light god church enclose the ones who have the aptitude for light attribute magic, perform medical treatments with recovery magic, and drive curses away with dispel curse in exchange for a large donation, which then becomes the church's operating funds. As a church that uses purifying magic on filth, they would not overlook a method of cleaning up filth, and for that reason, Paypek-san should have been cautious in selling the purifying magic device. I believe it will be alright because I have secured backers. However, it would be a disaster if something were to happen to Takumi-sama. Therefore, if you find it acceptable to buy a slave that can be both your guard and your aid for everyday necessities, then I will make use my connections for the search. Regarding the slaves that Paypek-san often recommends, like he had previously stated, a slave is forced to protect secrets with contract magic, so it is perfect for someone like me. The village Takumi-sama was born in is a wealthy village even if it is in a rural area, isn't it? It's a common story in any country. Those who can't pay taxes sell their children or fall to slavery themselves. There are several types of slaves. Debt slaves. Literally, someone who fell into slavery due to debt. Once that debt has been repaid, they are released. Criminal slave. A criminal that didn't receive the death penalty is made to do forced labor. Felons fundamentally wouldn't be liberated. However, there were a few slaves that worked exemplary that have been granted amnesty by a feudal lord. Petty criminals that fell into slavery are released after a fixed period of manual labor. War slave. Someone who became a prisoner in times of war, but wasn't returned as part of the prisoner exchange or as reparation, and fell into slavery. They are fundamentally not released. However, release is not impossible with a feudal lord's permission. Illegal slave. People that were attacked and caught by bandits and thieves and have been enslaved illegally. There is no regulation for their release. It seems Paypek-san is searching for war slaves or illegal slaves. Is it due to the issue of non-disclosure once a debt slave is released? That is correct. Criminal slaves are out of the question. Well, even the slaves charged for petty crimes would have issues with disclosure upon their release. But illegal slaves are people forcefully taken, aren't they? Couldn't they buy themselves back? People forcefully taken can be released to how they were before they were sold to slave traders. Even after being sold to slave traders, they should be able to buy back their freedom. Yes, that's certainly true, but when they became illegal slaves, their parents and siblings, what? Ah, I see. When thieves attack villages and merchant parties, people aside from the ones to be sold as merchandise are killed. It is not uncommon for slaves to refuse their own release due to these circumstances. The reason for this is because the master of a slave is obligated to provide food, clothing, and shelter for the slave. There are many of those who had been freed with nowhere to return to that want to be protected as slaves rather than live on their own. Hearing that, it made me think, Yawa, I was sent to a horrible world. But there's nothing I can do about it. I understand. I will leave the matter regarding slaves to you, Papex-san. Please have the materials for the 200 toilets delivered in 3 days. Oh, thank you. Now then, I will pay for the previous toilets and magic device. Since each individual toilet was sold for 10 gold, that will be 10 platinum, and each purifying magic device was sold for 100 gold. Therefore, the total amount is 15 white gold coins. Please confirmed. My jaw dropped at the excessive amount of money. I sent 10 gold for one toilet too expensive. What are you saying? Purification magic is that valuable. And I believe Takumi-sama has noticed it as well, but the town of Voltan reeks. I am currently marketing towards the nobles and wealthy merchants. But once the Papek company starts manufacturing toilets, we plan on doing our best to stabilize the price so that even an average household can buy one. I see. According to Papex-san, the toilets that Papek company made are a bit lower in quality. Therefore, their plan is to market the ones I made as high-class items, and the ones which I only made the magic device for will be marketed as the generic version. But still, a 1 million yen toilet, I wouldn't buy that. The purifying magic device was sold to Voltan's feudal lord, and it was said that there are plans for it to be installed in the sections where the sewers connect. It seems that with this, the smell in Voltan would improve, and that the feudal lord is more than happy enough to become the backer of Papek company. And that leads to protecting me. I understand. I will make the delivery as soon as I am finished. We look forward to it. Papex-san returned smilingly. 15 platinum. That's 150 million yen. Isn't it fine if I don't work anymore? As I say that, the lower middle class me will probably work. Next chapter. Having been requested an additional 200 toilets by Papex-san, I worked on the same things in silent contempt for a while, then went to Papek company to deliver the 200 toilets and 10 purifying magic devices. It was repetitive work, but the levels of alchemy skill, earth attribute skill, alchemist job, and mage job all went up. Furthermore, because I had been cooking for myself in the mansion, I acquired the cooking skill. Given that it's only level 2, its correction value is still minimal, but it is useful enough. There weren't instances where I could cook for myself when I was a salaryman in my 40s, but somehow being able to cook is amazing for a skill. On one such day, a carriage from the Papek company stopped in front of my home, and Papex-san says that there's a place he wants to bring me to. As I had promised previously, I will take you to an acquaintance slave trader. I would like for Papek company to deal in slaves as well. However, slave trading requires a completely different know-how from trading in normal merchandise. Also, I received a payment of 30 platinum for the delivery of the additional magic devices. Inside the carriage that was moving along the flagstone path, I received an explanation about the place we were heading to. The carriage eventually stopped at the outskirts of the commercial district, at a slave shop 1 house away from the red light district. The building of the slave shop shows a modest facade, to the point that if I wasn't told that it was a slave shop, I wouldn't know. Takumi-sama, this is the Mulan Slavery Company. Because this is in Voltan, it is a company that runs its business very seriously. We alighted the carriage, and a voluptuous woman came out of the slavery company to greet us. Papex-sama, it has been too long. Mulandano, I must say it truly has. Today we have come in search for a slave that can be entrusted with assisting in daily matters, and a slave that would serve as a guard for Takumi-sama. Thank you very much, Papex-sama. Takumi-sama, I am the proprietress of this company, Mulan. Thank you for visiting us today. My name is Takumi. Mulan-san, please treat me well today. An older voluptuous woman, my heart wouldn't stop beating fast at Mulan-san's seductiveness. I had lovers when I was in Japan, and I am not a virgin. But my response is no different from the 15-year-old boy that I am today. Fufu, please come in. Urged by Mulan-san, I followed after them into the slave shop, all while red in the face. Due to this being a time where there are few debt slaves, the slaves that our company can showcase are few. However, Mulandano, that may be so, However, Takumi-sama is intent on war slaves or illegal slaves. 1. The moment Peipeksen said that, Mulan-san's eyes narrowed and her gentle aura to dangerous one in an instant. Could you please tell me the reason? Yes, Takumi-sama here may be young. However, he is an artisan with techniques that other people cannot imitate. There are many among those techniques that must be kept a secret, and it is difficult to choose a slave, such as a debt slave, with the potential of leaking those secrets after they're released. Peipek-san explained it as such, and Mulan-san's aura returned to a gentle one. I see. If it's a war slave, he will not be released unless a very trusting relationship is built. Conversely, many of the illegal slaves rely on their masters and would hate to be freed. I understand. Then, I will show you to them. After that, I looked at the slaves around the room that Mulan-san guided us to, but there weren't many people here. Thinking that it was an invasion of privacy, I had not appraised anyone until today. My apologies, but with Takumi-sama's requirements, there are few men with combat potential that have become slaves. As Mulan-san says, when it comes to war slaves or illegal slaves, the options diminish very much. Let's review it again. 1 person to help manage the mansion and my everyday needs. 1 person to serve as my guard when I'm foraging. I want at least 2 people. Mulan-san says that the number of war slaves that the Mulan Company is currently in possession of is 1. Just 1. And that sole individual has quite a special circumstance. In fact, this slave is a prisoner from the war between Triaria Kingdom and a girl kingdom 50 years ago. 50 years ago. That's because a girl kingdom is the country of elves. Mulan-san said that, in those days, the skirmishes between those 2 countries fell into a temporary state of war, and the prisoner wasn't exchanged at the time and was directly sold as a slave to a third-party country, Valkyria Kingdom. Since Voltun is located at the western end of Valkyria Kingdom and is close to a girl kingdom, Mulan's grandfather had successfully bought the slave from Triaria, but due to various reasons, has remained unsold. I don't know why an exchange of prisoners wasn't done, but I knew from just a glance what the reason is for remaining unsold. The right hand, left leg, and an ear were missing. As you can see, she cannot fight. She is an elf, so she should be able to use spirit magic and attribute magic, but is unable to use magic for some reason. In addition, lacking a leg is fatal if travel is taken into consideration. I have no clue as to what grandfather was thinking when he took this girl and Right, the war slave given a single room is a peerless, beautiful woman. She has long light golden hair, a face so beautiful it was as if it was made by a god, gentle green eyes carrying a strong will, is of tall stature with long legs and arms, and has a figure everyone would likely be charmed by. Above all is her impressive protruding chest that my eyes were nearly glued to. Even so, isn't it strange for there to be no one who wants to buy her? Well, I heard that even with her disabilities, she still has a beautiful face, so there were many inquiries from nobles and wealthy merchants. But grandfather seems to have a contract to not sell her as a sex slave, and so she has remained unsold. I thought about this for a bit. My light attribute magic is currently level 7. To be able to use extra heal to return lost limbs, I would have raised its skill level 1 more time, or I won't be able to. I haven't obtained the recipe for advanced potions yet, so I'll exclude that. Would it be alright for me to buy her? Takumi-sama, are you sure? Surprised, Peipeksen asked. I wonder if he thought I'm buying because she's beautiful. Name, Sophia Sylphide. Race, elf. Age, 80 years old. Job, Spirit Mage LV 60, Knight LV 20. Warrior LV 80, Hunter LV 67. Level, 64. Condition, missing limbs, slavery, curse of sealing. Vitality, 420. Magic power, 520. Strength, 280. Agility, 380. Stamina, 320. Dexterity, 210. Intelligence, 360. Unique skills. Spirit Eye. Passive skills. Insight LV3. Active skills. Swordplay LV7. Shield technique LV5. Spear handling LV6. Archery LV6. Taijutsu LV4. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Enhanced strength LV4. Magic perception LV6. Magic power manipulation LV5. Spirit magic LV8. Water attribute magic LV5. Wind attribute magic LV6. Effect of missing limbs, -100 to all stats. Unable to manage magic power due to curse of sealing. Sorry, but her status is ridiculously strong. She'll be a battle-ready if the curse and her disabilities are resolved. Takumi-sama, your light attribute magic skill is that high. I think I'll reach that point soon. Papex-san asked in a whisper. Papex-san naturally knew that I could use light attribute magic. That being the case, it seems he was surprised that my skill level was this high. Her name is Sophia, and she will be 2 platinum. I don't know if 20 million in Japanese yen is expensive or cheap, but it also includes the expenses from 50 years of being unsold. Nevertheless, 2 platinum might be extremely cheap for a peerless elven beauty. I later heard from Papex-san that although Sophia has missing limbs and had an ear, which is an elven trait, cut off, because of a contract to not sell Sophia as a sex slave that Mulan-san's grandfather has, she is a useless slave that has stayed in Mulan Company for many years. Papex-san said that if she were to be sold as a sex slave, she would be worth 20 platinum even with her disabilities. Or rather, that would be the starting price at an auction. I would like to interview her, and then buy her if there are no problems. Then please wait at the parlor room. Papex-san and I returned to the parlor room for the interview. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, Magic Bestower LV29, Mage LV46. Warrior LV30, Carpenter LV16, Alchemist LV49, Blacksmith LV42, Tailor LV26. Level, 18. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 330. Magic power, 480. Strength, 146. Agility, 116. Stamina, 208. Dexterity, 154. Intelligence, 202. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV1. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Swordplay LV1. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV1. Matajutsu LV1. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Tame LV1. Magic perception LV6. Magic power manipulation LV8. Light attribute magic LV7. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV3. Wind attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV7. Time-space attribute magic LV3. Bestowal magic LV3. Alchemy LV7. Smithing LV5. Woodworking LV6. Carpentry LV4. Forging LV5. Logging LV3. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV4. Metalworking LV2. Sewing LV3. Cooking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiars. Killer spider unique species, keyed. Next chapter. Con gotcha. The sound of knocking was heard, and Sophia came in with Mulan and an employee. Please sit down. Since she was just standing there, I asked her to sit down. Please allow me to ask you 1 or 2 questions. Sophia-san, you were a knight in a girl kingdom. Though right away is impossible, would there be a problem if you were to return to a girl kingdom when you are released in the future? Also, although I am an artisan, I would like to be escorted when I sometimes forage or go mining. But do you find duties like those unpleasant? For the time being, I tried asking if there's a reason should she not want to return to her homeland, and if a knight like her is a fit to be doing guard duty for me. Takumi-dano, was it? Before that, are you a son of a noble? I'm sure you've heard, but I am by no means cheap. No, I am not a noble. Just a country bumpkin. Sophia-dano, though Takumi-sama is young, he is an excellent artisan. An excellent artisan and developer whose earnings in just this month alone is enough to buy every one of you. It seems like a young person such as myself carrying large amounts of money was misunderstood to be a noble's idiotic son. Papex-san explained how I have such a large amount of money. So how is that? There would be no punishment if I were to return to my motherland. With regards to escorting, I do not dislike the work itself either. However, I am unable to wield a sword or spear with this body. I can't be relied on for magic either because I can't need magic powered. Sophia bit her lip in vexation. This is unrelated, but I wonder if Sophia's speech being boyish is because she is a knight. It's such a steep gap from her womanly appearance. I won't say anything at the moment, but I'll do something about that, somehow. Please tell me at once if my purchase of you is physiologically impossible. And no, it's not impossible. Rather, what else can I say to such pretty silver hair and cool eyes? Oh, Her face that doesn't look 80 years old blushing is cute. Her appearance might be like that of someone in their 20s. Elves sure are amazing. They're said to have a lifespan of 700 to 800 years. An error range of 100 years. Well then, you will be purchasing Sophia, correct? We will make preparations for Sophia. And one more, you wanted someone who can manage a mansion, did you not? Yes. Then we will present children who had been subjected to a crime and were illegally sold as slaves. However, having suffered excessively at the hands of thieves, there are many who have a fear of men. Therefore, the ones being presented to Takumi-sama today were kidnapped children who have no place to return to. And among the ones we've raised, we will first present the one we recommend. Bring Maria. Mulan-san gave instructions to the employee. A girl around the same age as me entered after a short while. I felt strangely impressed at her lovely reddish blonde hair that seemed to exist only in the fantasy world. Her appearance is at a level where 10 out of 10 people would turn their heads at the beautiful girl. She has large eyes and translucent skin, a large bust unthinkable of a young girl, hips projecting outwardly from her slender waist, has long arms and legs. How she's not yet sold is a mystery. You may be wondering why someone of Maria's appearance hasn't been sold yet at her age. She said she will not do nightly duties, and our company only sell the children once they've become adults because grandfather had ordered so. Maria has only just turned into an adult the day before yesterday. I see. If that wasn't the case, then there's no way a beautiful girl of this level would remain here. Maria is educated in reading, writing, calculations, and general housework. May I ask her a few questions? Please feel free to ask her anything. I looked into the girl's eyes, but I could sense from those eyes that she has not given up on life. I am Takumi. Maria-san, please allow me to ask a few questions. If I bring you back with me, I would like for you to manage my home, but would that be a problem? The rooms in the house consist of a living room, dining room, and kitchen on the first floor, and 4 bedrooms and a bathroom on the second floor. But if this is too difficult to manage alone, I would like for you to tell me how many people would be necessary. Maria thought about my question for a little bit and answered. With regards to returning to Takumi-sama's house and managing it, please do take me from here. For the number of rooms there, I believe I will be fine by myself. Hearing her answer, I looked at Mulan-san. Maria will be 80 gold. No problem. So her too, please. Then we will make preparations for Maria. We will bind Sophia and Maria with a slave contract thereafter. I paid Mulan-san 3 platinum. Subtracting the commission fee and the initial tax, I received 10 gold coins and change. We signed Sophia and Maria's slave contracts in another room. Before that, I didn't forget to dispel Sophia's curse with Dispel Curse. If I dispelled it after the slave contract is done, the curse and the slave contract will both be lifted. Mulan Company's exclusive mage cast slave contract magic on Sophia and I, and Maria and I. Thereupon, a slave crest showed underneath the throats of the girls, and they became my slaves. Master, I will endeavor to forever stay by your side. Master, please treat me well. Lending my shoulder to Sophia, we boarded Paypek-san's carriage to return to the mansion. In the carriage on our way back to the mansion, Paypek-san could no longer hold it in and asked me, Takumi-sama, can you recover lost limbs? Paypek-san, I must say that it is impossible at present. However, with one more level, I better not say anything more than this. Yes, that's right. I will not ask about this. I heard that there is one priest in the divine empire of Sydnea that can recover limbs, and that is the Pope. Hearing Paypek-san and my conversation, Sophia suddenly grabbed my arm. Sophia-san, your face is close, too close. If a peerless beauty does that, I'd lose all reasoning. Master, you can use light attribute magic to the point where limbs can be restored. No, I'm saying it's still impossible for me right now, but I'll do something about it before long. For Sophia-san, who had come to be my guard, it would be hard to hold even a sword without a right hand, wouldn't it? A sword, I will be able to swing a sword. Sophia-san wants to believe but can't believe it, and I could see that complex expression. Since your curse has been dispelled, you can use both spirit magic and attribute magic. Sophia-san needed her magic power within herself inside the carriage. Magic power, my magic power is working. I can need magic power. Whoa, calm down, Sophia-san. We're inside a carriage. The excited Sophia-san calmed down somehow. I know you're happy because you hadn't been able to use magic until now, but, sorry, I'll have you settle down. Paypek-san had on a face that was saying, since when had the curse been dispelled? Next chapter. We returned to the mansion using Paypek-san's carriage. The three of us entered the mansion and relaxed in the living room. For starters, there are 3 vacant rooms on the second floor. Sophia-san and Maria-san, please choose from those. Master, please address me simply as Sophia. That is right, Master. Master, you will be looked down upon if you treat slaves in such a manner. As soon as we returned home, I had suddenly been given advice by Sophia-san and Maria-san. It seems that the master-slave relationship must properly be upheld. That I don't think of it as a master and slave, but Sophia and Maria. This is awkward. Also, 1 room per person is too luxurious for a slave. No, there are many rooms, so use them. Ah, I forgot to introduce you. Keed, come out. Keed came out of the subspace and got on my lap as I sat on the sofa. Ew. Master, that is. Sophia and Maria were pale-faced and staring at Keed. This one's name is Keed. It's my familiar, so do get along. Familiar? Master, that is a killer spider, is it not? Oh, as expected of an elf, you know it well. No, the incredible one is Master. An escort is unnecessary if Keed is around. I'm losing confidence. Afterwards, I toured them around the mansion and explained how to use the toilet and the bath. Is it all right for us to use the bath as well? This is my first time seeing a bath. After showing them and telling them that they're free to enter the bathroom, Sophia and Maria's spirits became ridiculous. Sophia-san, it's soap. It's true. What a nice scent. The excitement of the two wouldn't settle down. They kept touching the magic device and dispensing hot water. The hot water vigorously flowed, and in a few minutes the hot water had filled the tub. I'll prepare the towels. You guys bring a change of underwear, and it's fine to go in one at a time or together. For Master to not come with us, and for slaves to enter first, you say. That's right, Master. Come on. The appeal of the faces of these two who want to enter the bath. Honesty is best. I take a bath just before sleeping, so it's all right. Then I will take your word for it. Me too. I'll go in first. Sophia and Maria ran to get underwear brought with them from the slavery company. Even though Sophia is one-legged. You don't have to run, though. Meanwhile, I made lunch in the kitchen. A simple meal would be good, right? I heat up a frying pan on the magic stove I made. I fried both sides of the bacon and distributed it on the plates. I greased the pan, then brought out eggs from the item box and cracked them into a bowl. I don't know what kind of milk this is, but I added the milk-like thing and stirred it. Salt is enough for flavor. I would have liked some cheese, though. I hummed a song while making the omelette. I cooked 3 people's portions of omelette, then arranged them on the plates with bacon. I set the plates on the dining table and placed a basket of bread at the center of the table. I then lined up individual plates and pre-prepared vegetable soup for 3 people. Master, why are you cooking food? Sophia and Maria, who had just stepped out of the bath, were wearing simple dresses. When the two with exceptional proportions wore thin dresses, their chests bulged and their hip lines became more temptatious. Let's have lunch. There are times when I do this because I have to if I wanted to eat. You can relax today. Now, let's eat before it gets cold. I sat at the dining table. Sophia and Maria remained standing. What's wrong? Both of you sit down. For a slave to do such a thing as have a meal at the same table as Mastered. Maria was lost and confused at what she should do. Come on, Maria, help Sophia to a chair. The two reluctantly went to the table, and I imparted my wish to them. Sophia, Maria, I want you to listen. I grew up in an environment where there were no slaves. That is why I don't understand the significance of differentiating special slaves. So to have bonds with my slaves, I want us to match my style. All right, this talk is over. Let's eat. I don't know if they understood it or not, but the 3 of us somehow finished our meals. Informing Sophia and Maria that I am going to the workshop, I left the mansion and entered the workshop. Now then, this is gonna hurt, I bet. I rolled up my sleeves and stabbed myself. Ow. Heal. I immediately remedied the injury with heal. I took out York grass from the item box and tossed it into my mouth. Cure. I alternated between casting heal and cure on myself. Of course, my goal is to level up the light attribute magic skill. When the skill level goes up, improving to the next level simply through usage becomes more unclear, hence difficult. That is why I heal injuries, detoxify poison, and purify the room. And do it again. Truthfully, using more advanced light attribute magic is more efficient at increasing the skill level, but I still can't use the large-scale holy barrier. And then, that time came. The light attribute magic skill has leveled up. It finally went up. Master, preparations for dinner will be done very soon. Thank you. The 3 of us ate dinner. Then I took Sophia to her room. What's the matter, master? Well, it's fine, duh. Sophia sat on the bed. I needed a concentration of magic power and constructed a magic formula. Extra heal. A change suddenly wrapped light around Sophia's body. Ah! Sophia let out a groan. Sophia's right arm started regenerating. Her ear returned to its former state, and her foot's regeneration proceeded at a quick pace. Sophia's arm, leg, and ear had regenerated right before my eyes. Maria covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Wah, master. Sophia's exceedingly beautiful face distorted, and she burst into tears. Wah, I'm so tired. I is master a priest. Maria spouted absurdities that I in the end. It took some time before Sophia could regain her composure. Washing her tear-stained face, Sophia then fell to her knees in front of me. I will dedicate eternal loyalty and devotion to Mastered. Sophia, raise your head. I healed your body for my sake. So raise your head, Sophia. This is wonderful, isn't it, Sophia Sinda? We'll talk about what's to come tomorrow. Sophia will rest today. Her lost limbs were healed, but having not moved very much for a very long time, Sophia's stamina did not return to how it used to be. Good night, Sophia. Good night, Maria. Good night, Mastered. They've got to change their way of calling me Master. Being called Master, no way, this isn't a maid cafe. Next chapter. Firstly, my plans for today. We will buy clothing and underwear, and any other necessities for you, Sophia and Maria. However, we might run into some trouble because both of you stand out very much, so I'll lend you my overcoat today. We might be able to hide your face if you pull up the hood. I can understand, Sophia-san, but I will be fine. No. Maria, you should be aware of your own appearance. Sophia is a different type, but you are also good enough to boast about. When I said that, Maria's face turned red and she looked down. Beside her, Sophia was also nodding. I will eventually make clothes and underwear. Master, even our underwear. That's right. The clothes I'm wearing, down to my underwear, are all handmade. The cloth is made from Keed's specialized spider silk. Spider silk. Knowing the value of spider silk, Sophia was speechless. About my plans for the future. I want to travel freely to different places. I also want to go to places with food and materials only available in those places, see beautiful sceneries and historic ruins. Of course, our base will be this house. I would like for Sophia to always be with me to guard me, but if that were the case, I'd be worried for Maria, who'd have to house sit for a long time. Now listen, Master, would it be a bother to you if I said I want to come along with you and Sophia-san? Maria stared at me as she talked. Being stared at by a beautiful girl like her, I'd do anything she asks for. Receiving permission from the two, I first checked Sophia and Maria's status using appraisal. Sophia Sylphide. Race, elf. Age, 80 years old. Job, Spirit Mage LV 60, Knight LV 20. Warrior LV 80, Hunter LV 67. Level, 64. Condition, healthy, slavery, Takumi. Vitality, 420. Magic power, 520. Strength, 280. Agility, 380. Stamina, 320. Dexterity, 210. Intelligence, 360. Unique skills. Spirit Eye. Passive skills. Insight LV3. Active skills. Swordplay LV7. Shield technique LV5. Spear handling LV6. Archery LV6. Taijutsu LV4. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Enhanced strength LV4. Magic perception LV6. Magic power manipulation LV5. Spirit magic LV8. Water attribute magic LV5. Wind attribute magic LV6. Maria. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, maid LV20. Thief LV20. Warrior LV16. Chef LV32. Level, 14. Condition, healthy, slavery, Takumi. Vitality, 120. Magic power, 140. Strength, 70. Agility, 80. Stamina, 90. Dexterity, 96. Intelligence, 110. Unique skills. Passive skills. Active skills. Dagger technique LV4. Taijutsu LV2. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Magic perception LV1. Magic power manipulation LV2. Fire attribute magic LV2. Water attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV3. Sewing LV3. Cooking LV3. I already knew Sophia was strong before I appraised her, but Maria's status wasn't all that bad either. It might not be an exaggeration to call her a genius. Just what did Mulan-san make Maria do? She's a battle made no matter how I look at it. Our levels aren't that much different, and you can use 3 attribute magic. Maria, your status is more than enough. But is this really okay? I think we will face a lot of danger. Yes, it would be many times more painful being left by Master and Sophia. Maria looked serious. Master, I also ask this of you. I would like for you to allow Maria to move together with us. If it's magic, then I will teach her, and I think I can also teach her how to fight. That's true. I will also join your training. Yeah, Maria is the one in charge of my well-being after all. Yes, that being the case, it is necessary to reassess our battle potential. Originally, I had planned for just Sophia and I to go on the journey. I thought it was a good idea to hire an escort from the Adventurers Guild when moving from one town to the next. Sophia is also strong, so I think nothing extreme would happen. However, Maria coming along changes the story. To take a beauty and a peerless beauty on a journey. That's just like saying, please attack me. At present, Maria and I have to improve our overall strength. Sophia will cancel out her 50-year blank. And I will make Sophia and Maria's equipment. That's about it. Also, it might be good for Maria and I to register at the Adventurers Guild. That's true. You need identification papers. Today will be for shopping and registering at the Adventurers Guild. In the Adventurers Guild, aside from the registrations, I would like some information about the monsters that frequently appear in the vicinity of Voltan. Sophia, would knight armor be good? Since Sophia's job used to be a knight, I asked her if she wanted knight armor, but she shook her head. No, being a knight doesn't mean I wear knight armor. Leather armor that does not inhibit my movement would be sufficient. I still have a ton of materials from the huge armored boar, so I'll use those. What weapon can you use well? Sophia should be good with the sword, spear, and, very elf-like of her, the bow. I would like a long sword, a spear around 2 meters to 2.5 meters, and a long bow as my bow. Also 1 or 2 knives. You don't need a shield? For the shield, a small round shield will be good. I wonder if Sophia's fighting style relies on speed. I'll make a leather armor similar to mine then. Maria, what weapon do you want to use? Still a dagger? I trained with a dagger at Mulan, so a dagger or knife as the base would be good, but I have worries about its destructiveness against enemy monsters. Fumu, it is enough for interpersonal fights, but grave against large monsters. How about a spear then, Maria? If it's a spear, then I can teach you. That's right. Spears, glaives, bardishes, halberds, there are many types, but either way, a long weapon would probably be good. In the end, it would make no difference whether you use a knife or a spear if you're fighting a huge armored boar, but if you're fighting a goblin with a knife, or fighting it with a spear or glaive, then the latter would definitely be much easier to fight with. Yeah, Maria is a beginner with long weapons, so try starting with a spear. You can change to a glaive after that. Yes, please teach me, Sophia-san. It seems Maria took Sophia's advice and chose the spear. Aside from the 2 spears and blades, I need to prepare their armor too. Next chapter. All of my actions, which includes the collection of materials, Sophia and Maria wished to do together. Also, although it had already been decided that I will make Sophia and Maria's equipment, a certain incident happened on the night of the discussion. I was relaxing alone in the bath when, all of a sudden, a bare Sophia came in. Wah! I forgot how to breathe, and my eyes were wide open. There stood an exceedingly marvelous figure far beyond my imagination, smiling while enduring her shame. Takumi-sama, would you please accept all of me? I had the 2 of them change their way of calling me master after the discussion we had earlier. I want to get along with them familiarly, not as their master. Sophia, there should be a clause in your slave contract stating that you are not demanded to attend to me. Restoring your limbs was also because I wanted your fighting potential. These are my feelings. In my long life as an elf, my time together with Takumi-sama is short and fleeting. With that being the case, I wish to spend that time devoting my mind and body to you. Being told that much, my reasoning was at its limits. A beautiful girl the likes I've never seen before is in front of me, naked. There is no way I could endure that. What happened after that was quite excessive. It was morning by the time we realized it. On the large bed I made lay an exhausted Sophia, sleeping. Last night, what happened in the bathroom was a first for Sophia. She had already lost her limbs by the time she became a prisoner, but she is the daughter of a noble, even though low-ranked. After that, Why Sophia was not returned in the exchange of prisoners and indemnities, I was not told. In the beginning I thought Sophia would be too much for me, but the constitution of my body was made special by Goddess Norn. It was very high performance. In various meanings. Although Maria and Sophia exchanging glances about something during breakfast was on my mind, I plan on making their equipment today. In order for Sophia to recover from her 50-year blank, she practices in the garden using the spear and sword I lent. When Maria is done cleaning and tidying up, she would join the said training. As for me, I was secluded in the workshop in the garden, making Sophia and Maria's blades and spears. I think magic steel would be good as the material. I can just buy or make a request the ores aside from this. Although it's fine if I buy the weapons since I have a lot of money, I still want to do it by myself, from mining, to refining, to smithing, until enchanting. Additionally, in this world, simply being a hard metal is not very meaningful. Even if I made tungsten carbide, a hard metal alloy, that alloy has low affinity with magic power and would do little damage to monsters. That is why, in this world, a bullet from a handgun would only pass through a weak monster. This is a fact from the information I had received from the goddess. So now, I'll divide the magic steel ingots into the necessary portions using earth magic. With the smith magic craft, I imagined a blade 50 centimeters long, the spearhead of a spear in Japan called an umiyari-1. At this point, I realized that I forgot one thing. Oh no, I forgot the materials for the shaft. I forgot. Probably because of the large correction goddess Sama had on my luck, I was able to use Trant materials, but to go hunting for Trants now would be impossible. I changed my mind and just make the spearheads for now, then make the sword and knives. The mental image I have is a Japanese spear called a sasahori, too. With a precise image in mind, I used craft to shape the ingot. If I was shaping this normally, then its entirety would be magic steel. However, I altered the core and edge into carbon steel. Furthermore, I restructured the martensite on the blade. Working on it with just an image shaves off my magic power. The smithing skill has leveled up. The blacksmith job has leveled up. The earth attribute magic skill has leveled up. The alchemy skill has leveled up. The Alchemist job has leveled up. The bestowal magic skill has leveled up. The magic bestower job has leveled up. Having made another similar spearhead, I then decided to engrave Sophia and Maria's spearheads. The design on Sophia's spear were wings. On Maria's spear, a flame. The metalworking skill has leveled up. The metalworking skill has leveled up. Lastly, I enchanted the spearheads with enhanced attack and self-repair to complete it. Sophia's sword was a typical long sword. The blade of the sword looks short at 80 centimeters, with handling as its priority. I processed a magic stone into a magic crystal and inserted it into the pommel to try to facilitate the activation of the magic sword. A magic sword is a method to increase the offensive ability of the sword by coating it in an attribute magic. It's hard for magic power to course through common iron swords, but magic metals such as magic steel, mithril, adamantite, and orichalcum have high affinity with magic power and are suited for magic swords. Although this is different from a magic sword, the technique to envelop a weapon with magic power to strengthens the weapon and increases its offensive ability is an ordinary technique usable by the knights or adventurers of this world once they've reached a certain level. However, Sophia informed me that although anyone can use it, it's a technique that is hard to master. For Maria, I made 2 knives. One is a large knife with a 30 centimeters blade. The other one I made is a double-edged dagger rather than a knife. I think either of the knives would be easy to use though. Then I had a thought. A battle maid would have a knife on her thigh, right? So, I made an additional small knife. Yes, I am a fool. The enchantment on the knives and swords are the same as the ones on the spear. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, blacksmith LV-48, magic bestower LV-32. Warrior LV-30, mage LV-46, carpenter LV-16, alchemist LV-52, tailor LV-26. Level, 18. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 330. Magic power, 486. Strength, 147. Agility, 116. Stamina, 208. Dexterity, 156. Intelligence, 204. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV1. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV3. Axe technique LV2. Swordplay LV1. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV2. Mata Jutsu LV1. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV2. Stealth LV2. Tame LV1. Magic perception LV6. Magic power manipulation LV8. Light attribute magic LV7-3. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV3. Wind attribute magic LV2. Earth attribute magic LV8. Time-space attribute magic LV3. Bestowal magic LV5. Alchemy LV8. Smithing LV6. Woodworking LV6. Carpentry LV4. Forging LV5. Logging LV3. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV4. Metalworking LV4. Sewing LV3. Cooking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiar. Killer spider unique species, keyed. Next chapter. Having finished making the sword and knives of the girls at a speed that one could only be expected with magic, and only in a fantasy world, I then moved on to making their armor. The materials will be the same as mine, huge armored boar's hide and carapace. I've already finished remodeling my armor to have automatic size adjustment, enhanced physical defense, and automatic temperature regulation enchantments. I plan on changing the design of Sophia and Maria's armor, but it will have the same performance as mine. I had asked for Sophia and Maria's requests beforehand, and they said they wanted something that doesn't become a hindrance to their breastplate and gauntlets. Even with the automatic size adjustment enchantment, I'd still need to take their measurements. I made excuses for myself as I went to call Sophia and Maria over. The two were in the middle of training in the garden. Sophia was doing demonstrations with the spear I had lent her, and Maria was mimicking it with a stick modeled after a spear. Guessing from Maria's movements, she probably already acquired the spear handling technique skill. She sure does have talent. As someone who has a cheat class correction from the goddess, that is what I thought when I saw their training. A knight's spear handling really is educational. For me who is self-taught in the ways of the sword and spear, this view of training is beneficial. Acquiring a skill, you will certainly be able to do those technical skills, but I think having sufficient technique founded on martial arts is still important. Sophia, who was training, noticed me and stopped the training. Takumi-sama, may I help you? Takumi-sama, you were watching? I was admiring Sophia's spear handling and surprised by Maria's talent. When I said that, Sofa and Maria smiled shyly. I could feel my blood pressure rising from just seeing those smiles. Oh, right. I was making armor for the two of you, but I came here because I needed to take your measurements for the breastplate and gauntlets. Take measurements. Takumi-sama measuring me. Both of them turned red as soon as they heard measurements. But since nothing would happen if I'm embarrassed as well, I started to take Sophia's measurements. Continuing with Maria's measurements, I then hurriedly returned to the workshop once I was done. That was dangerous. Sophie and Maria both had staggering destructive power. I got a nosebleed. Taking refuge in the workshop, I sat down on the stool and splayed my upper body on the workbench. When I measured Sophia, I remembered last night, and when I measured Maria, I couldn't hold in my excitement. I am so blessed. I may have been dragged into coming to this world, but thanks to the goddess, I was rejuvenized. Well, my origin isn't at a reincarnated level, but I met Vongasan and the villagers at Bode Village, and even met Maria and Sophia by chance in this town. Goddess Norn-sama, thank you very much. I made Sophia and Maria's breastplates and gauntlets. Their colors are the same as my two-tone black and gray leather armor, and I had engraved patterns on the right side of their breastplates using silver. Sophia's design were wings, and Maria's were flames. Both Sophia and Maria, the curves on their chests are so impressive. The curves of the finished breastplates awoke my worldly desires. Shaking my head to pull myself together, I made the girls' boots. I can't use kelpie hide, but I can use blade deer pelt as the base and then reinforce the toes and heels with huge armored boar carapace. Naturally, I also have identical reinforcements on my kelpie boots. Furthermore, using rubber which I synthesized with alchemy on the sole of the shoe, the comfort and padding for footwear, which was impossible for this world, had been realized. I then added state preservation and self-repair enchantments on the soles. The breastplate and gauntlets have been enchanted with enhanced physical resistance, automatic size adjustment, and automatic temperature regulation. The boots, apart from the sole, were enchanted with automatic size adjustment and automatic temperature regulation. Let's change the color of Sophia and Maria's boots. Having the girls wear boots the same color as mine isn't cute. I used alchemy to coat the surface of the boots with a pigment to change their color. For Sophia, because the forest is the image associated with elves, dark green. For Maria, a type of blue will match her hair, so I dyed her boots dark blue. The girls' boots, unlike mine, are long boots. This is just a matter of appearances, though. All that's left is the Under Armour. Normal clothes are fine, but I should do all the things I can do. Keed, could you take out some elastic threads? Yes, master. I had Keed, who was relaxing beside me, provide some elastic threads. Leather armor is an equipment worn above clothes, but I plan on preparing special Under Armour. I had woven Keed's special elastic thread together with a thicker than normal thread to weave a cloth to make cargo pants-like pants. However, that might be unfashionable for Sophia and Maria. So, with tights in mind, I wanted to make durable pants with thin elastic thread so it doesn't inhibit movement. Their shapes would show too much if I keep this as it is. It's okay, I can see it, but I don't want others to see it. I'll have to add a miniskirt in place of tassets over this. It would be easy to move in by adding a slit, and its defense should leave nothing to be desired with spider silk, defense specialized. With that decided, it's weaving time. To make cloth with a variety of spider silk, I set the threads into the loom. As I imagine the parts Sophia and Maria will wear the equipment on, I couldn't reel in my smiling face. Next chapter. Besides this, the day after I had started making the equipment and connected with Sophia, another incident occurred. I worked enthusiastically on their equipment since the day began, so after eating dinner, I took a slow, relaxing bath. Full Sophia coming today. My memories of last night resurfaced. At that moment, I heard the door open and someone entered. Thinking Sophia had come, I held in my grin, looked at the entrance, and the stark naked figure that appeared was not Sophia, but Maria. A breathtaking beauty different from the adult woman that Sophia is. Coming in from the exit, I couldn't retreat to elsewhere. A figure dangerous to the eyes had freely entered the bathroom. Maria. Takuma-sama. I had conceded the first to Sophia-san. However, I will do my best in attending to you. Maria, our contract excludes attending to me, doesn't it? That's because I wanted you to take care of my everyday needs. Maria approached the bathtub while I was saying that. I will assist in both your everyday needs and attending to you. Maria, don't come any closer. I won't be able to hoe. Maria didn't let me finish what I was saying. After her soft lips had shut my mouth, my reasoning flew away. Mulan is frightening. It is Maria's first time, but she seems to have received a variety of training. In the end, we slept at around the same time as yesterday. From the discussion I had with the two after that, it seems Sophia had decided to attend to me after I cured her disability. I somewhat get it, but I also don't. It's not something you do out of gratitude. I thought, but if that's the case, how about Maria? But apparently, it's because, from the time I had first met them, I continued to treat Sophia and Maria like any other person. Sorry to tell you, but for me, it's because I was in an era in Japan that is unfamiliar with the system of slavery. Sophia and Maria said that they do not want to be freed. Especially Maria. She said she absolutely hates it. Kidnapped and sold when she was a child, Maria's whole world was in Mulan Slavery Company. Maria, who has no place to return to, pleaded, wanting to stay with me my whole lifetime. Incidentally, the agreement is that when I die, they will be set free. With this and that. For the two who had been connected to me both emotionally and physically in the short time since we've met, I swore to do my very best. For the three of us to travel together, Sophia advised that it is essential that Maria and I increase our abilities. So it's about time I fight monsters and make an effort to level up. Before we do that, we've decided to complete Maria and Sophia's guild registration. Their armors were complete. Sophia and Maria's equipment are huge armored boar leather armor, gauntlets, and long boots. I wonder if we'll get into trouble if they wear an overcoat with the hoods up. It suits the two of you very well. Thank you very much. When I said so, Sophia and Maria didn't conceal their smiles while seeming embarrassed. We've only been associated with each other for a few days, but I feel like we've gotten much closer. We will go to the Adventurers Guild. After we finish the registration, I plan on accepting some kind of request. I wore my equipment too, and we headed for the Adventurers Guild. It's a 10-minute walk from the mansion, and I made full use of enemy search and presence detection as we walked. I am Sophia's target to protect, but even I have a little bit of pride. Despite being a weak artisan, I want to protect these two. Having arrived at the Adventurers Guild without anything happening, We immediately lined up at the receptionist counters to complete the registration. It's morning right now, and the Adventurers Guild is packed with adventurers looking for jobs. Although there are long lines at the receptionists, the large majority of the adventurers are men, so the line at the beautiful female receptionist was amazing. We lined up at the male receptionist I had previously registered at. Good morning. It's Takumi-san, isn't it? Will you be accepting a request today? He remembered my name. Yes, but before that, please register these two. Certainly. I am a staff member of this guild, Hans. Then, could the two please fill out this form? Naturally, Sophia, as well as Maria, knew how to read and write, so the pair filled in the necessary items on the form. They were issued H-ranked guild cards. Rank, H. Title, none. 0G. Rank, H. Title, none. 0G. The two accepted their cards, and the three of us registered as a party. Then we decided we would take a request to raise Sophia and Maria's rank. How about we accept some H rank and G rank requests for now? If that's the case, we won't add to Takumi-sama's points. It's alright. I don't want to raise our guild ranks separately. While the three of us were looking and discussing requests pasted on the bulletin board, I had been careless. Since it hadn't happened before, the usual template had turned up. Even though their hoods concealed their faces, it couldn't hide their figures. Especially since Maria was only 160 centimeters tall, with her long hair peeking at times, as well as her chest and bottom, which couldn't be concealed. It was likely clear that she is a woman. Yo, One-E-chans, we can guide you more attentively than this week, On-chan. What? Yeah, we are D rank. We're more reliable than this week, On-chan. Boy, these Ne-chans are slaves. Oh, On-I-can. Lend us these two. We might return them in 2 to 3 days. Hi-ya-ya. The ones who came to pick on us were a large man clad in dirty leather armor with an axe on his back, a fussy-looking mage, and a short mouse-like male scout. I could see that inquisitive eyes were starting to gather towards us from the bar of the Adventurers Guild. It couldn't be helped that I'm scared, but I stepped in front of Sophia and Maria. What? You're not disobeying us, are you? The large man with the axe tried to coerce me through intimidation. However, I was thinking something entirely different. These guys stink. They smell so bad I think my nose is going to fall off. No matter how much you say that only nobles and wealthy merchants have baths in their mansions, Heath-san and his party members from the C-rank party Lions Fong, who I was with when I came to Voltun, were more mindful of their hygiene. Hey, what do you think you're doing ignoring me? Since I wasn't talking, the large man began to rage. Sophia moved to protect me, but I held her back with one hand. I actually had something I wanted to try. I'll have this ruffian be my guinea pig. You stink. I murmured those words, and the large man was enraged. UVE got some nerve. It's time you slept, you bastard. The large man swung his fist, aiming for my face. The 2-meter giant let loose a punch. I bet people around us think that no matter how close I am to 180 centimeters, against his stature, I'd be knocked out in one hit. I enveloped my entire body with magic power and raised my physical abilities. The enhanced physical abilities skill has been obtained. Jaiken. Gusha. Jaya. A sound too hard to have been that of a person being hit resounded, and the large man cupped his hand and rolled on the floor. Oi, Devuel W. What's wrong? You bastard. What did you do to Devuel? His two companions hit me. Jaiken. Gusha. It hurts. Ajia. Naturally, I had no reason to dodge and let them hit me. The result was 3 ruffians rolling on the floor of the guild. What do you think you're doing inside the guild? A skinhead, 2-man in his prime, and the receptionist who was in charge of Sophia and Maria's registration, Hans-san, came running out from within the reception counters. These guys are D rank and Devuel. Is this your doing? The 2-meter skinhead asked me in a low voice, but all I did was get hit. Guild Master 3, Takumi-kun, and his companions were dragged into this. They hit him one-sidedly. Hansen testified what he saw. Just got hit, you say? These guys' fists are all messed up. Where'd they have to hit to do this? Well, it was Takumi, wasn't it? I want to talk and ask you a few questions, so come with me to another room, please. Hey, it's not like you'll be punished. There was a testimony from a guild personnel this time. I glanced at Sophia and Maria, and they nodded, so Hansen guided us into the guild conference room. Meanwhile, those men were dragged along by guild personnel. Next chapter. So what did you do? With a file on hand, the guild master suddenly questioned me. Guild master, it's impolite to not even give your name. Hans, you're too stuffy. Sorry. I am the guild master of Volton's Adventurers Guild, Barak. So, even if it was a joke, What did you do to D-rank Devuel and his companions? Is not answering that not possible? I don't want to show my hand to other people very much. More or less. The Adventurers Guild does not leak personal information. Furthermore, I believe that it is necessary for the guild to have an understanding of the abilities of the adventurers registered to it for a smoother execution of our duties. This incident informed us that Takumi-kun, who was promoted to F rank through a delivery of medicinal plants, has the ability to repel Devuel and his companions. It would be easy to understand if it was done with a sword or martial arts. However, because I sensed residue of magic power were present, I believe that magic was used. What a terrifying guy. To be able to sense residues of magic power, the skill level of his magic perception must be quite high. I'm surprised Hansan isn't just your average receptionist. I'm shocked. You clearly understood that it was magic. But to say it was magic. What was used on Devuel? Was it? Isn't some sort of magic duh. So here's a play-by-play of what I did at that time. When Devuel started to punch, I secretly took out charcoal from my item box. I then just coated my upper body with the charcoal. It's just that I transmuted the charcoal into diamond. Had Devuel and his companions strengthened their fists with magic when they punched me, I think I would have taken damage. Diamond boasts a 10 on the Mohs hardness scale, 1, but its durability is similar to a crystal, so I think it wouldn't have been able to endure an attack with magic. Takumi-kun, are you an alchemist? No, but to transmutation in battle, enchantless, too. Wait a minute, Hans. Explain it in a way I would understand. He covered his body with a hard material. The damage when they hit was from defending. Well, the damage had rebounded to Devuel and his companions. Fumu, then it's good they got what they deserved. However, Takumi-kun, you registered as a mage, didn't you? Well, you don't look like a mage though, da. When Hansen said that, I realized. I am wearing leather armor and have a sword on my hip. Yeah, I look like a warrior or a soldier. Now that he mentions it, I'm not using a staff. In a discussion I later had with Sophia, a medium for magic invocation isn't indispensable, but it does make magic power manipulation and managing magic formulas much easier. I wish I knew that sooner. I've only just realized that I don't look like a mage toot. Fumo, and these two One-chans are Takumi's party members. Barak moved his gaze onto Sophia and Maria. Thereupon Sophia removed her hood, and mimicking her, Maria also removed hers. Ho, an elf slave. She isn't a criminal slave, is she? Judging from Elf Nichan's abilities, a war slave. Huh. And the other Nichan also looks like she's got some qualities. I understand why their faces are hidden. Idiots like Devuel would come one after the other. Takumi-kun's true abilities are unknown, but it would be better if you rank up to D soon. Yeah, if you do that, then the number of those guys who'd make a pass at you guys would decrease. I heaved a great sigh. So then, I have a proposal. Until you three go up to D rank, could you please prioritize the requests I choose? I will tune it so that you can develop your abilities as you rank up. May we discuss this for a bit? I discussed things with Sophia and Maria when Hansan gave a one-word consent. What do you think? I think it's good. Should the time come, I would stake my life to protect Takumi-sama, but I support us increasing our rank and improving our abilities. I also want to be useful to Takumi-sama. I want to protect Sophia and Maria. I would need strength to do that. Hansan, please do. Understood. It would revolve mainly around subjugation requests where you can easily level up and will be mixed in with material collection requests during your breaks so you can rank up as soon as possible. The discussion has been settled. Devuel and his companions will be fined and charged with a penalty. Then please wait a moment. I will choose requests immediately. Hansen said so and left the conference room. Takumi, Alchemist is a production job, isn't it? I would like for you to get one more guard, but with these two beauties here, it would be hard to get a guy, even if a slave. So one more person is needed after all. A three-man party isn't rare, but in your case, you don't have a true vanguard, do you? I'll tell you how it is typically. A guard and vanguard are 2 people, a scout is 1, and 1 rear guard makes 4 people at the least. Ideally speaking, it would be great if you have a healer, but as you probably already know, people that can use healing magic with light attribute magic are being secluded by the Divine Empire of Sydnea. Damn it. Those greedy people. I heard it from Goddess Sama, but the Divine Empire of Sindria really is good for nothing. Huh. I wonder what happened to the 3 summoned heroes to such a place. At this time, I didn't know that I was transferred to the time 3 years before the hero summoning that I got caught in. Even if we were to add people, not just anyone will do. So for now we will do our best with just 3 people. After a short while, Hansen came back to the conference room with a file in hand. Sorry for the way. I will explain the requests I've chosen immediately. The requests Hansen brought were Goblin Subjugation, a free rank permanent request. Subjugate 5 goblins to complete request. Reward, 5 silver coins. Kobold Subjugation, AG ranked subjugation request. Subjugate 3 kobolds to complete request. Reward, 6 silver coins. Merrill Grass Collection, AG rank collection request. A set of 5 bunches to complete request. Reward, 5 silver coins. Aside from these, Hirukuku grass and Kuropopo grass are permanent requests with a reward of 2 silver for a set of 5 bunches. So our plan is to forage them when we find some. Sophia-san can handle goblins and kobolds, so I believe it will be fine. Including Takumi-kun. All of your members have quite the equipment. Yeah, you'll probably get to F rank very soon. I understand. Then we will be on our way immediately. We checked the habitats of goblins and kobolds, and left for the quests at once. Next chapter. The area where goblins and kobolds start appearing is a 30-minute walk southwest from the town of Voltan. I ascend a 30-minute walk to where goblins and kobolds appear too close. Takumi-sama, goblins are G-ranked. It is said that if you see one, there are 100. Goblins are the enemy of women. Oh, the goblins in this world are in compliance with light novels. I did think that Sophia might have been an elf with uncharacteristically huge breasts character though. We trained presence detection, magic perception, enemy search, and stealth while searching for goblins and kobolds. Shoo, Takumi-sama, I found some goblins. Sophia pointed at 4 goblins ahead. They have ugly faces and green bodies, are short in stature. They carried clubs and rusty swords. These are probably goblin scouts. They might have formed a mid-sized colony. That's terrible, Sophia-san. We must notify the guild. Calm down, Maria. We first need to confirm it. Sophia's conjecture made Maria panic, but we decided to confirm whether or not there is a colony. Then, I will kill the 2 on the right. I will leave the 2 on the left to Takumi-sama and Maria. Got it. I'll do my best. On Sophia's signal, we started running. The 3 of us were holding the spears I made. In the end, I used wood that I bought for the handle, but the girls liked and accepted them. Jaigagia. We paid no mind to the goblins noticing us, and stabbed them with the spear in a flash. Jaiya. I killed the goblin with 1 thrust to its throat. I hurriedly checked on Sophia and Maria. Maria easily stabbed the goblin, laying it to rest with her spear. Sophia took down the 2 goblins with minimal effort. Good job. That was too easy for both Takumi-sama and Maria. Let's keep this pace up. Yes, I'll try my best. The right ears of the goblins were cut off with a knife as proof of subjugation, and the magic stones were dug out from around their heart. I then immediately disposed of the remnants of the corpses by burying them with earth magic. After that, we who were advancing through the meadows to the forest as we hunted for goblins, found and defeated a small pack of kobolds along the way. We were proceeding smoothly, fighting goblins using swords and spears. I couldn't see a glimpse of Sophia's true abilities with just goblins. Maria and I received Sophia's advice as we steadily kill goblins. Hey Sophia, are goblins something this frequently encountered? No, I believe the frequency of our encounters is clearly very high. Before we arrived here, we fought with a considerable number of goblins. Heed alone took out a little over 10 of them. Heed uses paralysis poison and toxic poison. Furthermore, it leaps to behead goblins with its tough threads that were further strengthened. Because these tough threads are hard to see, the goblins' heads fly off and they die without them understanding what happened to them. The colony might have a general class within them. Sophia taught us that superior species emerge in large goblin colonies. They say that a large colony is very likely to be ruled by a goblin king, and it would be classified as a calamity and a large-scale subjugation would be organized. Sophia's conjecture is that, because she has only seen goblin archers, goblin mages, and superior to those, the goblin knights, it could only be a goblin general at most. However, a goblin general is a rank C monster. For the subjugation of a colony of that scale, it is advisable to have 5 parties that are at least D rank when challenging it. Let's think about what Sophia had explained. Normally, it would need 5 parties, but wouldn't it be different if it's us? Hey Sophia, that doesn't apply to us, does it? When I said that, Sophia grinned broadly. Yes, my spirit magic, Takumi-sama's attribute magic, and even Maria's earth attribute magic will be our war potential. I think that the likelihood of us decreasing their numbers by starting with a saturated attack with magic is high. Sophia, who said so, seems to be uplifted by battles. As expected of a knight, she flourishes only in battle. We've foraged more than enough medicinal plants, and we've cleared several requests for kobolds as well. Let's prioritize our safety later at the pest extermination. Yes, I will protect Takumi-sama and Maria. I'll try my best. Do best. Since even Keed was brimming with eagerness, we advanced deeper into the forest. Vitality, 360. Magic power, 520. Strength, 160. Agility, 130. Stamina, 220. Dexterity, 160. Intelligence, 220. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman strength LV2. Insight LV2. Poison resistance LV2. Paralysis resistance LV2. Active skills. Spear handling LV4. Axe technique LV2. Swordplay LV2. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV2. Matajutsu LV2. Enemy search LV2. Presence detection LV3. Stealth LV3. Tame LV1. Enhance physical abilities LV2. Magic perception LV7. Magic power manipulation LV8. Light attribute magic LV7. Fire attribute magic LV4. Water attribute magic LV3. Wind attribute magic LV3. Earth attribute magic LV8. Time-space attribute magic LV3. Bestowal magic LV5. Alchemy LV8. Smithing LV6. Woodworking LV6. Carpentry LV4. Forging LV5. Logging LV3. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV4. Metalworking LV4. Sewing LV3. Cooking LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiars. Killer spider unique species, keyed. Next chapter. Afterwards, while fighting the occasional goblins, we were confident that we were getting closer to the colony. It's their dot. Yes, it's a goblin general like we thought. Luckily, it isn't a king. We discovered a mid-sized goblin colony, and the site had about 300 to 400 goblins. There were superior species such as goblin archers and goblin mages, with 4 goblin knights and the goblin general as the head. The goblin general is huge. Compared to goblins that were the size of elementary school students, the goblin general is over 180 centimeters tall. You wouldn't think they were the same race. I've confirmed with the wind spirit. There seems to be no people here. We sighed in relief at Sophia's report. The fate of women kidnapped by goblins and orcs is tragic. But with this, we can freely launch magic. Then let's match up our timing. Sophia and Maria nodded and began kneading magic power. O spirit of wind, turn to blades and cut the enemies before you. Solid piles that pierce through all, bloomed. Sophia and Maria recited incantations. Spirit's riot blade. Rock pile. Firestorm. Blades of wind overran the colony. Piles of rock burst forth from the ground like a mountain of swords. A maelstrom of fire swirled in the middle of the colony. A stream of skill-level announcements flowed in my head, but we rushed into the colony with spears in hand. The surprise magic attack of 3 people reduced the goblins to around 100, 1/3 of their original numbers. And originally, challenging that amount in melee combat with just 3 people is unreasonable, but we were confident we could win. Unscathed goblins were few, and injured goblins that couldn't move well were stabbed with the spears we wield, killing them one after another. Enemies in front were mowed down by stabbing them with the spearhead. Enemies from behind were hit with in the face with the butt end of the spear. While using the spear, I scattered stone bullets with earth attribute magic rock bullet. We stabbed with spears and swung with swords. Goblins fell to the ground each time. The minute it turned into a melee, Sophia changed her equipment from spear and sword to sword and shield, and performed what seemed like a sword dance in the crowded areas. Maria sometimes shoots out a fireball while using her spear. Keed's tough, invisible threads make the surviving goblins' heads fly soundlessly. The movements of Maria and I, who were low-leveled, quickly grew sharper and stronger as we fought. Ga-ah-ea! Roaring and carrying a large sword, the goblin general appeared with the 4 goblin knights. Sophia began fighting 2 of the goblin knights. Maria and I confronted the remaining goblin knights, one-on-one. When the goblin knights started running, holes were made with earth magic. With the ground underfoot suddenly collapsing and opening up, the goblin knights that started sprinting lost their balance. Yeah. Maria and I stabbed the necks of the fallen goblin knights and swiped sideways from there, and the goblin knights' heads went flying. Then I saw that Sophia was struggling in her fight with the two goblin knights. 2. Maria? Support Sophia. Yes. When I thought about it afterwards, I failed to understand why I, who was aiming for a peaceful life as an artisan, challenged this clearly superior opponent alone. I confronted the wounded goblin general. Flinching from the tremendous pressure that lashed at my heart, I tightened my hold on the spear to recover and started running. Blun. I avoided the large sword that the goblin general swung while lunging with my spear. The insight skill has leveled up. The evasion skill has been obtained. I distributed magic power to my whole body and strengthened it. The enhanced physical abilities skill has leveled up. Jin. The large sword hit the spear. The spear handling skill has leveled up. The taijutsu skill has leveled up. The matajutsu skill has leveled up. I instinctively read and avoid attacks while lunging with the spear. Gu. The goblin general, whose injuries were increasing, began brandishing his large sword recklessly in irritation. The movements of the goblin general, which were lacking liveliness, and mine, which were gradually stronger and faster, were ever-changing attacks and evasions interlaced. The goblin general's power and speed were superior in the beginning, but that made a reversal as the fight continued. I wonder if I'm in the zone right now. I could see the goblin generals breathing perfectly. The swordplay skill has leveled up. The spear handling skill has leveled up. Before I had realized it, I was already holding the spear in my right hand and the sword on my left. I enveloped the spear and sword I held with magic power and began repelling the goblin general's large sword. The matajutsu skill has leveled up. The body control skill has been obtained. The wind pressure from the large sword cut my cheek, but I dodged while slashing, dodged while stabbing, and kicked when I saw a chance. My level rose during the surprise magic attack, and my skill levels increased during the battles. With my senses catching up to the sudden changes in my body, the discrepancy between my body's capabilities and skills were resolved by my abilities and awareness that have improved. And so I became aware that my movements were gradually becoming refined. The enhanced physical abilities skill has leveled up. As I was exposed to the pressure of the enormous sword, my concentration was boosted to its utmost limits, and I overpowered the goblin general. And so the difference between the goblin general and I had become decisive. Zashu. Ha-eh-eh. Gu. Piercing its heart with the spear, I let go of the spear and jumped sideways, going around while gripping my sword overhead with two hands and swinging downwards at the goblin general's neck. Gone. Go to. The spear handling skill has leveled up. The swordplay skill has leveled up. The mage job has leveled up and has become Magus 3. Seeing the goblin general's head go flying and spurting blood, I searched for Sophia and Maria. Sophia and Maria had already disposed of the two goblin knights and were watching over my fight. Takumi-sama. The two ran over to me and embraced me. Good work, Da. You were amazing, Takumi-sama. That style of fighting was unthinkable of an artisan, Da. You were so cool, Da. Even Keed returned to my side. Master, Keed, evolve, start. Ooh, isn't that great? Then, in that case, evolve safely in the subspace. Unda. Keed went back into the subspace. I checked my status. It's become amazing. First, the level of mage capped and changed to magus. Looking at the detailed explanation, it's a job that has a higher correction to magic circle mastery and influence on magic compared to mage. Warrior had also capped, but because it has diverges into several higher jobs, it is currently on hold. Aside from that, I obtained evasion 4 and body control skills, and there are skills that leveled up, but the biggest change is probably that my level increased. Like the title also says, it seems that the difference between the goblin generals and my level was quite large. I understood that my title and win against the goblin general is thanks to it being injured by the surprise magic attack at the start. I wonder, why did the cowardly me challenge the goblin general alone? I was in a trance at that time, but thinking about it now that I've calmed down, I don't get it. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, Warrior LV 100, Magus LV 1. Magic Bestower LV 32. Carpenter LV 16. Alchemist LV 52. Blacksmith LV 48. Tailor LV 26. Level, 54. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 660. Magic power, 820. Strength, 310. Agility, 280. Stamina, 370. Dexterity, 310. Intelligence, 370. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman Strength LV2. Insight LV2. Poison Resistance LV2. Paralysis Resistance LV2. Evasion LV1. Body Control LV1. Active Skills. Spear Handling LV7. Axe Technique LV2. Swordplay LV4. Throwing LV4. Taijutsu LV4. Matajutsu LV4. Enemy Search LV3. Presence Detection LV4. Stealth LV4. Tame LV1. Enhance Strength LV4. Magic Perception LV7. Magic Power Manipulation LV8. Light Attribute Magic LV7. Fire Attribute Magic LV5. Water Attribute Magic LV3. Wind Attribute Magic LV3. Earth Attribute Magic LV8. Time-Space Attribute Magic LV3. Bestowal Magic LV5. Alchemy LV8. Smithing LV6. Woodworking LV6. Carpentry LV4. Forging LV5. Logging LV3. Dismantling LV4. Mining LV4. Metalworking LV4. Sewing LV3. Cooking LV2. Divine Protection of Goddess Norn, Concealed. Familiars. Killer Spider Unique Species, Keyed. Titles. Giant Killer. Next chapter. The intense battle is over. There were over 300 corpses and broken goblin dwellings strewn about in the site of the colony. And once we finished confirming that there were no surviving goblins, we finally took a breather. Setting aside how my status could no longer be that of an artisan, Sophia, Maria, and Keed's statuses also had a sudden increase. Maria's status became that of an average veteran adventurers. Among those, the most extreme change is Keed's. Master, Keed's evolution is done. 1. Keed, who came out of the subspace, has a spider body around 1 meter in size, and on top, that is the white body of a little girl. It seems her race is called Alchemy 1. Sophia and Maria were also surprised by this. A white body, with white hair and red eyes. How cute Keed Chanda. That's true. If you just look at her upper body, then she's just like a human. It seems she's liked by Maria and Sophia as well. I have to make her a shirt when we get back. Name, Sophia Sylphide. Race, Elf. Age, 80 years old. Job, Spirit Mage LV74, Knight LV46. Warrior LV80, Hunter LV67. Level, 70. Condition, Healthy, Slavery, Takumi. Vitality, 450. Magic Power, 550. Strength, 300. Agility, 410. Stamina, 350. Dexterity, 240. Intelligence, 380. Unique Skills. Spirit Eye. Passive Skills. Insight LV3. Active Skills. Swordplay LV7. Shield Technique LV5. Spear Handling LV6. Archery LV6. Taijutsu LV4. Enemy Search LV3. Presence Detection LV3. Stealth LV3. Enhance Physical Abilities LV5. Magic Perception LV6. Magic Power Manipulation LV5. Spirit Magic LV8. Water Attribute Magic LV5. Wind Attribute Magic LV6. Name Maria. Race, Human. Age, 15 years old. Job, Warrior LV56. Thief LV48. Cook/Chef LV32. Maid LV20. Level, 44. Condition, Healthy, Slavery, Takumi. Vitality, 210. Magic Power, 220. Strength, 140. Agility, 200. Stamina, 210. Dexterity, 212. Intelligence, 240. Unique Skills. Passive Skills. Active Skills. Spear Handling LV4. Dagger Technique LV4. Taijutsu LV3. Enemy Search LV2. Presence Detection LV3. Stealthy LV3. Enhanced Strength LV1. Magic Perception LV2. Magic Power Manipulation LV3. Fire Attribute Magic LV2. Water Attribute Magic LV2. Earth Attribute Magic LV4. Sewing LV3. Cooking LV3. Name, Keed, Takumi Iruma's Familiar. Race, Arcany. Age, 5. Level 1. Condition, Healthy. Vitality, 240. Magic Power, 260. Strength, 360. Agility, 280. Stamina, 170. Dexterity, 210. Intelligence, 160. Unique Skills. Spider Thread Creation. Passive Skills. Poison resistance LV6. Paralysis resistance LV6. Spatial understanding LV4. Insight LV2. Active skill. Thread manipulation LV7. Poison creation LV5. Presence detection LV6. Magic perception LV5. Stealth LV6. Alright, you two heal. It doesn't look like they're injured, but I cast heal on them just in case, and then took out 3 stamina potions from my item bag and made everyone drink. Full. Want to drink mana potions too. My magic power will be fine with a bit of rest. It's the same for me. Our tired bodies were cured with stamina potions. It was then that I noticed that the 3 of us were covered by spurts of blood from head to toe. Sophia's blonde hair as well as Maria's white skin were bathed in goblin's blood. Purification. 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 I cast purifying magic on our entire bodies. Now then, it will be a lot, but let's collect the subjugation parts, shall we? Takumi-sama, I think it would be better if you store and bring back the Goblin General and Goblin Knights as they are. You have a point. We also have to report it to the guild, so having the whole body would make the discussion move faster. I stored Goblin General and all of the Goblin Knights into the item box like Sophia had suggested. Collecting the goblins' right ears and magic stones probably took the most time. In addition to their large numbers, due to the surprise magic attack shot at the start, many of the bodies were no longer in their original form, and if I were still the me from the time in Japan, then I would definitely have vomited. Takumi-sama, what do we do with the weapons the goblins used? The weapons that the Goblin General and Goblin Knights used were relatively decent, so maybe we'll collect those? I don't think I'll need the rusty swords and clubs though. The great sword used by the general is quite a sharp sword. Maria came to ask what we should do about the collection of weapons, but the weapons of normal small fry goblins are wooden clubs and swords or knives full of rust. However, according to Sophia, who examined the Goblin General's great sword, it seems to be a good sword. Great Sword of the Absorber. A magic/cursed sword that can absorb the magic power of the enemy it cuts. The more magic power it absorbs, the more its attack power increases. Looking at it with appraisal, it seems it's a magic sword too. This would have been dangerous if it had cut me. During the intense battle with the Goblin General, I was fortunate enough to not have been injured, but my body shivered at the thought of not knowing how the battle would have turned out had the attack power of the magic sword increased. This sword, Sophia, you can't use it, can you? Yes, I have not used a greatsword. That said, I still felt that selling this would be wasteful. Should I reforge it? This would probably be considerably hard to do, but I believe there's nothing I can't do. I could probably reforge it into a longsword that Sophia can use. I'll store it in the item box for now and examine it carefully later. Well, cleaning up afterwards sure is troublesome. We couldn't leave the bodies of goblins as they are. If a corpse, not limited to monsters, is left in a dark place, there is a possibility that it would become an undead, such as a zombie or a skeleton. So, it is proper etiquette for adventurers to burn the corpses of monsters after they defeat and finish dismantling them. The 3 of us divided the work and gathered the corpses in one spot. Keed, who had evolved into an Alchemy, manipulated multiple threads and reeled in the goblin corpses. It was easy to understand that Keed's expression was saying, praise me, and Sophia and Maria would stroke her head and praise her each time. Keed is helping. That's right. I'm grateful that Keed is very helpful. Of course, I also stroked her head and praised her. Maria and I set fire to what eventually became a mountain of goblin corpses with fire attribute magic. After everything burned to ashes, we sprayed down the side of the colony with water attribute magic so it doesn't turn into a forest fire and went on our way back to Voltan. And so, I went back thinking that although there were a few irregularities, our subjugation request was a success. But what I didn't expect was a severe scolding from the guild master in the conference room of the Adventurers Guild later. Next chapter. That night, we returned just before the gates of Voltan closed. This was very tiring. Let's report to the guild tomorrow morning. Yes, even I am tired as well. Takumi-sama, I'm completely exhausted. By the way, Keed is already sleeping in the subspace. We went home and the 3 of us entered the bath and washed each other, then fell asleep in our respective rooms. I have such a relationship with Sophia and Maria, so I share a bed with them alternately, but after a day like today, I just slept like a log till morning. Next morning, waking up later than usual, the 3 of us plus Keed ate breakfast, then wore the usual matching overcoats with our faces covered with the hoods, and walked 10 minutes worth of distance to report the completion of requests at the Adventurers Guild. Immediately after we entered the Adventurers Guild building, Hansen spotted us and guided us into the conference room. Thank you. Nonsense. With the Devuel and company matter happening, it's only natural that the Adventurers Guild safeguard its promising newbies. Well, in a sense, it's also so that another Devuel incident doesn't happen again. The talks turned to the request once the three of us sat down. And so, how's your progress with the requests? Yes, we've more or less completed all the requests we've received. Today is only a day after it was given yesterday, isn't it? Hansen's eyes opened wide in surprise. We accepted 3 types of requests. Goblin subjugation, a free-ranked permanent request. Subjugate 5 goblins to complete request. Reward, 5 silver. Kobold subjugation, a G-rank subjugation request. Subjugate 3 kobolds to complete request. Reward, 6 silver. Merrill grass collection, a G-ranked collection request. A set of 5 bunches to complete request. Reward, 5 silver. Although the subjugation of 365 goblins and there being superior species being present there were unexpected, we were also able to hunt kobolds on our way, and we were able to forage enough marrow grass for our share and 50 bunches. I reported to Hansen that I had stored 350 goblin parts and 10 parts of superior species like goblin archers and goblin mages as proof of subjugation, and the bodies of 4 goblin knight and the goblin general as they were in my item box. However, because of the surprise magic attack at the start, a considerable number of goblins turned to mush and burned to a crisp. Their real numbers may or may not have been slightly over 400. After that, there were 6 kobold parts as proof of subjugation, and 50 bunches for 10 sets of marrow grass. Could you wait for a bit? I'll call the guild master. Hansen was holding his head as he left the conference room. I wonder if we overdid it a bit. Thinking about it now, that fight was quite the close shave. Truly, Takumi-sama fought against the goblin general by himself. Yeah, I'm an artisan, so I wonder what I was doing, fighting the goblin general one-on-one. That was really dumb. Bam! The door of the conference slammed open and the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Baraksen, entered. Spit it all out. Baraksen sat down heavily on a chair and said that one line. Spit it all out, you say? Well, I'll talk, but that's because I came here to report the request. I talked about how after we received the 3 types of requests, we subjugated kobolds and foraged for marrow grass while searching for the goblins, and how realizing that our encounter rate with goblins were high, we went deeper into the forest to identify the cause and discovered the site of the colony. I explained to Baraksen that in that colony, a goblin general led it, and there were 4 goblin knights and superior species, but because of the magic attacks that 3 of us did at the start, there were many corpses that didn't even keep their form, so we don't know their exact numbers, but it might have been upwards of 400. You guys, Baraksen was greatly perplexed. Guildmaster, I will prepare to calculate and process their rank-ups for the time being. Takumi-kun, Sophia-san, Maria-san, please hand over your guild cards. Hans-san, who entered after Baraksen, said that and temporarily left the conference room. Listen, Takumi, there was a colony of over 400 goblins governed by a goblin general at a distance traversable in a day from Voltan. That is essentially an army and is at a level where the Adventurers Guild needs to assemble several parties of at least D rank to subjugate it. Baraksen is somewhat scary. Also, a goblin knight is probably alright if it's an E rank party. As a party. As for the goblin general, it is recommended that you be C rank if you're soloing, and D rank if as a party. Those aren't subjugations for F and H rank. Goblin extermination is free ranked, but that's because goblins would continually increase if left alone, so it's inevitably left as a free rank. Superior species like knights, to say nothing of the goblin general, are not free ranked. It seems that the subjugation of normal goblins is recommended at G rank. Well, that elf Nichan over there is quite a powerful person, but all of you being warriors and mages is absurd. However, it's a bit understandable. Baraksen said that a spirit mage like Sophia is very rare. In the first place, there were very few elves that aren't affiliated with their own country, and the number of those that become adventurers are even lower, so her being in my party could be considered a miracle. Spirit magic is powerful. Furthermore, if the 2 of you are mages, it would be settled on the first surprise attack. No, that probably would still have been a close call. As expected of the guild master, I have underestimated you. It certainly was a close call. Maria's and my level increased quite a bit at the magic attack at the start, so it felt like we managed somehow. So it really was a close call. Barak-san was astonished. In the first place, are you even an alchemist? I'll buy if it's potions. Ah, potions, right. What, you got some? I talked about the basic potions I made which were as effective as average intermediate potions. Thereafter, I explained that a large-scale sale would cause disputes with the Pharmacist Guild, and after selling 100 pieces of each basic potion to the Papek Company, I wouldn't make for anything other than my own use. I did hear a rumor that Papek Company was selling fairly expensive basic potions that were unusually effective. So those were potions made by Takumi. But that is regrettable. If the recovery amount of basic potions are large, then it would have been a great help to the Adventurers Guild. Barak-san and the Pharmacist Guild would definitely have disputes, so he said he'd give up. Because the Pharmacist Guild would be in trouble if it couldn't sell to the Adventurers Guild, the plan to trading potions with me was easily abandoned. Then Han-san came back with our guild cards. Well then, first will be the rewards for the completion of the requests and purchase of the magic stones. Kobold 6 subjugated 12 silver. Merrill Grass 10 sets of 5 bunches 50 silver. Goblin 350 subjugated 350 silver. Superior Goblin Species 10 subjugated 100 silver. Goblin Knight 4 subjugated 200 silver. Goblin General 1 subjugated 5 gold. Goblin's Magic Stone 350 pieces 35 silver. Superior Goblin Species Magic Stone 10 pieces 10 silver. Goblin Knight's Magic Stone 4 pieces 40 silver. Goblin General's Magic Stone 1 piece 1 gold. Special reward for defeating the colony 5 gold. Total 18 gold, 97 silver coins. The money has been deposited into Takumi-sama's guild card, so please confirm. And Sophia-san and Maria-san have been promoted to F rank, and Takumi-kun has been promoted to E rank. Once Sophia-san and Maria-san complete at least one more F rank request, they will be promoted to E rank. According to Han-san's explanation, Sophia and Maria have cleared the requirements to be promoted to E rank. However, because it has been decided that ranking up will be done in a 1-2 step rule, they would rank up after completing one more request. Hans asked Takumi about the location of the colony, then put out a verification request. Understood. Han-san returned our guild cards and returned to work. For heaven's sake, be a little more careful. Yes, I will do my best. More or less after also undergoing a scolding, we reported the completion of the request and got the reward, which was the only thing we were supposed to receive. We were more tired than we had imagined, so we decided to go back home and relax. Next chapter. The request to raise Sophia and Maria's Adventurers Guild rank had been completed. Since evolving, Keed is affectionate with Sophia and Maria and spends her time spinning thread or playing alone even when I seclude myself in the workshop. I plan on working on production for a while today. Sophia and Maria, you can pass the time as you please. Then I will do spear and magic training with Maria and then practice sewing with Keed. Yes, I too want to get better at sewing. Keed will make lots of thread. Even Keed is raring to go, but it would be great if she doesn't overexert herself making thread. Keed, don't tire yourself too much making thread. Yes. Keed raised her hand and responded energetically. Oh right, there's also Keed's shirt. Then I will sew one together with Sophia-san. Yeah, please do. I handed Maria the spider silk cloth I made previously and went to the workshop. Now then, what should I practice? Job. Warrior LV100, Magus LV1. Magic Bestower LV32. Carpenter LV16. Alchemist LV52. Blacksmith LV48. Tailor LV26. Checking my status. The first skill I must develop is the Bestowal Magic skill. Alchemy skills are already quite difficult to level. I also want to improve my smithing skills. My sewing skills also still have a ways to go. Next, the Attribute Magic skills Water and Wind are low. Time-Space Attribute Magic is already hard to level, but it's necessary, so I can use Warp and Gate Magic in the future. Light Attribute Magic is high from using Purifying Magic every day, so I think it would be fine to just leave it to improve by itself. For now, let's try practicing magic while working simultaneously. After making a plan for what to train in production and magic, I started invoking the low-skill level Water and Wind Attribute Magic. I made water balls and wind orbs float and swirl around me, aiming to improve my Water Attribute Magic, Wind Attribute Magic, and Magic Power Manipulation skills 1. And at the same time, I transmuted the silver I had stocked in my item box with some copper and aluminium to make sterling silver. Next, I roughly shaped it with smithing magic, then carved the details of the metal manually. The numeric value of dexterity on my status is over 300, which makes working on details much easier than before. During that time, water balls and wind orbs swirled around me. The water attribute magic skill has leveled up. The wind attribute magic skill has leveled up. As for what it is I'm doing, I'm making rings as a medium for magic invocation for Sophia and Maria. It is not a problem even if the medium for magic invocation is not a staff. Given that Sophia, a magic swordswoman, can't hold on to a staff while fighting, it has to be a ring or a bracelet so it doesn't hinder her fight, so I decided on a ring. The metalworking skill has leveled up. The water attribute magic skill has leveled up. The wind attribute magic skill has leveled up. I carved the designs of wings for Sophia's ring and flames for Maria's ring. The blacksmith job has leveled up. The magus job has leveled up. I also made a medium for magic invocation for myself while I was at it. As I thought, it has to be a ring so it isn't a hindrance to. What design should I use on my ring? Okay, let's go with a crescent moon. Thus, I did it in one try. I held the 3 formed rings in my right hand. Only at this time did I cancel the water balls and wind orbs that were floating around me. Alright, firing myself up, I concentrated magic power in my right hand and charged it with an image. Cancan. My magic power decreased. When my magic power ran low, I drank mana potions, not even stopping as I charged the rings with magic power. Filling up my stomach with mana potions, my magic power recovered while I continuing to charge the rings with magic power. The increased magic power recovery speed has been obtained. The magic power manipulation skill has leveled up. The reaction from the rings in my right hand changed. Was it successful? Divine Silver Ring. Magic Power Enhancement, large. Magic Formula Management Assist, large. Magic Power Manipulation Assist, large. Appraisal confirmed it, but it seems it was a success. It was written in books in the library that mithril is the result of silver being continuously exposed to dense magic power for a very long time. So I thought, what if I make it artificially, but that was tiring. Nevertheless, it became Divine Silver. It already has 3 amazing effects even without it being enchanted yet. But it might be better to buy mithril. Although I was somehow able to make 3 small mithril alloy rings by drinking mana potions, even if they were just basic grade, it would be easier to buy mithril. Because the rings were this difficult, making enough for a mithril sword and an armor would probably be impossible. I completed the enchantment of automatic size adjustment on the rings. Divine Silver Magic Ring. Magic Power Enhancement, large. Magic Formula Management Assist, large. Magic Power Manipulation Assist, large. Automatic size adjustment. When I appraised the finished rings, the name of the rings changed. Making items while practicing sure is nice. The levels of the skills Water Attribute Magic and Wind Attribute Magic went up to level 5. When Water Attribute Magic and Wind Attribute Magic went up to level 5, I was convinced that I could learn Ice Attribute Magic Skill and Lightning Attribute Magic Skill intuitively. I think I can do it. A lump of ice floated on my outstretched arm. The Ice Attribute Magic Skill has been obtained. So this is next. I outstretched my arm. Pachi. My arm was clad in lightning. The Lightning Attribute Magic Skill has been obtained. It looks like it is possible to apply ice and lightning on magic devices. According to the spell book I read in the library, Ice Attribute Magic and Lightning Attribute Magic are treated as superior attribute skills. Only those who were born with a gift for it from the goddess, or when those with an aptitude for water and wind attribute magic have developed the levels those skills can acquire it. In my case, it was the latter. I might be able to make a refrigerator with this. I have an item box, so I don't need a refrigerator, but it's useful for chilling drinks, and it looks like it will sell at the Papet Company. Name, Takumi Iruma. Race, human. Age, 15 years old. Job, blacksmith LV52, magus LV2. Warrior LV100, Magic Bestower LV32, Carpenter LV6, Alchemist LV52, Tailor LV26. Level, 54. Condition, healthy. Vitality, 660. Magic Power, 825. Strength, 310. Agility, 280. Stamina, 370. Dexterity, 310. Intelligence, 370. Unique skills. Appraisal EX. Item box EX, concealed. Passive skills. Superhuman Strength LV2. Insight LV2. Poison Resistance LV2. Paralysis Resistance LV2. Evade LV1. Body Control LV1. Increased magic power recovery speed, LV1. Active skills. Spear handling, LV7. Axe technique, LV2. Swordplay, LV4. Throwing, LV4. Taijutsu, LV4. Mata Jutsu, LV4. Enemy search, LV3. Presence detection, LV4. Stealth, LV4. Taming, LV1. Enhance physical abilities, LV4. Magic perception, LV7. Magic power manipulation, LV9. Light attribute magic, LV7. Fire attribute magic, LV5. Water attribute magic, LV5. Wind attribute magic, LV5. Earth attribute magic, LV8. Ice attribute magic, LV1. Lightning attribute magic, LV1. Time-space attribute magic, LV3. Bestowal magic, LV5. Alchemy, LV8. Smithing, LV7. Woodworking, LV6. Carpentry, LV4. Forging, LV5. Logging, LV3. Dismantling, LV4. Mining, LV4. Metalworking, LV5. Sewing, LV3. Cooking, LV2. Divine protection of Goddess Norn, concealed. Familiars. Arachne unique species, keyed. Titles. Giant killing. Next chapter. The day after the goblin subjugation, I intended to train my artisan and magic skills for some time, but that plan was suddenly derailed. Early in the morning of the day after I made magic invocation medium rings for Sophia, Maria, and I, Paypek-san visited the mansion. This was the first time this happened, so I had a bad feeling. However, I could only sigh and listen to him talk. Takumi-sama, I have a request for an audience from Lord Godwin von Valton. Lord Valton is His Excellency Margrave Valton, who governing this town. Takumi-sama, you might have already seen it. Margrave Valton-sama is the benevolent feudal lord who has laid out the good governance of our present day. It is also thanks to the feudal lord that Mulan Slavery Company where you bought your slaves have the stance that they do. It hasn't been long since I arrived at this town, but even in that short time, I could see that. Why does the feudal lord want an audience with me? Of course it is because of the toilet attached with a purifying magic device, and the timed purifying magic device, Takumi-sama. As a matter of fact, even though construction of the factory for cheaper toilets is progressing at a quick pace, the toilets attached with a purifying magic device have already spread to the wealthy people in Valton. At the same time, the septic tanks of the sewers are being installed with the purifying magic device. These several days, have you noticed that the smell in the Valton has improved? Moreover, Takumi-sama also has the rights of the hand pump. The hand pump is already a product that is being manufactured and distributed at 2 locations, here at Valton and at Bode Village. I overdid things too suddenly. Well, I don't think you do not need to be too concerned. He simply wants to meet the excellent artisan, Takumi-sama, to be acquainted with you this time. I've instantly become depressed. After all, I have lower middle class around 40-ish years old already experienced mental strain from meeting with the managing director and the company president. To say nothing of a noble. And isn't a Margrave a high-ranking noble? He's not a duke or royalty, but that doesn't make a difference to me. Please be at ease. I will be with you during the audience. Paypek-san gave a follow-up upon seeing my worried expression, but I had keyed enter the subspace, and I asked Paypek-san, how this? How that? As it had been decided that he would bring me to the castle in the heart of Valton where the feudal lord resides. It will be all right, Takumi-sama. I will be by your side. That's right. Maria will also be with you too. My oh my, to be loved this much by your slaves in such a short amount of time. It is as I had anticipated from you. Haha, to be encouraged by girls. Before long, I could see a castle befitting a town of adventurers. It looks like a large fortress. As expected of Takumi-sama. As a matter of fact, Valton Castle here was a fortress in the forefront. Building a fortress town with that fortress at its center was the beginning of the town of Valton. Paypek-san gave an explanation to my mutterings of my impression of the castle. That's right, it's not because it was unmannerly. The castle has a moat filled with water that surrounds it, and the drawbridge is lowered to allow entry. The drawbridge is now left lowered. That is because there have been no large wars in over 50 years. That was the war between Triaria Kingdom and a girl, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, that war was the impetus for Sophia falling into slavery. Yes, that war was triggered by the foolish nobles of Triaria Kingdom. To obtain beautiful and handsome elves who can use powerful spirit magic, they instigated the central figures of the country to start a war. Valkyria Kingdom was located in between the 2 countries and was greatly affected by it. However, I heard that they entered into diplomatic relations with the Girl Kingdom and had some skirmishes with Triaria Kingdom. The war appeared to have come to a close when Triaria Kingdom, who had to maintain its long supply line, abandoned its invasion. However, it seems that the war is not over and no peace treaty has been signed. So then, in a manner of speaking, we are still at war. Neither a ceasefire nor reconciliation have been carried out. Therefore, that is how it is done. So somehow the divine empire of Sidnia isn't the only one that is good for nothing. I glanced at Sophia, but even though we're talking about the war that caused her to become a slave, it doesn't look like she particularly minds it. I wonder if the day Sophia tells us the reason why she can't return to her country and had to be sold as a slave will come. Since that war, there have been no other large-scale wars, so the drawbridge has been left lowered. A guard stationed in front of the bridge stopped the carriage. Halt! I am Papek, the president of the Papek Company. Today, I have come to guide the alchemist, Takumi Dano, at the request of the Lord. Please wait for a moment. A guard stationed at the gate ran to confirm. From those brisk movements, I could sense that the soldiers of Margrave Voltan are thorough with their training. I have received confirmation. Please move the carriage this way. We alighted from the carriage at the entryway of the castle and were guided by a soldier to a waiting room for guests. In the room with quality furnishing that wasn't at all gaudy, we drank tea that was clearly made from first-class tea leaves while waited for the appointed time. Today, the audience will not be an official one, but rather a personal one. Therefore, I believe it would be fine for you to not be too nervous. Besides, there will be no problem given that Takumi-sama treats everyone in a polite manner. Certainly, even Sophia and Maria, who are my slaves, have a favorable impression of me, who treats them the same. It seems that they would not be in the same room, much less the same table, if this were in Triaria Kingdom or the divine empire of Sidnia. The door was knocked on and opened by an elderly maid who entered the room. Thank you for waiting. Master has finished his preparations. I shall guide you. Thank you. Papeksen stood up and I followed. Guided through the hallway with thick carpeting, we threw down the gauntlet at the audience with the Lord. Next chapter. Ease up. I am Godwin, the one who governs Voltan. I am pretty much entrusted to be the Margrave. This is the house superintendent, Zervis, and the other one is Dorn, who I've entrusted the night order to. I am Zervis, the superintendent of this household. A slender, gray-haired man in his 60s bowed gracefully. My name is Dorn, the leader of the Night Guard Order, one of the border territory Voltan. This person is a well-built man in his 50s with short, light blonde hair, wearing silver knight armor, who gave salutations with an unmoving gaze. I am Takumi Irumada, Takumi-sama's slave, Sophia Sylphide. Likewise Takumi-sama's slave, Maria. Sitting across the table from us, Lord Voltan explained the reason for his invitation. Today, I asked Papek Dano to call you for the well hand pumps, toilets affixed with a purifying magic device, and the magic device for the septic tanks, which I am most grateful for. As the one governing this town, I want to thank you for developing these. Lord Voltan lowered his head to thank me. Seeing me surprised to see a feudal lord lowering his head, Lord Voltan laughed. Was seeing a noble lowering his head that surprising? If lowering my head improves my territory, then I will lower it as many times as you like. Zervis-san, the house superintendent, took over the conversation from here. Irumadano's invention, the hand pump, has drastically reduced the heavy labor of the citizens. Furthermore, even without the production being done at Bode village by the border, it is now beyond recognition. Irumadano expanded the defensive walls, and owing to your use of something strong for the poor defensive walls of the village, there has been an increase in immigrants in the village. I was a bit happy to hear about Bode village from Zervis-san, who continued from Lord Voltan. Our Vonga-san and Martha-san are doing well. Is Baban-san working hard on making the hand pumps? As I was remembering my time at Bode village, Zervis-san continued the conversation. Moreover, Irumadano developed the toilet affixed with a magic device. This is a remarkable item that has resolved the long-standing problem of this town. Zervis-san says that this town of Voltan was built as a town with the plan for it to develop into a city, so a sewer system was laid out underneath the town. However, they were still racking their brains for a way to deal with the filth that's accumulated in the septic tanks of the sewer. I, too, remember the stench of the excrement at that time when I walked in town for the first time. However, I thought it couldn't be helped if it was at the level of Europe in the Middle Ages. There, although the toilets I made also had an impact, it seems that it was thanks to the magic device that purified the septic tanks that the air in town became cleaner, and the inhabitants of the town were pleased. Until now, the residents in the slums were commissioned for the cleanup of the sewer system and septic tanks. If the generic toilet with the purifying magic device popularizes, we will be able to mediate other jobs for the residents of the slum. Given that the magic devices were installed only on the septic tanks, cleaning the sewer tunnels is currently necessary, but even if that will take some time, the intervals between those cleanups can be lengthened. The point is, it is because of Takumi Dano that sanitation of the town has improved, and it also serves as a countermeasure against epidemic. It means we will not sleep with our feet in the direction of Takumi Dano. 2. Not at all. I am getting paid for it. It is only natural that you would be paid for it. Irumadano is humbled. In fact, a significant amount of money from the proceeds from the magic device part of the generic toilet and the patent fee is scheduled to come from now on, so I couldn't help but say that. The following will be from me. Dorn-san said that he has to talk about a report from the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. I have read a report I received from Barak-san. In a place not even a day's walk from Voltan, there was a mid-sized colony of goblins that the Night Order had overlooked, and you had subjugated that colony instead of us. If a report came from the Adventurers Guild, then it would be better to not act clueless. Yes, the three of us and my familiars subjugated them. I thank you for doing the work that us knights should have been doing. Dorn-san said that the Night Order periodically have a campaign to exterminate monsters on the outskirts of Voltan. Naturally, exterminating monsters that could become threats take precedence over one or two monsters such as goblins or orcs left behind, but he apologized for not having noticed the colony this time. No, the goblin subjugation was a job from the Adventurers Guild, so I must apologize for taking away the job of the knights. Ha 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 ha, Irumadano is intriguing. Modesty is unnecessary for us knights. We the knights are here to protect Lord Voltan and the Voltan territory. Even we are delighted if a menace is eliminated. We would not criticize or do anything of the sort to Irumadano. That said, the knights operate for the sake of their master whatever the circumstance may be. The town of Voltan is called an adventurer's town, and it has many adventurers. Both knights and adventurers often unite to subjugate thieves and monsters. Some parts of the work of knights and of adventurers often overlap, but it can be compartmentalized in such a way that the work of the Night Order is mainly to protect the town, its populace, and the feudal lord, while the work of adventurers is focused on monster subjugation and trading company escorts. However, listening to this conversation, if it's a mid-sized goblin colony, then the dominating species, there would have been a goblin knight or a general. For that to be defeated by the alchemist Irumadano's party, it is expectedly unbelievable. Irumadano's party member, Silphi Dano, is a magic swordsman who can manipulate spirit magic, a victim of the Triaria Kingdom's outbursts 50 years ago, and a powerful knight on the battlefield. Zervis-sen told of Sophia's past, but Sophia's countenance didn't even budge an inch. It might be memories she does not really want to remember. Be that as it may, the fact is that the three have the ability to crush the colony. However, I wish Irumadano takes his own body into consideration. My territory is still in need of Irumadano's wisdom, after all. I love creating things as well, so I would not be too rash. I earnestly implore you do, because if something were to happen to Irumadano, it would not a loss to just the Voltan territory, but to the whole kingdom. That is too exaggerated. I have little sense of belonging to this country. I would be fine if it is any country other than Triaria Kingdom or the Divine Empire of Sidnia. I'm also fine if it's at Lomeria Kingdom, which is in between Samandur Kingdom and the Divine Empire of Sidnia at the south of the continent. Norn-sama sent me here, so I think that means this country might be the right choice though. After that, I received a reward of 50 gold coins from Margrave Voltan for the subjugation of the Goblin Colony. Next chapter. Returning from the feudal lord's castle, everyone relaxed on the sofa, resting our fatigued bodies. No matter how friendly he was, I, who have never associated with high-ranking nobles, am dead tired. So tired. He is a good lord, but being too familiar is also a problem. I was nervous. It's still daytime, but I don't want to move. Well, I wouldn't be moving if I work while sitting in the confines of my workshop though. Alright, I'll make clothes such as underwear today. Underwear. Sophia and Maria's faces turned red. The underwear of this world is extremely unreliable. Sophia and Maria were surprised when they saw my handmade underwear. Theirs are a serissure, one-like thing where it just wraps around their chest, and their underpants are tied by a string because there are no elastic bands. However, it wasn't the G-string I know, but rather the old man-type trunks that are tied with a drawstring by the waist. To be blunt, Sophia and Maria have huge cleavages, so they have to restrain it with a serrure, but for people who don't, it seems it's normal to just not wear any. It's outrageous. So I decided to make bras and panties for Sophia and Maria. For me? Okay. Keed, some elastic threads please. Got it. Keed will do best. In the workshop, Keed spun her threads into the loom to make cloth to use for the underwear. I asked that Sophia and Maria not enter the workshop. I guess I should make a mannequin of Sophia. When it comes to making underwear, using a half-hearted pattern paper is unjustifiable. So I'll build a mannequin of Sophia using earth magic to challenge myself in three-dimensional sewing. Once I finish Sophia's mannequin, I'll make Maria's. Is making the mannequins based on the images burned into my memory alone a bit disgusting? Now then, if I had to say why I asked Keed to make elastic threads, that's because I was thinking of making sports bras. Since adventurers move around intensely, I thought that normal bras wouldn't be any good. I'm a guy so I wouldn't know, but if I remember right, I heard that athletes wear them. Sports bras and panties for adventuring, and sexy underwear for spending nights with me. In any case, the time, place, and occasion are important. After that, I had Keed produce various kinds of threads, like thin, transparent threads. Goo-foo. I shouldn't. My delusions would run wild. Then I dyed the threads into different colors. Black, red, blue, green, yellow. The variation in color is essential. Often revising the pattern paper as I made various types of bras and panties, I gave it my all. When I thought about afterwards, there was an automatic size adjustment enchantment, so it wasn't necessary to expressly make Sophia and Maria's mannequins. Well, I told myself that it wasn't pointless even then and made underwear. All the underwear were enchanted with automatic size adjustment, anti-fouling, automatic temperature regulation. With the creation of this series of underwear, my sewing skill went up from 3 to 6. This pulled me in a bit. It has been 3 days since I secluded myself in the workshop. Alright, it's finally done. Takumi-sama, you made underwear, didn't you? Yeah, that's right. You look somewhat exhausted. Are you well, Takumi-sama? When I told Sophia and Maria that the underwear had been finished, I made them worry over me, who was a bit tired. Tadea. I showed Sophia and Maria the variety of underwear I created. Those designs also have strings that have a G, a T that's not in front, and sheer, and I think I did my best. Takumi-sama, it is very pretty, but... Sophia was dumbfounded, and Maria was bright red from embarrassment. Why don't you try them out right now? The two were abashed, but they tried it out in my room. This is pretty and makes me feel good. I understand that somewhat, as well. Lustful red that suits Sophia's white skin, and sexy black that beautiful girls wear on Maria. Both of their cleavages protrude and seem like it would overflow. Takumi-sama, these are underwear to please you at night, aren't they? Sorry, you figured it out as expected. I would wear anything if it pleases Takumi-sama. See, I can't hold back. Kia, it's good to have a big bed. At noon the next day, we ate a late breakfast, and I gave Sophia and Maria the sports bra and panties. I think that these are better for when we're out doing adventure stuff. I think we should try these out first. These are easy to move in. In the end, the three of us kept at what we started yesterday. I consider having leveled the sewing skill quite a bit to have been a good thing. Afterwards, I went to Peipex-san with a sample and the pattern paper, and he got extremely into it. A while later, numerous underwear that the Papek company started selling had, in a flash, spread to the wealthy people and the ladies who work at the evening establishments in Valkyria Kingdom. Next chapter. A little while after I made underwear to my preference, I kept doing combat training every day as I challenged myself to not think of making things. These days, I have been indulging myself in Sophia and Maria too much. It's difficult to cast away these indulgent days, but I will return to developing magic devices again, starting today. Takumi-sama, please do not announce that so strongly. That's right, isn't it embarrassing? Were Sophia and Maria self-conscious about the several days of indulgence? They were protesting, but their faces were red. I've become able to use ice attribute magic, so I plan on raising its skill level by making magic devices. While the two were still abashed, I declared today's plan. But Takumi-sama, you just received gold as a reward from the feudal lord, and the royalties from the Papek company have been quite favorable, haven't they? Will it be another new magic device? It is as Sophia says. I have quite the allowance on the monetary front. The guild master of the Adventurers Guild, Barak-san, also mentioned that a small number of basic potions is fine, so he asked if I could sell him some. When I asked will that be alright with the Pharmacist Guild, He said he will be able to do something if it's a small amount. It's hard to refuse with that being the case. I will be quite busy with the development of the magic devices, so Sophia and Maria, please make the preliminary arrangements for the basic potions in your free time. On a silver plate, I used enough mixture of powdered magic stones and drew dehydration, extraction, synthesis, pulverization, decomposition, alchemy circles. If this is used, Sophia and Maria can use them just by pouring magic power into it. I understand. Yes, I will do my best. Hey, how about Keed? How about a nap for Keed? Yay, Keed will nap. That's good enough. Now then, I do have long-term objectives. That would be to increase the skill level of time-space attribute magic to the point I can use short warp, and gate. So I thought that maybe I could reproduce transfer magic circles that seem like they came out of a novel or a game. There's one more thing about time-space attribute magic. Although I already have an item box because of my cheat, I was thinking, couldn't I make item boxes for Sophia and Maria? Since I can already to use subspace, if I am able to use storage magic, wouldn't I also be able to bestow space expansion on a bag? Was the idea I had. However, increasing the skill level of time-space attribute magic is difficult. Like when its skill level was 1, the only things I could use were secure coordinates and coordinates recognition. Now I can get experience by opening and closing subspace though. The thing I'm building now is because of something from before. What I am building now is a refrigerator that was requested by Maria. There are refrigerators in this world. However, its mechanics are that a mage that uses ice attribute magic has to periodically supply ice, and that ice chills it. This is the same mechanism of a refrigerator when there was no electricity. I plan on making a refrigerator that cools its inside by just replacing the magic stones. The mechanism of this is that a cooling magic circle will be drawn on a metal plate. Magic power would then flow from the magic stone to continuously invoke cooling magic. Well, I'll think about that after I build it. I took out iron, chromium, and nickel from the item box. I synthesized the iron, chromium, and nickel. It's stainless steel. Once the stainless steel was made with alchemy, I shaped it into a box with smithing magic. I inscribed a boundary magic circle in the gap between the two layers of the box. This is so the cold air does not escape, and so the outside temperature doesn't interfere with it. The door needs a rubber gasket. For now, should I make do with synthetic rubber using vegetable oil and sulfur? I synthesized the synthetic rubber to the ideal elasticity. I formed it with earth magic, then set it on the door and the main unit. Hooray for the alchemy skill. Opening and closing the door to test it, and checking the magic power consumption of the boundary magic and cooling magic, I inspected the refrigerator if it was good enough to be the final product. Its magic power consumption isn't much. If that's the case, then a trash magic stone would be enough, but a slightly better magic stone would pretty much be better. I examined the finished product from all angles. The stainless steel exterior nice, but having some color variation would also be good. I will make 3 more of the tentatively completed refrigerator. For it to hold on to the dyes, I synthesized the synthetic rubber to change its blend, and those 3 colors, which were white, light blue, and light green, were painted on the refrigerators. Sophia, Maria, which color is good? I called the 2 to consult the final product with them, and had them choose which would be used for our house. This is... Maria, you mentioned wanting something that could store ingredients, didn't you? This is a refrigerator. It is a magic device that cools its contents and makes the food less susceptible to spoilage. Thank you very much, Takumi-sama. Maria looked cheerful. Right now I am storing all the ingredients in my item box, so we're all good, but she has to ask me to take out the ingredients she needs each time she cooks. So which color should we use for the house? I intend to sell the remaining ones to Paypex-san though. I think this pale blue is nice. I feel the same as Sophia-san. This pale blue is refreshingly pleasant. Since the 2 agree, I installed the light blue refrigerator in the kitchen and stored the remaining in my item box. Afterwards, I completed 100 of each basic heal potion, basic stamina potion, and basic mana potion that Sophia and Maria had prepared. This time, the potion bottles that I used were bought from the Papek company. The quality of the potion bottles I made were better, but when I told Paypex-san that I make my own potion bottles, he was shocked. That is why I am buying potion bottles this time. Perhaps when it's for an advanced potion, it would be necessary to bestow an enchantment on the bottle itself so it maintains its current state, but I currently do not have a single clue as to the recipe for advanced potions, so I probably don't have to worry about it for now. Tonight's dinner was made by Maria, who was all fired up because she was pleased with the refrigerator. After that, the 3 of us happily bathed, and naturally the 3 of us went to bed. Next chapter. The day I gave Sophia and Maria magic invocation medium rings, they were in a good mood all day long. Is it possible that giving rings as a present has a special meaning in this world too? Well, I already gave it, so it's too late to worry about it now. Sure enough, Paypek-san really sank his teeth into the refrigerator. I made a large quantity of the parts with magic formula, delivered it to the Papek company, and discussed how to make the case. But even though ice attribute magic is a superior attribute magic, it's not that there aren't any that can use it, so my involvement in production of the part with the magic formula will be just this once. Having completed the initial delivery of potions to the Adventurers Guild, we had no more immediate plans, so I told Sophia and Maria about the plan I previously had of wanting to upgrading our equipment. My blacksmith level and smithing skill level have both risen, and alchemist and alchemy skill level have risen quite a bit as well, so I was thinking it's about time that improve our equipment from magic iron to mithril or adamantite. But what do you two think? Magic metals known as mithril, adamantite, orichalcum have high affinity with magic power. It easily strengthens magic power. Aside from its general use by attacking while clad in magic power, a magic sword clad with attribute magic is something a normal iron sword would not be able to endure. Mithril is originally silver. Having traces of magic power, it is harder and tougher than an iron sword, and alloying it would make it even harder and tougher. Adamantite simply surpasses mithril in both hardness and toughness. A sword made of adamantite can easily cut steel armor. Orichalcum is the top magic metal out of all magic metals. Weapons and armor made of orichalcum are treated as sacred treasures. Takumi-sama, the spear and sword made with magic iron that I received are more than enough. However, if it is needed to protect Takumi-sama, then I believe it would be beneficial to change it into mithril and adamantite-made weapons. I am still very much inexperienced, so I will leave it up to you. The two did not oppose it, so we decided to gather information on how to mine and process mithril or an adamantite ore. I think we should split up to gather information, but what do you guys think? Then I will investigate in the library. I will ask the Papek company. Sophia will investigate the library and Maria will gather information at Papek Sands. Then I'll gather information at the Blacksmith and Adventurers Guild in town. Having keyed house sit, we went around Volton. I first went to the Adventurers Guild. When I arrived at the Adventurers Guild, Han-san was there, so I'll discuss it with him. Head to the conference room, then. Han-san came in after a while. We immediately talked about my need for mithril ores and adamantite ores, and if it was possible to mine it by myself. Say, Takumi-kun, you're not just an alchemist but a blacksmith too, aren't you? Takumi-kun, have you seen any adventurer with weapons and armor made of mithril and adamantite in this town? No, I wasn't paying attention so I didn't realize, but now that you mention it, I haven't seen any. In Volton, called the town of adventurers, that was a bit strange. The truth is that for both mithril and adamantite are easy to obtain because their ores are twofold. Could it be that refining and forging it is difficult? Well, that's almost right. If it's a blacksmith from the dwarven country, Namstol Kingdom, then he might be able to handle it, but even then, refining it is still a high hurdle. Frankly, an exponential amount of magic power is necessary to refine mithril and adamantite, and it seems that even though dwarves have more magic power than humans, there are few craftsmen that can refine it. Apparently, it consumes the same amount of magic power to forge them, so as a result, weapons and armor made of mithril and adamantite do not appear on the market. I think the only ones who have weapons and armor made of mithril and adamantite in this town are probably the feudal lord and guildmaster Barakht. Hearing that much, I remembered I refine with alchemy. I'm an alchemist, so maybe. Right? You might need extra magic power when it comes to refining, but if it's you, you might be able to use alchemy on it. I wonder how much I can shape and temper magic metals with smithing magic later. So, about the place to mine at. Go straight northwest of Valkyria Kingdom and the mining town, Horus, will be there. This town is dwarf-centric town, and although it is a town of Valkyria Kingdom, it has a strong relationship with Namstol Kingdom. Will I be able to collect ores if I'm in Horus? You can't actually enter the mountain without joining the Blacksmith's Guild, but there is a backdoor to that. There are monsters that come out of the tunnels. If you accept a request to subjugate monsters, then you are allowed to mine ores while you're there. That's because adventurers dig for the monsters. If I can do a subjugation request and mine at the same time, I couldn't ask for more. How long will it take to get from Volton to Horus? Let's see. It should be 6 days on a normal carriage, and around 3 days on a carriage pulled by a demon horse. My apologies, but it will have to be a normal carriage this time. A demon horse is a horse that became a monster, but it is docile for a monster. It is possible to train so it can be used for horseback riding and as a workhorse. With its speed and stamina, it can reach its destination at half the time of a normal horse. Hans-san, thank you very much. Advise the guild when you will leave Voltun. I left the Adventurers Guild and paid a visit to the blacksmith in town. Excuse me. I can hear you even if you don't yell. What came out of the blacksmith workshop was a bearded, beer barrel-shaped dwarf. What do you want, kid? I came here to ask about something for a little bit, but if it is all right with you, I would like for you to teach me the important points when forging mithril and adamantite. When I said that, I was observed from head to toe. You're a blacksmith? No, I have smithing skills, but I am an alchemist. The dwarf's eyes shined when I said so. That means you can refine mithril and adamantite with alchemy, right? Probably. Hereupon my arm was grabbed, and I was forcefully brought into the workshop. I am the blacksmith, Dagambo. I have confidence in my smithing arm, but have nowhere near enough magic power to refine mithril and adamantite. In my country, when we're refining mithril and adamantite, it takes 10 men's accumulated magic power to do the refinement. It is definitely not a one-man refinement. You're a genuine alchemist, aren't you? Yes, more or less. According to Dagambo-san, there is no alchemist that can refine metals at this day and age. Then I handed over the sword I made to Dagambo-san. This is a sword I worked on, starting from mining. After looking at the sword down to the hole I hammered into it, Dagambo-san suddenly took my hand. Sorry, I made light of you. This sword was forged with smithing magic, wasn't it? Impressive. It's the sword of an alchemist that understands metals very well. Thank you very much. If the dwarf Dagambo-san says so, then I can be confident. Now, about the important notes when forging mithril and adamantite, was it? Frankly, aside from the large amount of magic power needed, it isn't much different from magic iron. Orichalcum is a different matter though. Hearing that relieved me. If unknown techniques were needed, I would have had to take an apprenticeship from a dwarf. After that, Dagambo asked me to do one thing, and then I went back home. Joining Sophia and Maria at home, we reported our findings to each other. In the library, locations for mines aside from Horus were investigated, but since Horus is the closest this time, we determined that Horus is our only viable choice. At Papek Company, they said they can procure mithril ores and adamantite ores. It seems that when Papek-san was informed that we plan on going to the mine ourselves, he conversely requested that we procure mithril and adamantite ores for him. He might have noticed that I will try refining mithril and adamantite. Let's arrange for a carriage until Horus and prepare food and other necessary items for the trip later. We began making preparations for our departure to Horus. Next chapter. Having decided to go to Horus, I was considering what I should do for the carriage, but Papek-san visited my house and gave a proposition to lend me a carriage. The conditions of the exchange is the procurement of mithril ores and adamantite ores, and that I refine it. A special reward will be paid for the refinement. Papek Company has arranged to lend out a carriage and the two-headed demon horse, Tada. I bought a larger quantity of rations and stored each one in the item box, and bought a lot of bentos from Morisan from the Golden Wheat Pavilion. I went to the Adventurers Guild to report to them that we were leaving for Horus. When I entered the Adventurers Guild, the receptionist Hans-san was still there, so I informed him we were leaving for Horus in 3 days. Hans-san's counter is always open. It's because of that, isn't it? The other counters had pretty receptionist onisans. I was the first in line at Hans-san's because his queue was empty. Takumi-kun, could you wait a bit? Hans-san invited me to the conference room like always, and Barak-san was there. Hey Takumi, so you're going to Horus? Hello Barak-san. Is there something going on at Horus? For some reason, there will be a troublesome talk from Barak-san's sorry smile, and it made me want to leave the conference room. Now, don't make that kind of face. Did you know that there has been a lack of Trant wood arriving at Voltun lately? I realized that I had forgotten to remake Sophia and Maria's spear handles with Trant wood when he said that. Trentwood can't be bought in Voltun right now. That's because it is already autumn. Many of the adventurers in Voltun go hunting for black buffalo. There is a decline in Trant wood arriving because of that, and we're now even troubled for materials for canes. This year is better than usual though. According to Hans-san, Trants are difficult to kill and bring back, so they aren't really popular with the adventurers to begin with. However, those materials are used from bows and canes to high-class furniture, and supply can't keep up with the demand. But is that related to me going to Horus? Yes, it is just that. Takumi, You have the time-space attribute magic storage magic, don't you? It's an errand request to secure Trantwood. Sorry. Guild Master is hard to follow. The truth is, the forest of death that Trants live in is along the way to Horus. So, could we ask you to subjugate them while you're there? Trantwood is a material I want to get. Actually, aside from the piece I picked up when I landed in this world, I haven't come across Trantwood. If you take this errand request, Takumi will be promoted to rank D, and the Wanichans will be promoted to rank E. Even if you don't take this request, you only need to complete one more request to rank up though. Hans? Keep your mouth shut. I should take this request. I understand. I will accept the errand request to secure Trantwood. Ooh, I knew you'd say that. Well then, you guys will be traveling in Papek Company's carriage, right? The guild will bring out another carriage, so you will leave with 2 carriages. Guildmaster, your explanation is lacking again. Listen, Takumi-kun, you know of the adventurer party Lions Fong, don't you? Yes, that's Heath-san and his party, isn't it? It's the party of adventurers that guarded the carriage I rode from Bode Village to Voltan. Yes, I want you and his party to go to the Forest of Death together to secure some trance. They will return to Voltan from there, but it's alright for you to return after you've finished your business at Horus. Why are Heath-san and his companions only going until the Forest of Death? I thought it was strange that they weren't going up till Horus, so I asked. That's 'cause it's black buffalo hunting season. That's how it is. Black buffalo is delicious, so it is traded at a high price. Black buffalo, huh? I want to eat it. Will assembling in front of the gate on the morning 3 days from now be okay? I'll tell Heath's party. I left the Adventurers Guild and went home. There was another thing I carelessly forgot. I forgot to reforge the Goblin General's great sword for Sophia. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome home, Takumi-sama. Bofu. Oof. Welcome home. Keed came leaping and clung on to me with her 8 legs and 2 arms. I went to the living room with Keed still clinging on to me and relaxed on the sofa. I accepted an errand request from Barak-san at the Adventurers Guild. I talked to Maria and Sophia about the details of the errand request that we accepted, that we will hunt for Trance in the Forest of Death that is on the way to Horus, and that we will secure the Trantwood. I do not know that party called Lions Fong, but I support the matter of hunting Trance. Trantwood is a valuable material. I will support what Takumi-sama decides. That being the case, I should forge a magic iron axe. Yes. May I borrow your spare axe? Training with the axe technique skill will not be in vain. Since it was a request from Sophia, I lent her the axe I used in Bode Village. She told Maria they will practice the axe technique skill and went out to the garden. My girls are so diligent. I made 2 magic steel axes at the workshop. After that, I took out the greatsword of the absorber I was keeping in the item box. I disassembled the hilt and guard and tried reshaping only the sword blade into long swords with the smithing magic, craft. Yoa, what a terrifying resistance this has. It's not that it's hard to penetrate it with magic power. Let's analyze the composition of the greatsword. Greatsword of the absorber. Magic steel plus tungsten carbide plus cobalt plus titanium carbide. Tungsten is a hard thing, but that doesn't change anything. As if the great sword had a will of its own, it resisted my craft magic. Nevertheless, it gradually accepted my magic power. I had to drink 1 or 2 mana potions midway, but I was able to reshape the great sword of the absorber into long swords. As a result, 2 long swords were completed. Sword of the absorber. A magic sword that can absorb the magic power of the enemy it cuts. The more magic power it absorbs, the more its attack power increases. I enchanted the swords with strong slash and self-repair, and a magic sword with a bluish sword blade was completed. I completed it by making scabbards and hilts for them. I'll give one to Sophia and the other to Maria. After a bit of waiting, the carriage of the Adventurers Guild that was being pulled by a demon horse arrived. The coachman is Lyle-san. Han-san came with them to see us off. Yo Takumi, long time no see. Long time no see Lyle-san, Heath-san, and Bogus-san. Yeah, it seems we're playing an active role. Well then, Takumi-kun, we will buy all the Trantwood you have. Be careful. Yes, I'll do my best. And so, the 2 carriages we were operating started moving straight for Horus.